been civil disobedience a long time ago, all over years in the politics. What do you think is disobedience in the internet? DDoS? Not just, but that's the thing Theresa Züger has had her PhD thesis about, and she's now talking about it. A warm welcome, please.
Good morning. Yeah, I'm thrilled to see that a few people want to start their third day of Republica with thinking about civil disobedience at that time. I probably wouldn't be here if I wouldn't have to, so I'm very happy you are. So as he said, I wrote a PhD about this for the last 4 years. And what I did in my PhD was bring together two perspectives that hadn't been so much in dialogue, I believe. And that is, on one side, the practices of digital disobedience that we see since the 80s. And on the other side, the discourse of the political theory that has concepts of civil disobedience. And so I tried to create a dialogue between those both sides, the practices going on and the theory, and try to engage them in equal arguments. So also see the practices as a kind of thinking about what civil disobedience might be in the digital age. And I called my PhD Reload Disobedience because that talks to two claims that I'm making. The first claim is that we have a mainstream understanding of civil disobedience, and I think there's a lot of things wrong with that. I think it's very much too restricted, and we should really reload that understanding of civil disobedience with better conceptions that are also around for a long time, but they're not that common. And on the other side, I think that digital actions actually reloaded and reinvented civil disobedience in a way. And I'm going to talk about in which ways they reinvented disobedience. And I want to point out first that this is not uncommon for civil disobedience, because civil disobedience is never defined by one tactic. It's always something that is transforming regarding to each system and each context that it is enacted in. So, what are we talking about when we're talking about civil disobedience? First, civil disobedience is an exceptional type of politic. So it's not a demonstration. And in our liberal societies, there is already a lot of conflict built into our daily discussions. We have disagreements on things. And civil disobedience is exceptional even to that. And on the other side, civil disobedience is a constructive type of politics. And what I mean by that is that it does not only defend those rights that already exist, but civil disobedience claims new rights. So to give you a good metaphor what civil disobedience is, I would like to use this quote of James Tully, a philosopher. Politics is the type of game in which the framework, the rules of the game, can come up for deliberation and amendment in the course of the game. And when we take this metaphor for a moment, what is civil disobedience then? So, civil disobedience is not the cheater in this game. So it's not the person who simply evades the rules and bends the rules for his own personal interest to have an advantage, and do this maybe secretly so that nobody notices that you're actually bending the rules or somehow cheating. And it is also not a killjoy. It is not a person who says, you know, I don't care about your rules, do your rules, I'm doing my thing over here. No, civil disobedience is this. It is the person who takes a look at the games and takes a look at the rules. And if you imagine a soccer field, the civilly disobedient person would be the person standing on the line of the field saying, you know, while this game is going on, let's please change the rules and let's renegotiate by which rules we're playing, because these rules are kind of unfair and they're somehow unjust for a certain group, for instance. So what a civilly disobedient person does is a very delicate act. Because on one side, this person is certainly stepping out of the game and breaking the rules in a way. And on the other side, this person is highly involved in the game because he's asking everybody in the game to pay attention for a moment and to rethink the rules by which we're playing. Okay, so in history, it turns out that we are pretty crappy to find out what civil disobedience is while it's going on. We seem to have a better understanding of what civil disobedience is in retrospect. So we all now agree that Martin Luther King is one of the heroes of civil disobedience. But when he was part of the civil rights movement in the US, that wasn't entirely clear. The opposite was the case. He was seen as one of the most dangerous enemies. He was highly surveilled and highly attacked by all kinds of groups and by the government. So we only seem to come to know who the civilly disobedient people are in retrospect. And I really like this quote saying, all empires like their dissidents foreigners, and I would say definitely also all empires only like their dissidents in retrospect. But how do we figure out in a time where's the difference between civil disobedience and plain criminal action? And I would argue that the difference can be found in principles and in political qualities of that action. So let's talk a little bit about the definitions of civil disobedience out there. And there is a liberal, so-called liberal understanding that goes back to John Rawls and a theory of justice. That is still the mainstream understanding of civil disobedience, and I would like to challenge that because it's really too restricted to understand what practices of civil disobedience really do. The part that everybody agrees on in philosophy is that civil disobedience is an intentional act and it's in conflict with the law. So that doesn't necessarily mean that a court has to decide if this is civil disobedience. It never would, because civil disobedience is not a jurisdictional term, it is a political term. So in a court, this will not be decided necessarily, but at least for civil disobedience, there's always this risk of being charged with a crime. It is very important that civil disobedience is always a principled act. And what that means is that it's not only a conscientious act. That was like part of the definition for Rawls. But the thing is that with our consciences, they're not really political. They are regarded towards ourselves. They care about our own well-being, and they're very subjective to our personal moral beliefs. But civil disobedience, if it is a truly political act, is directed towards a commonly shared world. So it's an intersubjective act. It doesn't only care about my personal interest, but about what rules we want to play with each other. And it is very much a communicative act. And sometimes the communication part happens within the acting itself. Sometimes it's communicated additionally to that action. And I'm going to give you examples for that later. But that does not necessarily mean that this act is necessarily public in every step of the way. For some occasions, it might make a lot of sense that parts of civil disobedience are not public. Think about whistleblowing, for instance. That would make no sense if it's entirely public. But what I want to point out here is that it can't happen completely in secrecy. Civil disobedience is directed towards other people more than anything else. So these people need to be the ones addressed if you want to change the rules. And Hannah Arendt, a philosopher, which was very influential on what I'm talking about, she always said that there is some kind of revolutionary spirit to civil disobedience. And what she meant by that is not that civil disobedience is overthrowing a whole system in a revolution, but rather that civil disobedience goes back to a certain, maybe fictional, but a very important moment of a society. And that is the moment of mutual promises. And these promises can be understood as a kind of consent. But as a society, we're not consenting to all of the rules that we have in our society. Because we're all kind of thrown into one place, and we're part of that, even if we want to or not. But the consent that we're giving is that we are part of this, that we belong to this for some reason, and everything else we can negotiate. So she called this the right to have rights, and I think it's a very important idea. She said that as a human being, we necessarily have the freedom inevitably have the freedom to have rights. So nobody can strip us away from claiming our personal rights. And this is really the essential part of what she thinks civil disobedience is. So there is a big debate about when civil disobedience is justified. And there's two important parts that are usually brought up. The one is civil disobedience is supposed to be completely non-violent. The other one is civil disobedient people are supposed to accept any kind of punishment that is brought onto them. And I would contest both points. The violence part, because violence is really a concept that we haven't figured out yet entirely, not in legal terms and not in any other terms. If you think of psychological violence and structural violence, like where do we draw the line? So I think I'm not saying that civil disobedience should be a violent action, please don't understand me that way, but I would say it's not a good criteria. I would rather say that civil disobedient actions needs to use means directed towards a future cooperation amongst citizens, and simply by that, a lot of violent action is excluded. And also, civil disobedience is always a limited freedom by the freedom of others. And I think also by that we come to a better understanding what means might be appropriate. But it's always, I would say, depending on the context where civil disobedience is happening very much. And about the punishment part. I would say that not necessarily civil disobedient people have to accept the punishment that is brought up to them. It might be a part of their strategy to shame a state, but it is kind of ridiculous, especially if we look at the digital actions going on, what kind of like horrifying punishments are brought onto people. And it would be kind of asking them to completely self-sacrifice for something that they believe is helping a commonly shared world. So, when we talk about what civil disobedience is in the digital world, I want to make sure that I'm not saying that everything is new about civil disobedience when it comes to digital action. The opposite. I think all of these criteria that we now talked about still hold true even using digital technology. I would say acting political on the internet is no less political than acting political on the streets. But there is things that are really reinvented and they are new, and I took a look at those and will try to explain a little bit about those in the next moments. So there is new actors that we see acting politically, and it's certainly groups that were thought to be completely unpolitical, and that is a very interesting part. Also, there's new directions of civil disobedience. So more and more civil disobedience is directed against companies, against private actors, and not only against states. It's not only directed against laws, but it is more and more connected to issues that people care about across borders. There is a new aesthetic of civil disobedience, and certainly anonymity is one part of that new aesthetic, and that has to do with the idea that not necessarily a person is the thing appearing for a political action, but it is rather a statement that enters the room of the political arena. And also there is a new framing for civil disobedience, and what I mean by that is that usually we think of civil disobedience as an action between a citizen and a state. And now this dimension doesn't really work that way anymore, because a lot of issues really affect a lot of people in the world, and especially with digital technologies, a lot of people are affected. It has nothing to do with what states they live in. So in my work, I found it really helpful to think of 3 different types of civil disobedience on the internet. And first, I found a lot of symbolic types of digital disobedience, and I would say that's doing things with words. So it's engaging in the symbolic fight in politics that has been going on since politics exists, I would say. And one good example for that is an initiative that the Pen Collective started a couple of years ago. And what they did is they took Twitter bots and certainly broke the terms of use of Twitter to identify sexists on Twitter and sent them a 6-step self-help program to become less sexist. I'm going to show you just a little bit of that. But it is still online, and if you feel that is interesting, you can still look it up or send it to someone who you think might need it. Okay, that's enough. So what is interesting about this example is that, as I already said, this example is not directed against a law. It's not even necessarily only directed against an institution. It is more connected and directing against structural violence in society. So it's kind of a self-communication with society that civil disobedience is used for here. But it certainly also addresses Twitter and asks the question like, why are you not doing anything about this? The second example is out of the group that I called disruptive and invasive digital disobedience. So that is addressing the manipulation of data flow and infrastructure on the internet. And one example for this is happened here in Germany a long time ago, I think 1984, where the early people of the CCC did the BTX hack. They transferred money from the bank, from the Sparkasse Hamburg, to an account of the CCC, and did this actually very publicly. They did this from the data protection office of the data protection official in Hamburg. And they make a huge press release about it. So they made very clear that this was not like done in secrecy or nor done out of personal interest. They never really got the money. But it was really directing to think about that these systems are insecure and that we as a society should better technology and more secure technology. And the last example that I want to talk about is what I call digital disobedient direct action. And I would say that these other two types of political intervention that I showed you are more an adaptation of tactics that we already know out of traditional practices of civil disobedience. But this is really something genuinely digital, I would argue. So it's about co-constructing the world by creating infrastructure or sharing disobedient information. And one group that has very prominently given us good examples about what that is were the telecomics. And with a campaign they called Rebuild, they started to create a lo-fi infrastructure of the internet with modems when, for example, in Egypt, there was an internet shutdown. And so they didn't appeal to the public to change something, but they rather just did it. And they called this doocracy, the politics of sheer doing. And I think it's a very interesting concept, and it also means that there is a potential of directness of politics with this new type of civil disobedience, because it is really constructive in two ways. Constructing new ways to communicate politically, for instance, to get information out where there is an internet lockdown, but also it is claiming rights in this sense that I explained before, that civil disobedience always is constructive. Okay, so what I want to finish with is to sum up what I was not saying. Because I only looked at these positive examples where civil disobedience happened. So this might sound very optimistic. But what I don't want to say is that civil disobedience is easy. I would say that most of us are very illiterate in this new essential realm of politics in our world, and that is a huge problem. Secondly, I don't want to say that civil disobedience and digital action is very likely. I would say right now the opposite is the case, because the ones who actually have the ability to act politically in this very direct way with civil disobedience are also the ones who are very privileged in this new political system, and they are usually part of the elite that benefits, so they have lesser reasons to actually take action and complain. And also our communication is turned more and more into a really just monetized flow of data, and I think that, makes it less and less likely that we really have a political public on the internet. And I also don't want to say that there is no problems with these new types of civil disobedience, but I do want to claim that there is a huge potential for new politics in digital action, and it is very much worth exploring and very much worth defending. And I would like to end with a quote by Hannah Arendt, or not, that is not a quote, but it's a kind of summary for you. Because political freedom and civil disobedience are not a given. They prevail against all odds, and that has to do with what Hannah Arendt calls the ability to create new beginnings. And she said that part of the human condition is this indestructible ability of humans to create new beginnings. And I think that is exactly what civil disobedience is in the middle of the chaos that we exist in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're very much on time, so we have time for questions. Please come to me.
Hi, thanks for the talk. I am Christina. I come from the Amadeo Antonio Foundation, and I would say we deal with right-wing extremism and new right, alt-right, all what is in the internet. And thanks for this talk, but I looked through my experience that I look what they do on the web, and they actually use this concept of disobedience to do exactly the opposite.
I know.
So how do you, I mean, at the end you said, of course there's potentials, but I feel the only potential is that we give them this concept in order to undermine our democracy or our democratic values. They would say, yeah, freedom of speech, great stuff, and I can give my racism, hate, and they will use it all kinds of ways to restructure discourse, and they will also use this concept. So how do you see that, or under this spirit of Hannah Arendt that you so nicely quoted?
I find that really worrying, and I would really want to reclaim this concept, because what they're doing is completely excluded from the conception of civil disobedience as I proposed it here. So I would say it has nothing to do with civil disobedience, because it really, as I refer to this concept of the right to have rights, stripping that away from a person, and that is what they're essentially doing there, makes it completely contradictory to civil disobedience. So I would say we need to reclaim the term, because what they're doing has nothing to do with civil disobedience. And I know that this is a thing that in this symbolic fight of politics, claiming a term is what happens, and that is why I think we cannot let go of this term and just say, okay, have it. No, I think we need to reclaim the term and say, no, civil disobedience is something that depends on this inclusion of anybody human. And so that is my reaction, but I think it is very worrying that we see more and more that these terms are really claimed and misused.
Yeah, I just want to say that Lutz Bachmann, the movement of Pegida, he absolutely claimed this, and that's why they also got so much attention, because people did that.
And I think that just shows us what kind of powerful term civil disobedience is, because we do pay attention. And it moves something in us. And that's why I think we need to really reclaim the term and make it very clear what it is and what it is not. So, yeah.
Any other questions?
Hi.
Hi.
Thanks for your speech. And I would like to ask if you would say that what Anonymous does is a good example for civil disobedience.
That's a delicate question, because first of all, I wouldn't say that one actor is always doing civil disobedience. It really has to be only defined by each example in each context. So, as a researcher, I have to say this. But I think that there are some examples that I also discuss in my PhD where I would say, yes, they kind of managed with a lot of chaos and without even really aiming for it from the beginning to come very close to civil disobedience. So I would say that, for instance, the Operation Payback was one example for that, where they managed to include a really huge machine of publicity, and with that quality, they did something else than just a DDoS. So, but I would argue that a DDoS, in very few cases, is a very successful technique of civil disobedience, and especially if it's used over and over again, it kind of loses its meaning. Because civil disobedience, I talked about this communicative part, and this is getting weakened if you just do the same thing over and over again. I know that there is a certain attraction towards this because it has this connection to sit-ins, but I think that I want to stress the other part. I want to say, no, the digital realm is exactly a realm for new creativity. So let's think about more than DDoS actions.
Hello. I found your talk interesting, but also kind of contradictory. You mentioned that civil disobedience did not exclude violence, and not long after you said that you had to have actions that were in respect of other people's rights. Mm-hmm. And for me, violence is disrespecting other people's rights. So how do you actually make those things go together?
I'm very happy that you asked that, if that wasn't entirely clear, because I tried to actually point out that I'm not saying that civil disobedience should include violence. What I was saying is that the term violence or non-violence is a very delicate criteria, because there is not only physical types of violence, there's also psychological types of violence, structural type of violence. And if you just, actually, under the German law, a sit-in is still considered a type of violence. So to have that clear, like in jurisdictional terms, violence is a very contested concept. So I'm just saying that I think it's not a good criteria for the definition. That does not mean that I want to include hurtful tactics into what civil disobedience is. Quite the opposite. I would say it is just not a good criteria, but we have to rather think about what means really encourage a better future cooperation amongst people. And it's a very philosophical discussion maybe, so we can talk about that later if that didn't entirely clear up the question. But just to make that clear, I did not say that violence should be a part of civil disobedience.
Thank you very much. A warm welcome for Theresa Züger for her very enlightening talk.
Thank you very much.
Hast du unseren... Are you both from Women for Women International?
No, I am the project manager for Defy Hate Now.
Defy Hate Now.
Yeah, it's an initiative in South Sudan fighting, mitigating hate speech.
Are you introducing yourself?
I could, I don't know how.
I will only do 1 or 2 sentences about you. So you can handle how long you want to have to talk. On the other hand, it's not like I have not enough knowledge to make it
Yeah,
your introduction.
I'm sure you'll do great.
I'll show you do great as well. Hello, here on stage 2 at the Republica 17. We will now have a fireside chat about the motto. So what's love? What is loving out loud? So for this, we have here Achol and Clemantine. Clemantine from Women for Women International and Achol from... Tell yourself.
Hello, everybody. I am the project manager for Defy Hate Now, and we are an initiative in South Sudan that mitigates online hate speech.
Thank you very much. Have a nice chat.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Clementine. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. How's everyone doing? Last night we danced. Who was here last night past 10?
Yay!
We danced, so please stay and dance tonight. It was so much fun. So I'm doing great.
That's great to hear because I didn't dance. Well, Clementine here, she is a graduate from Yale in 2014. She is a member of the board of directors, Women for Women International. She is a social entrepreneur and activist, a human rights activist. Clementine, you left Rwanda at a young age and you went to the United States. Can you please briefly tell us about your journey from Rwanda to the United States for those of us who don't know you very well? Just right there on the spot, really quickly.
So I was born in Rwanda, and in my home, at least I feel like my mother, in a way, she prepared us to be lost in a world where the world was very unkind, but to be attracted to people who share. And so our journey after the conflict in Rwanda in 1994, I was with my older sister, and she is one of the most incredible human you could possibly find on this earth. We walked like millions of other Rwandans who fled. We ended up in a refugee camp in Burundi. And from Burundi, we went to another refugee camp. My sister got married, went to another country. From that country, a year later, Congo, a year later, war started. We packed up all we had. We went to a refugee camp in Tanzania. In Tanzania, it was not a life that anyone should ever live. Claire said, let's get up and go. We left that refugee camp. We went to Malawi. In Malawi, another refugee camp with 5 different nation in one place of Africa. I could go to names, but my sister said, here again for 3 months, no one's supposed to live like this. So we left. We went to Mozambique, and then Mozambique, South Africa, and then we went way back up, and then came to United States, went to United States as with the refugee agency, and been living in the United States for the past 16 years now.
Wow, that is a very long journey. So how did it change you going from having so little to having your basic needs met in the United States, having shelter, having food, having security, having opportunity? How did that change you?
Maybe I should go back with, let me go back a little bit by saying in my home in Rwanda, everyone was welcome, and this is how we were all welcome. I brought some chocolate to share with you.
Yay!
I wish I could have for
you.
everybody. I have a box here if you would like some later as well. It's, you know, my mom taught me this, that it's really good.
Oh, let me try it now.
No, don't eat it. Don't eat it yet.
Okay.
Yeah, it's really delicious. Very creamy.
Now I want to eat.
Very buttery. A little bit bitter. A little bit salty too. So, just really good. Just really delicious.
So can I eat mine?
Do you want to?
Yes.
Okay, well, then you could have it.
So you're sharing with me?
Yes, I'm sharing it with you. If it was an orange, I'll probably cut it and give you a piece. But my mom taught me that life, it's a life when it's shared, because there are all these different levels of being able to experience life. And living in refugee camps and not having food, being on the street not having a home, being in a country where you're not wanted, it tastes so bitter. It truly tastes so bitter, and it hurts. It's not as sweet as this chocolate. But there are a few people you meet who give you this sweetness, and if you call it love, then I will call it love then, now, as we're sitting here. But so having my home and having be a place where I learn how to share with others, and then having for 6 years in 8 different countries being a person who's not wanted, a person who's not valued, a person who's invisible, and finally getting to United States, and then feeling also that I can be visible, I could be invisible if I allow myself to be. And at the same time, I could be unwanted, and I could accept that story. And so, being in the United States, having the resources that I've had, either with the education or water, food, shelter, I take a step back, I'm like, this tastes good. Like taking a shower, this morning I took a shower for 15 minutes and it was so good. And I'm like, why would I not want anyone to have that, right? Just like a nice shower. So it's to say, like, my journey, our journey, at least my sister and I, it was a journey to learn about how it feels to lose it all, to have it all, and then the choices you make after you've had it.
That's very powerful. So that is your definition of love, not having it and then you having it and it tastes great.
Yes.
And it changes you.
Exactly, and I think that we are all feelings. We are nothing but feelings. And our sensory experience, whether through taste or sound and through touch, that's when we're able to connect as humans, right? Beyond our skin color, beyond the categories that we're in. And so if I would say loving myself is, in itself is destructive.
What do you mean by that?
Disruption to an ideology of how I'm supposed to be loving myself. And maybe let me take a little bit of step. In my country, Rwanda, we believed in the story of Tutsi, Hutu, and Twa, right? These people and these people and these people. And we believed there's so much. And the story, of course, was like glossed over and punched and made really nicely in terms of these people have these resources, these people don't have resources, and then therefore that's the story they're living. And one group of people decide to kill the other group of people. But in on context that our bodies, our way of being was a part of like either you hate yourself or you really love yourself. And that is political and that's not political. And for my mother to be able to teach us how to love ourselves by sharing, there was nothing that we could not overcome. And now as an adult, looking back the life that I've lived and the people that loved me, I could walk and sit in this chair and be in such a deep gratitude. And so again, if you want to talk about love and sharing, it's both loving yourself, loving the body that you're in as a human, loving whatever you have. But it's not only yours to keep or to front, but it's to share. So for me, being able to stand up with confidence around other Rwandans, I'm like, look, I'm really confident in my own body. I'm not scared because of that story of how I'm not supposed to be comfortable in my body or be comfortable in my skin color.
So love and acceptance go together. You have to accept yourself, and you have to be able to belong, to feel like you belong in order for you to be able to love. Is there a connection there?
There is a connection, and I hope I'm making sense. Even though we were refugees for 12 years, wandering from one country to another, and then in the United States for 6 years, there was no story in our head that we did not belong. Like, because we believe we belong in this earth, like we're not from Mars, like we were birthed like all of us in this room. And so Claire, my sister, anytime we walked into a situation such as our third refugee camp in Tanzania, it was actually a prison, and they just rounded up as many people as they can and put us all over. And we did not have water, we did not have food. There was no bathroom. And they were expecting for us to live like that. And my sister was like, hell no. Like, why is everyone okay with this situation? Like, this is not loving at all. This is not sharing at all. I know there's bathrooms out there, there's a food out there, there's water there. No, we're out of here. Right? And my sister sold everything she had. She sold jewelry, she sold clothes. She was like, let's get the heck out of here. And it was just such like, because of her saying, I belong. And when I see others not belonging or being treated as if they don't belong and they accept not belonging, I am going to challenge them by being out of here. Right? And so like we left everything and got out of the camp. And so when you say acceptance, like when you accept yourself, it's you accepting beyond the story and the categories that we're supposed to be in as a human. Right? Like we are human. We're all birthed. And there are all these ideology that we're so different from each other because of our gender, because of our race, because of our nationality, because of all these different things we believe. And we sit in it. And we make money off of it. And we go in prison for it. And so acceptance of yourself as a human, it's most revolutionary. But I believe through acceptance, one has to truly see themselves, love themselves, and as well share whatever it is that they have. Yeah.
Now, in the now, where are you with your concept of love? Because I know that you're doing a lot of work with other refugees. You're extending your love. So can you tell us a little bit about that?
I'll give you a great example. So in the past week, I was in Italy. I was in 4 different cities speaking, and I was so lucky with the organization that I was working with, sent me in the middle of nowhere, where young people are not going to get as much attention or someone to tell them how life it is. And majority of people are people who have, who are seeking refuge in Italy, from Mali, from Senegal, from Syria, from Afghanistan, from Burma. And there was this moment where I spoke to a bunch of 4th graders. And these 4th graders, we sat and I told them this fairy tale, and they were all like, "That's not real." And I was like, "It is real. It's real." It's like, and then one of them got up and said, "You speaking like a 3-year-old?" I'm like, "Yes, I'm a 3-year-old." And I'm like, "You should try to be a 3-year-old and just imagine me if I smile, beads will appear everywhere. Do you see them?" And he was like, "No." I'm like, "If you look harder, you see them." And for me, love, at least my love for humans and love for myself, is being able to transport myself beyond constructed human ideas. Being able to get these kids whose parents been traumatized by war and take them to a place where when they walk, they can lift an ocean with their hands.
Very powerful.
Right? It's being able to go in there and said, "I understand where your parents are coming from, have been traumatized by other humans, but for your mind, we are going to smile jewels. They're gonna fall from the sky, and you're gonna go to this ocean, and you're gonna pick it up, and it's gonna be the carpet, and you're gonna go dance with mermaids." There. Like, for me, love is, it can be formed to anything that is kinder and gentle and soft to the mind that has been so traumatized.
Wow, this is very, very powerful. We have to allow the audience to interact with us.
Yes.
But I just had one more question. How long did it take you to go into that place, to reach that place of love within you and be able to extend it?
Well,
Or is this like a gradual thing that...
Well, maybe I might turn the question to you, because yesterday you shared something that was so powerful about, your ancestors and those who came before you, and I feel like we share that, and so if you would mind sharing that with us too.
I think, if I can recall correctly, that yesterday I said that some of the choices that I make, I always think back to what would my ancestors think about me. Because that to me is very powerful, because I am not here on my own. I came from somewhere. So I always think that, and when I do, that is what keeps me in line. Will they be proud of me? Am I leaving something behind? So this is what
Yeah, and within that, you also shared something so beautiful that made me realize when I was walking around, I took the train and just walked around and listened and observed, and I realized how many other, and this includes how many other Germans, parents, women and men who have created this space for us, for the two of us to sit on this stage. And then going back that we are all of our ancestors, our parents' wildest dream, right? Sitting together here as a human in curiosity and in conversation and in peace.
So now I have to cut you because we want to take a few questions from the audience. Anybody that has any questions for Clemantine, please.
For us.
Questions?
Any
Come to me.
questions? You can come to him, or we will just continue talking. No questions? I think everybody is it's just listening and taking in what we're talking about. Am I correct? Or are you guys bored? Yeah? Okay. Well, I think we have a question.
So, my name is Bilal, and I hear you about helping create alternate realities for youth and young people to be able to dream and to have some beauty in their lives. And I work with some of these types of youth, and at times a lot of the organizations seem to be very interested in supporting their intellectual and their physical health and well-being, but they don't really consider their emotional landscape so much. And I feel torn between thinking that these programs that we can do to work on these imaginative aspects. So I had a friend come and we did this mural project, and my kids, they got a chance to dream for a little bit, and they expressed themselves onto this wall in a public space, and it's part of this project called the Fearless Collective. I encourage you to look them up, they're really cool. And then when they left, when she went back to India, and I was left alone with these kids, some of them came up to me later, and even though in the moment it was such a beautiful experience and I could see the bonding happening, when they left, they were like, "Shustafadena, what did we get out of this?" And I just felt like, I don't know, man. I don't know. And so how do you feel about that when you think about like the beauty that you can bring into a life that is temporary, and then the long-term consequences of the physical and financial and just, you know, the other aspects of well-being?
Yes, thank you so much for asking that question. I do both the imagining what else and also just like reality. Like you gotta have bills to pay and you have, you know, things to do. But I believe that with your imagination, truly your imagination intact and your feelings absolutely clear, there's nothing that can scare you in terms of finding your job. And I'll give you an example. I never worked in a tech company. I did not know anything about technology. And I heard that Google was hiring. And like, you don't understand. I'm also like dyslexic off the wall. And so I saw it and I like, oh, it's marketing and sales. And I'm like, okay, I want to go to Google. I want to know, right? And then I just started dreaming on how I'm going to walk around that campus. I went on a video and watched a bunch of videos, and my imagination just took me, and I was right on the campus, right? By the time I got to the interview, the last interview was like, if you were a vegetable, what vegetable would you be? My imagination went, I'm like, of course I'll be a tomato. A tomato is a vegetable, and a fruit, you could put it wherever you want. That's the person that I am. Immediately, my imagination was able to allow me to access 3 different places. 1, to imagine myself in that location, at Google in Mountain View, in California. 2, it was able to get me to think beyond how I'm supposed to be there. And so then I became a tomato. Oh, I could be a tomato. I could be a fruit or vegetable. And then 3rd, the confidence that imagination gives you, it's absolutely endless. And so yes, the reality in terms of like paying rent, doing all these things, it's real. It's absolutely real. But if we imagine what else can be, how we can be, The imagination is the door, it's the gate, just flying it open, you know? Yeah, it's a story we tell ourselves. Not stories that others tell of how we're supposed to be, if it's not positive.
And I think that's very, very powerful, because if we imagine, then our reality can be different. This is the door that we want to tap in. If you want to be anything, you first imagine, I want to fly, I want to do this,
Yeah.
I want to reach this height. It first starts with your brain,
Exactly.
with where you can go in there. And then from there, you set that goal, and that is what you reach.
Exactly. I mean, we are all storytellers in our own given rights. And through storytelling, either if you're telling a story through beat, through you're telling a story through colors, telling stories to taste, whichever way you tell stories to be among humans, if you truly love yourself and love that story, like, yeah, like, it's not even 1 + 1 = 2. It's just like, it's infinity.
Exactly.
It's absolutely infinity. We are infinity humans. We are infinity beings. And through our imagination, and I know we're running out of time, so I will
Yes.
leave with the two influences that I've had recently. One is, well, three actually. One is Audre Lorde. Audre Lorde, and I was going to project it so you could have it, but she was phenomenal. She surpasses our time. When I read her, I feel like I'm living 1,000 from now, where our race as a human is just so easy. She makes it so easy by pointing out things that are so hard to be humans. And then second person is Octavia Butler. It's, if you are all about science fiction, she is like, she is living in a time of AI, walking around, sitting right next to us, having a conversation with them, sharing tea. You know, she's taken us over there, and probably we don't know them because they were African American Black women, and no one wanted to publish their ideas, wanted to publish their story. And then the third person is Hank Thomas Willis, who is Hank Willis Thomas, who is taking, oh, and then here it is, and I'm gonna go really quickly so you could see it, but this is my story at very fast. And is able to welcome us into a place of, they're able to welcome us into a place of, so Audre Lorde, this is my, Audre Lorde, Hank Thomas Willis, I did not put Octavia Butler, but also Tsitsi and Strive Masiyiwa, who are like real people. And I'll say this as a conclusion, and please know that this is coming from a place of love and kindness. I believe that the West, the Middle East, the South, whatever, it's so crucial to learn from the Africans and to learn from our imagination and our way of creating. And it's such a beautiful invitation because there's so much wealth of what world can be because of so much suffering throughout centuries and centuries of suffering. What has come out of suffering, it's so crucial to our humanity moving forward.
Well, thank you very much, Clemantine, for everything. And thank you for allowing us to listen. I was supposed to interview you, but you just graced us with everything you said. So I'm glad you made my job easier. So thank you very much, and thank you for teaching us how to love out loud and reminding us of the importance of love. I think we have come to the end of our session.
Yes.
So thank you very much.
And I'm around.
Achol, Clemantine.
Thank you.
And we are around, just if anybody wants to talk.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Hello, welcome to stage 2 at the last day at the Republica. How are you feeling? Okay, all asleep. So the next 2 topics coming up here will be very bad for me because it raises my blood pressure. They will be about drones. The next talk up here will be From Killing to Healing, a tool called Drone, and will be held by Samira Hayat. She is a researcher on drones, on civil drones, but she will also talk about military drones as far as I got from her, and I hope you have a good talk. So, From Killing to Healing, a tool called Drone, Samira Hayat.
Hello, everyone. My name is Samira Hayat. You got the introduction. A few years back, after I started working as a researcher in University of Klagenfurt, this is a very small university in Austria, I was visiting my parents in Pakistan. My father is a doctor, and he always believes that all his 7 kids become completely unhealthy when they're not staying with him at home. So he scheduled a set of doctor's appointments for me. At the dentist, he, as a ritual, started talking me up, trying to prove how cool his daughter was. I was a bit embarrassed, of course. I was sitting there being talked about in third person. I could play no part in that conversation because my mouth was wide open with all kinds of instruments being poked inside. Then my father said, she works with drones. The dentist gave a surprised smile and was like, I hope she works for humanity and not with killer drones. And then the worst part came. What my father said. He was like, yeah, well, as if to say, when have drones ever helped humanity? In that moment, I didn't just feel embarrassed. To tell you the truth, I felt quite guilty. I felt guilty because I really wanted to defend my work, but in the meantime could also see that the people around me had genuine and justified hatred associated with the word drones. I felt guilty because I could remember kids like Nabila and Züger. They got injured in a drone strike on October 2012. Their grandmother was killed in that drone strike while working in the garden, Such a small thing, she was just working in the garden. For these kids, it started as, a usual sunny, bright day, but changed life and all its basic concepts for them. We all love sunny days. Many of my friends here say that they feel depressed when the skies are gray. They say that the sun is their source of energy. 13-year-old Züger said, and I quote, I no longer love the blue skies. In fact, I prefer gray skies. Drones do not fly when the skies are gray. When the skies brighten, drones return, and we live in fear. I remembered boys like Fahim Qureshi. He was a survivor of the first drone strike on 23rd January 2009 in northern Waziristan in Pakistan. He described that day as one of those mundane days. He was a bit annoyed that day, he says, because he had to stay at home to do chores, and actually he wanted to go out with his friends in the playground and play. Reporter Daniel Kleidman states in his book, Kill or Capture, that the drone strike of January 2009 had gone terribly wrong because there were no targeted militants present at the premises. Instead, 9 civilians died in that drone strike, according to a Government of Pakistan leaked document. 9 is a 1-digit number, maybe a very small number, yeah? But not when it comes to deaths, especially deaths as collateral damage. 9 people, many from the family of Fahim Qureshi, were murdered that day. Boys as young as 21-year-old having hopes and dreams for their life, left this world and left a big hole full of pain in the hearts of the survivors. Fahim himself was a bright student of 14 years at that time, very interested in chemistry. Though he himself was lucky enough to survive that strike, the life that he's living now is not one he would ever have chosen. He lost an eye, suffered burns to the left side of his body, and has been living a displaced life for the past many years. A career in chemistry is really a lost dream. In this moment, left as the eldest male survivor in the house, his main concern is to earn bread for his family in their displaced state until they can return back to Waziristan. He says that the people in Waziristan think that this is exactly what the countries carrying out drone strikes want: to disrupt lives, to uproot people, to target them without reason. You know, without reason, it's a very big meaning term, because these incidences that they feel are without reason have very far-reaching, painful effects. You remember that attack on German train in Würzburg, I think it was last year. I came across that article that contained the video made by the 17-year-old Afghan attacker before the incident. I come from the north of Pakistan. I really feel the pain, because north of Pakistan is affected by Taliban and by the drones. I come from the north, and I could understand what he said in Pashto, and that gives me goosebumps, the hatred that he had in his speech. He said he was addressing the Western nations, and he was saying, you know, you came to our country and killed without reason, now we do the same to you. Seems like the technology that has a way of belittling human lives, like the drone technology, it doesn't just lead to innocent lives lost, but innocence lost. And as a result, many times more innocent lives lost. It seems like a sad, vicious circle. In my opinion, nothing justifies taking a single innocent person's life, not even fighting big monsters. But this is not all what drones are notorious for. You know, when I started working with drones, commercial drones, I'm not working with military drones. When I started working with commercial drones, I would get really excited when I would come across the word a drone in a non-military context in the news. And I cannot tell you how many times I have face-palmed myself reading such news. The first bit of news that I came across was about a delivery drone. And mind you, this is a couple of years before Amazon tested their first delivery drones. The carcass of a drone was discovered outside the premises of a high-security prison in the US, trying to deliver drugs inside. Then there was this horrifying story of an 18-month-old boy called Oscar Webb in England. He lost an eye in an accident involving a drone. His neighbor was flying a drone, and in the process of landing the drone lost control. The little boy's eye was sliced with the propeller of the drone. Then recently, you might have come across many news that are talking about near misses involving planes and drones. I think in February or March, there was this news that an Airbus plane was about to land at Heathrow Airport, and the pilots noticed a custom-made drone 20 meters away from the plane. And this is really dangerous because experts claim that collision would definitely have led to the plane crash. With such news, people are skeptical of a world with commercial drones as well, you know? They imagine dark skies with these buzzing and hovering and flying insect-like machines all around with them. They are afraid that they are going to be hit in the head with one such object falling out of thin air. They are scared that the delivery drones are going to steal their jobs and invade their privacy. People feel that the negative ethical implications of this technology far outweigh any positive impact that this technology might have. And so, when I realized that my father was not convinced about the positive impact of this technology, I really felt guilty. So I asked myself, why am I trying to justify the development of a technology that in this moment seems to already have gone rogue? Why am I comfortable developing this technology myself? And then if I'm comfortable, why am I feeling guilty? You know, I grew up watching reruns of Star Trek, Time Treks, and Knight Rider, and I was always so amazed by the protagonists' machines. They were so useful, so efficient, so understanding and human-friendly. I was especially very fascinated with this hovering orb. Those were always with our protagonists, going around, guiding them, rescuing them from the mouth of certain death. I felt like I really needed one of those hovering companions because I think 6 siblings were not enough, or maybe because of my 6 siblings. So when I got the job, the first image of the commercial drone, or first imagination that came to my mind, was the possibility of having these drones as our hovering orb companions in some far future. And I say that at the cost of sounding like a naive child. But I think humans, when in pursuit of their passion, have the possibility or capability of becoming curious and naive children. Because I think humans are curious beings. We are fascinated by our imagination. We are also builders. We have the desire to turn our imagination into reality. We would keep on developing tools to make the fiction of today a reality of tomorrow. Some of us would keep on experimenting with drones, whether others of us like it or not. And I feel like we should keep experimenting with drones, because if we stop at this point, we would have familiarized ourselves with the negative aspects of the drones that we know and I have stated. But there are so many positive possibilities also associated with this technology that maybe we don't even know about in this moment. So I feel like we should continue. I cannot promise you that I foresee a future where all our negative concerns about this technology would be allayed. But if for every fear-inducing usage of this technology, we can introduce some positive human-friendly application, I think the development so far of this technology, I think for me it would be justified. Because I believe that we can shift the image of drones from being these killing machines to those healing machines that I imagine. I feel like most technology can be used for good or bad, depending on the intentions of the user. For me, technology is like a tool, It does what the user wishes it to do. I usually give the example of a knife because with this example, it's very easy to decouple the tool from the hand using it. A knife can be used to slit throats or to save lives in operation theaters. We cannot blame a knife for the intentions of the user. The responsibility solely falls on the shoulders of the user. This is exactly true for drone technology as well. These remotely controlled devices are still controlled devices directed by the hands of humans. And this is what we should not forget. If humans can guide these devices to take lives, they can also guide these devices to save lives. When we were younger and we would get really bored when there would be nothing to do at home and we would be really fidgety, My mother would say, if you have so much energy, go and wash the dishes or take garbage out or, work in the garden with me. And this is exactly what we can do with the drones technology as well, because we know the capabilities of these devices, and we can use them for good as well. I mean, of course, to my mother, I could say, what are you talking about, woman? But the drones don't say that to me, So we can make them do very cool things. And as an example, I show you what we do at the University of Clanford. Please take a look. I think it's not here yet, the video. It's here now, yeah. So in this video, what you saw was us taking our fears of the technology and using them to go against the image that we have so far. So let's take, for example, our fear of these eyes in the sky, taking images or something like that. Let's take it as a capability. The research that when we started in 2008, and we started with drones taking aerial images. This kind of aerial images are really important because they can help in scenarios like firefighting. This firefighting scenario, in this scenario when you use drones, you can locate the source of the fire, and this can not only be time and resource efficient, but it is also really giving another purpose. It helps reduce risk to the life of the firefighter. Then we used this technology a step further, and we used multiple drones. The multiple drones somehow collaborate with each other, and they need to talk to humans as well. This is where my research started. I was focusing on search and rescue application. I'm a communication engineer, so I was responsible of making a communication network between the drones and the humans. So, like I said, we were focusing on search and rescue. Search and rescue is a very complex scenario. It is time critical because of the risk posed to the lives of the firefighters. It is also an application where human intervention is of utmost importance. So the drones can't do all. They have to give the information to the ground personnel, and the ground personnel would have to get to the accident spot and perform rescue. On the one hand, the drones have to spread out and search for the victim in the shortest possible time, and on the other hand, they have to somehow collaborate with each other and stay close with each other so that when they locate the victim, they can carry the information to the rescuers as quickly as possible. And this is what our algorithms are doing, to search and to provide this information about the searched victim as quickly as possible to the ground personnel. Then we are scared about drones that are delivery drones that are going to take our jobs. Like I showed you here, imagining the same search and rescue scenario, you can use those drones to deliver first aid kits. And in that case, it is also a very important and very interesting application because if you have multiple victims, your victims are kind of popping up demands for the first aid boxes. So you have to keep in mind not only that you want to deliver in the fastest possible time, but also to deliver to the victims that are in more need first, and then to the other victims. Similarly, we have another project that is working with drones being capable of navigating with visual navigation through forests. And this project is basically focusing, so we can use it in search and rescue as well, because search and rescue can be performed in forest scenarios as well. But we are using this to estimate the biomass of the forest. Biomass estimation is of critical importance in precision agriculture. And precision agriculture has a lot of hype these days, and not without good reason, you know. Because the world population is increasing by many folds in the next coming years, and our demands for food would double in the coming years, while 80% of the land is cultivated land already. So we need precision agriculture techniques to be able to estimate our yield, to locate the diseases, and to locate the weed, and to find out the plant cover. I think it would not be an exaggeration if I state that the drone technology has actually brought the precision agriculture techniques to the farmers, to any farmer. These examples that I gave you right now, these are just a few examples of things, of capabilities of drones, what we were scared of, and how we are using them for the good of humanity. There's so much more. This is just something that is happening in a very small university, in a very small city, Klagenfurt, maybe you didn't even hear about it, in a very small country called Austria. Imagine the scale of the good research that might be happening in the world. There are researchers in ETH Zurich who are using drones to make very basic rope bridges for places where the ground conditions are so perilous that humans and other kind of instruments cannot construct there. Then there is the example of war-affected zones where even UN would not send its staff to deliver these first aid medical kits. We lost our really big heroes like Peter Kasich while doing that. He went to Syria to provide medical relief in a very far-off region and was captured, and we lost him. Drones can really help us reduce these silent losses that we suffer each day. I really believe that we can hijack the technology and we can use it for human benefit. I really believe that. As a human and as a scientist, Samira, I'm really looking forward to many more healing applications coming up. As a human, I'm still feeling very guilty because I feel like I should raise my voice more against what the bad usages of any technology would be. I feel like all of us as world citizens should ponder and question all what our actions are, the positive or negative ethical implications of all our actions, of all the actions of our politicians or our scientists or our artists or our humans. But as a scientist, I can tell you that I can work guiltlessly with this technology. Because for me, the tool called drone is not defined by the intentions of the people, other people using it. It is defined by my own intentions. I feel like the drones have and will keep on being healing devices, provided that the humans in command become more human-friendly. Thank you.
Does anybody have questions? Raise your hands, please. Nobody? Come to me.
Yeah, first of all, thanks for your very interesting presentation, and especially for the message that it's the humans that need to become more human-friendly in the first place. You seem to be thinking about that already for quite some time. Do you already have a suggestion? How would you get the people to be more human-friendly?
I think it's a very important question, and like you said, I have been thinking about it very long time. But I mean, I think for me, it all comes from education, from educating people. That's the main problem. I'm really against our education system as well, because I think we are being fed, and we are not told to ponder or think or, explore different possibilities from our own perspective. We are given a perspective. And this is where I think as a society we can come together and decide, okay, this has been enough. This education system worked maybe for others. It's not working anymore. We have evolved into another being now. So we should start, and maybe if we can't make a bigger change, we can start at home. We can start with our kids. We can teach them to ponder, to think about things, and not just accept what is given to them. I think this is my suggestion for it.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Republica. My name is Diani Barreto, and I'm very, very happy and privileged to announce our next guest today, and that the Republica has welcomed them here to Germany. This is a bit of a world premiere, a soft launch of Pratap Chatterjee's report. He is executive director of Corp Watch, based in Berkeley, California. He is author of 2 books on the US War on Terror, Halliburton's Army and Iraq Incorporated. He has traveled extensively to Central Asia and the Middle East for his research, including visiting Afghanistan, Iraq, Pakistan multiple times. His latest project is a report titled Drone Incorporated, Marketing the Illusion of Precision Killing, that will be released in a few weeks, and he is co-author of a graphic novel on the same subject that will be published in October by Metropolitan Books, a subsidiary of Holtz Brink. He has testified in the US Congress. He has published in many newspapers, from the New York Times to the Financial Times to the Guardian, and is member of the board of Amnesty International USA, Corporate Europe Observatory in Brussels, and Corruption Watch in the UK. His talk today, or report, will focus on the flaws in the drone technology and the role of the contractors in this program. Accompanying him today is Air Force veteran Ling, a former technical sergeant in the drone surveillance program. She has been an outspoken critic of the drone war, and her experiences have been documented in a new film called National Bird that will be premiering in German theaters on May 18th. She and others in the drone program have been breaking the silence around this controversial form of military intervention. For those interested on this topic, there will be a more in-depth conversation tomorrow at the ECCHR in Berlin with John Kiriakou, a former CIA and torture program whistleblower. There will be a live stream. Please check the ECCHR.org or exposefacts.org, their Twitter, and you can have more links and more details on this talk tomorrow. Due to time constraints, unfortunately, we cannot have Q&A today, so if you have any questions after this talk, please proceed outside and address your questions to Pratap and Lisa. Thank you very much. Please welcome Lisa and Pratap Chatterjee. Thank you.
Thank you. Oops. Okay. Hi, thank you very much for coming out for our talk. I actually am very glad that we got to follow Samira Hayat, because you got to see some of the promise of the future of drones and what possibilities may exist. And I want to make it actually very clear to people that the video that you're watching, which lies in the future, is not the same as the kind of drones that the US military uses. So for example, the video that you saw, which was really kind of a beautiful depiction of how to rescue victims, used a quadricopter, and the kind of footage that you saw was taken from actually quite a low height. What the US military uses is drones that fly at greater heights and use different technologies, which I'm about to demonstrate to you. And I think it's important to bear in mind the difference, and one of the critical differences here is the fact that this is part of a network system, and I'll get into that in a little bit. So this is our new report, which will come out at the end of the month. And I just want to summarize what the US military does, because what they say is they track terrorists, they only kill when absolutely necessary, and innocent people are almost never killed. And so the question you may ask is how? Well, most people actually don't ask that question, but the reason you're here, I imagine, is because you want to know how. So with apologies to the President of the United States, I want to tell you how. We only use the best technology, the best. We only use the smartest soldiers. They are very good, very smart, trust me. And finally, we have magic. Now, I'm being a little sarcastic here, and the reason I am doing this is not because I don't think the soldiers are doing their best, or because the technology isn't amazing, but because I think we believe in magic. We believe when we see videos like the video of people being rescued, that is the kind of technology that can find a terrorist on the field, anywhere in the world, track them down and kill them. So this is the equipment that we actually use in the war on terror. And I say we because I'm a British citizen, I live in the United States, I pay taxes, and therefore I'm part of this problem. And I don't want to get into the detail of it because this isn't going to be a very long talk. I have about 15 minutes. And I want to show you a video of what it's like to be a drone soldier. And I want to put in those quotes, the smart soldiers, because I think people need to understand what a soldier is in the United States. A soldier is typically somebody aged 18 to 24 who is put in front of a computer or given a gun and sent to war. Typically now, in the drone war, because it takes place from the United States, they're not actually present in the field. So they're not in Pakistan, they're not in Afghanistan or in Iraq. What they are is they're in something called a ground control station. And these ground control stations are little containers. They look the same wherever they are in the world. They actually transport them on planes, unpack them, and set them up. So wherever you are in the world, you are in exactly the same setup. This is the kind of footage that they would see. But most important, I want to go back a little bit, is not actually the plane itself, but what's underneath it, this ball over here, the sensor ball. And what it contains, in it is a video camera, it contains a laser eliminator by which you can point at a target, and a thermal imaging device, and finally, on the plane itself, it also has a phone tracking system. These are the kinds of technologies they use. And these are the sort of technical terms they use: full motion video, thermal and infrared imagery, synthetic aperture radar. This is a short talk. I can't get into the detail of it. Normally this is an hour-long talk with another hour of Q&A. So I want to get into some of the explanation of how the system works. It's not the drone itself. It's actually really important to understand the drone is one element of a bigger system, a military system that is global. And there's a commander in the US military who uses this description that I really like. His name is Deptula. He's now retired. And he says, when we think of drones, you must understand the drone is simply a piece of fiberglass in the sky. They're mostly made of fiberglass with sensors. And what's important is not the drone, but the sensors on it, and the fact that they feed into something called the Distributed Common Ground System. And Lisa actually worked on the Distributed Common Ground System, so she'll tell you more about it. Now, in the very short time that I have, I want to demonstrate to you the difference between the footage that you saw from Samira and what soldiers actually see. So this is actually the quality of the video footage, and I apologize because obviously we're not in front of a screen. I'm projecting it, so there's more compression and things like that. But this is roughly the quality of what they actually see on a Predator. In the newest videos, they can see something of this quality. Now, of course, you're perhaps further down in the hall, but it should be pretty obvious to you it is not possible to figure out whether these are men, women, or children. You could easily be fooled. And in fact, the military is a system to try and figure out how good the quality of the imagery is, and it's called the NIRS system, the video NIRS system. And typically, the Predator carries equipment that can see a large truck. If you have a high definition and a faster moving thing, you can see an individual moving through a market. And it's only if you have something that's a very high quality, what's called NIRS 8, that you can actually make out somebody holding up a gun. So the reality is, in fact, from a Predator, which is flying about 3 kilometers up in the sky, the quality that you can actually see is only able to make out individuals as opposed to the specific people that they are. This is more detailed. I won't bore you with it. Those are the kinds of actual cameras they use. But what's most important is this thing over here. And unfortunately, got a little cut off. And this little number here is the speed of the transmission. And so one of the things that's really important in a drone is not the quality of the camera, but the quality of the transmission, because that video has to go via satellite all the way across the other side of the world. And a Predator can only actually transmit about 3 megabytes per second. And therefore, you can only see truck-sized objects. It's only once you get to a Reaper that you can really make out individuals. You cannot see people's faces. You cannot make out whether or not they're holding a cell phone. This is the quality. This is high-quality imagery, NIRS 8. So that's the best they can do. So what does the military do? They rely on, and we talked a bit about video. I want to switch now to talking about thermal imagery. So what the US military does is they use these 10 different kinds of technologies, and they combine them. So if one is not perfect, they then take the second technology and the third technology. The problem with having 10 bad technologies is you have what's called confirmation bias. If you have one error, it is compounded by the second error. And so this is actually from something called the Kirk 97 strike, which took place in 2010. And I don't know if you can read it, but basically I'll read the sentences highlighted in yellow. And this is a sensor operator, the camera operator, talking to the pilot. And what he says is, the only way I've been able to see a rifle if they move them around when they're holding them, with muzzle flashes out, or slinging them across the shoulders. In other words, when you're sitting in Nevada watching a drone feed in Pakistan, the best you can hope is to see somebody moving a rifle like this. You can't actually see the detail. You don't know exactly what they're doing. So much so that the US military has, on occasion, in the middle of a firefight, killed US soldiers because they thought that they were the militants. And the US uses these Predator drones on the border, and border guards have actually testified to say that they're not able to tell the difference between a US border guard and somebody crossing from Mexico. And these are uniformed guards. So it is important to talk about the quality and the capability of the transmission. I want to move forward quickly to perhaps the most important technology here, which is the tracking of your phone. So one of the reasons, because the military can't see, what they try to do is find your phone. Now, a lot of people believe, if you have a smartphone, that since you know where you are, that means the government must know where you are. And I want to tell you that actually that's not true. The reason is a cell phone transmits just like a radio in a circle. And the only way to figure out where a cell phone is you have to have 2 locations, or 3 locations ideally, as you can see, where you can actually see where the 2 of them overlap. This is something called triangulation or trilateralation, where if you get 3 different signals and you get them to intersect, you can see where the individual is. But you have a bigger problem, which is the fact that in order to know where the phone is, you have to monitor it either from a fixed tower or, in this particular case, from a drone, but the drone is moving. And the drone knows its location only in reference to its GPS signal, which is sometimes not of very high quality. So I think I only have a couple minutes left, so I want to try and rush through this. And I wanted to show you actually a demonstration of what the US military thinks of the quality of its 3 minutes, of the quality of their equipment. This is actually a secret document, quote unquote secret, but you can get it on the internet, that's where I got it. It says for official use only. It's the handbook that Predator pilots use in Nevada. And I picked out 2 sections from it, and I listed each of the technologies that we talked about. The electro-optical, the video, the infrared, the synthetic aperture radar, which I didn't get into, and finally the ground moving target indicator, which is another radar system. And you'll see, as you've lit up in yellow, that each of these technologies, by the definition of the US military, doesn't work. The US military itself realizes the technology is only possible to track large objects, and therefore they're relying on, and I want to go back to this, to where I started, they're relying on these 18 to 24-year-old soldiers to interpret that imagery. I'm going to conclude with a few quotes from US military soldiers, and then we'll switch to the perspective of the soldiers and an animation that I made, and then Lisa will speak from that point of view. So here's some quotes from the US Border Patrol using the same videos, same Predator drones, and they figured that it was actually cheaper and better to use piloted planes on the border of the US and Mexico than to use drones because of the poor quality of the technology. Here's a quote from somebody who actually is a manufacturer from BAE, and he says, it's one thing to get technology, it's another thing to actually analyze it. There's a whole software section to this presentation that I can't make. A third, and then the final quote, is this concept, the idea that if you're sitting in a booth and you have magic technology available to you, you can transform the nature of war. And what Paul Van Ripper says is that's actually not true. War has not changed. Just because you have a piece of equipment and you're sitting on the other side of the world, you cannot necessarily figure out who the enemy is. And that's the final quote. Oops. You'll just have to believe me. The final quote. Sorry. And then we'll play the video. Okay. So this is, now I've made this presentation actually to somebody who worked in the National Security Council, and this person told me that the commanders would often come and tell the politicians that their technology, the politician would say, we want this drone to go to Syria and show us something. And the commanders would say, well, we know this technology doesn't work. It's useful for certain things, but it cannot find a terrorist, find them guilty, and then be used to kill them. So essentially that's what this says. Now, we're going to switch to this 2.5-minute animation, and then Lisa's going to speak. And hopefully that will put it into some perspective.
Intelligence is everything. Battles are lost because of simple human errors. Technology was supposed to change all that. With drone surveillance, we can beam data across the world in real time. We can track down our enemies from the US and create less collateral damage. Sounds simple, right? Well, imagine for a moment that you were given an order to track down and kill a suspected terrorist. You're being provided a name,
I'll give you a 3-minute warning once you have 3 minutes left, okay?
You have his neighborhood and family under constant surveillance. But what if you had the wrong name, the wrong photo, the wrong phone number? What if the time you deliberately left that phone hits women and children? What if you could trick the video cameras, the radar systems, the heat sensors, or the location trackers? Are you confident that you can find the right target? The truth is that soldiers must analyze vast amounts of video, phone conversations, and social network data from an unfamiliar culture. For this, they depend on algorithms that ultimately determine who lives and who dies. Algorithms that often make major mistakes and give these soldiers a false confidence. Many targets have been...
So we're on time? We're on time? We are on time. Okay, good. But she has 10 minutes, no?
Well, now 10 minutes.
Oh yeah, it's almost ended, yeah. This is ended, yeah.
Technology cannot guarantee justice, and it never will. Despite these flaws, business is booming with the designers of these deadly algorithms. Drone killing has become the justification for reciprocal violence, which only prolongs military conflicts. We must hold these corporations accountable. In a world where we can kill from above at any time, we can no longer afford to be wrong. We need a full evaluation of this error-prone technology before more innocent people die.
Now you're on, so you get to speak.
Hi, my name is Lisa Ling, and I used to work on that system. I want to say something and make it pretty clear that I didn't give Pratap any classified information. He dug all of this stuff up on the internet without my help. However, what I would like to say is that what he was just talking about is technology. And technology is great. I love technology. I'm a geek at heart. I'm a hack. But what I want to say about technology is that what people miss in the conversation is the humanity. What we're talking about is a human life. So imagine you're sitting in your car and you're trying to find an ice cream parlor. And you're trying to go get ice cream with your family, and sometimes the GPS gets it wrong, right? Sometimes you end up in front of a burger joint or somewhere else, which is fine when you're looking for ice cream, but it's not okay when we're talking about human lives. It is absolutely not okay. It is not okay to have one technology that is not perfected and use it in an experimental way when we're talking about human lives. An American life is no better than somebody's life in Pakistan or anywhere else in the world. And the thing about all of this is that at least for us in America, we have to get out of this idea that if you come from a different country, if you wear a different dress, if you do a different thing, that you're a terrorist automatically. And we also have to understand that the laws of war, they're not straightforward. I went to Afghanistan, and I went to a small community, and there was a gentleman there, and he was actually the police officer of the community. And the thing about it is they dress in cultural clothing. And that cultural clothing that the police officer in the community who carries a gun wears is the same color clothing that the person who's the school teacher wears, that the child wears, that everybody else wears. So carrying a gun does not necessarily make you an enemy combatant. So one of my questions that I've had is, what are the rules of war anymore? What are they? What constitutes sovereignty if there's a device pretty much without governance that could cross over borders? What are we talking about here when we're talking about human lives? What's important to us, and where is the humanity in this conversation? Technology is awesome. I love it. But just because we have a hammer does not mean that everything is a nail. And what happened, even General McChrystal said that pretty much when we drone one innocent civilian, that 10 enemies are made. And people are under the impression that there's this enemy, right? And that it's this finite number of people. And if we kill this many of that number of people, that eventually these wars will end. If what General McChrystal says, and every time we drone somebody, 10 new enemies are created, then how do these wars end? Ever. Well, I can tell you who profits. The banks profit, and the global weapons dealers profit. And humanity dies, humanity fails, right? And a lot of the reason why we're here is because this is the fifth estate. And we're here because the fourth estate is failing us. The general news media, the people who get on television and give us our news, are not talking about the humanity within the drone program. There's a lot of talk about how, a bunch of propaganda messes with elections. Well, if we had a functional fourth estate, the checks and balances that are required for any healthy democracy would be there. And it is up to all of us as individuals, because we all participate, and especially the people in Germany want to know, where does Rammstein fall in this? This is a distributed system, and what that means is that the responsibility and the culpability is distributed among all of it. People look at a drone and take that as separate, right? That would be like taking one weapon away from an entire brigade and thinking that that brigade and group of soldiers is now no longer a group of soldiers. The whole thing is a weapon system. It's a weapon. It spans the globe. And there are many military bases, there are many pieces of communication, there are many things that are encompassed in this thing. And every year when I pay my taxes and it goes into the military-industrial complex, I am complicit. I think that we have to stop taking this apart and going, well, how much responsibility does this over here have? And how much responsibility does this over here have? And start looking at the people who are funding this, who are driving this, and that is the global arms trade, that is, policy, politics, all of that stuff, and we need to put it together. If you have one communications cable that does one thing that goes to your country, through your country, and it ends up with one innocent Pakistani dead, that country is complicit. Whether or not there's a weapon or one single thing or one little thing here or there doesn't matter. If you are any part of this global system, you're complicit. And we all as human beings need to stand up and understand that, this idea, terrorism is an idea. And the other thing that we need to understand is that from the ground, nobody knows when there's going to be a piece of ordnance falling from this thing that's been flying over them for days. Imagine right now if we had a drone flying under us. Nobody's immune. If you're a doctor, you can be droned. If you're an infant, you can be droned. If you're a teacher, you can be droned. Imagine if there's a drone above us right now. I'd be terrified. That's called terror. So in my worldview, armed drones are terror, and we cannot fight a war on terror with more terror. It can't be done. We can't win a war on terror by being terrorists. We can't do it. So if we want these wars to end, we all need to stand up. And if all of you want to learn more about this, coming out here shortly on the 18th is the movie National Bird. Myself and 2 other whistleblowers are in that film, and if you want to hear our stories, I hope that you go see it, that you share it with your friends, and that we all start talking about the human beings in all of this. Thank you.
Eins, zwei, da bin ich. Hallo. Hier ist ein bisschen voll drin und da gibt es so ein paar Regeln, an die wir uns halten müssen. Eine dieser Regeln ist, dass auf jedem Gang so viel Platz sein müssen, dass 2 Menschen nebeneinander herlaufen können. Ich glaube, da ist das nicht mehr der Fall. Ich glaube, da geht's so gerade. Bitte drängt euch an die Wände. Bitte setzt euch nicht hin. Denn wenn hier was passiert und ihr sitzt, seid ihr platt. Ihr werdet sofort überrannt, falls hier irgendwie eine Meute rausrennt. Von daher bitte bei so vielen Leuten im Raum, bleibt stehen, stellt euch möglichst nah an die Wand, bringt die Kleinen nach vorne, dass jeder was sieht. Und dann sind wir auch alle glücklich. Und hier vorne gilt das Gleiche. Hallo, huhu, hallo, die beiden in Grau. Hi, da sitzt ihr nicht gut. So gar nicht. Wenn ihr hinter euch guckt, da ist ein Gang, da muss man laufen können. Vielen Dank. An alle, die sitzen, hat jemand rechts oder links von sich noch einen Platz frei? Außer hier vorne. Gut, alle, die stehen, geht mal zu den Leuten, die die Hände hochhalten und haltet die Hände weiter hoch, dass wir hier wirklich alles voll kriegen und auch noch mehr Leute reinlassen können. Na, noch bewegt sich zu wenig, entscheidet euch, habt einen Sitzplatz für die nächste Stunde. Hallo.
Hello.
Here in Saal 1.
At
For everybody who's
stage one,
English
you said.
speaker,
It's actually stage
there
two.
are also headphones over there where you can have the direct translation of the next upcoming talk. Wieder auf Deutsch wechseln.
Thank you for saying that.
Ich werde den Ablauf nicht ganz verraten, aber
I'm not going to reveal the whole proceedings, but there'll be a Q&A at the end. My colleague will be there and I will be here. And I would like to ask you to come to me if you have questions, or to my colleague. Otherwise, I'm very much forward to that discussion. And here is Geraldine and Bastion to introduce the rest of the discussion.
Wie wunderschön, euch alle hier zu sehen.
How nice to see you all here. Welcome to our netzpolitical dialogue with Interior Minister Thomas de Maizière. I'm very honored to be able to present this session, looking forward to it, and I hope you are too. Just to briefly explain the proceedings to you. First, the Interior Minister will hold a speech, a short one, kick-off speech, and after that, we will take our seats. You will see there are 4 seats here. There's Markus Beckedahl, the founder and publisher of Netzpolitik, Constanze Kurz, speaker of the Chaos Computer Club, and at netzpolitik.org as well. I'm presenting this, as I said, and we will be speaking with the Interior Minister and answering some questions. All sides will have equal time to answer those questions, kind of a presidential TV debate style, we thought, between Netpolitics and the Interior Minister, and then it will be your turn to ask questions. If we can't get through everything after this session, there will be a Twitter chat with the Interior Minister where you can ask more questions, which will also be live at Republica. The hashtag will be Digitalpolitik 17, or digitale Politik, of course, has to be German 17. So let's quickly introduce, get going. Welcome, Interior Minister de Maizière. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the welcome. I'm looking forward to an interesting debate, and I would like to begin the discussion by making some basic remarks. So, what is the state of freedom in the age of digitalization? What's the role of the state in this context? 2 questions that could not be more fundamental. Both these questions I would, of course, cannot give conclusive answers to. But first, about freedom in the digital world. Digitalization does not only have fundamental effects on people's lives and business models of the economy, no, it also challenges our understanding of freedom. To evaluate this is therefore contradictory, and some people see a fundamental threat to freedom in digitalization, and others see it as a bringer of good. Both I consider wrong. Let me, ladies and gentlemen, first speak out for freedom. Freedom in the net as well. Digitalization itself brings unimaginable new freedoms. It creates new ways for participating and new ways for democratization. Of course, the internet is a place for freedom, in particular the freedom of communication and freedom of speech. Let's imagine that we should have to do without or what we have been getting used to so far. This understanding for years was an important debate. It was an important part of the net politics debate. Now the pendulum, in what I consider an exaggerated way, seems to be swinging in the other direction. The internet is said to be broken, and that is just one of the more harmless variations of cyber pessimism. Many mostly connect the internet with surveillance and manipulation, and lately as a haven for populism, for trolling and hate speech and fake news, and it's almost solely made responsible for that. Some call it an abyss. I would like to contradict this. The internet is still the symbol for realizing freedom, democratizing knowledge, intellectual experiences, participation and communication through across national borders, which we, before that, would not have found imaginable, possible. And that will still have to be cherished and upheld. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're not at the end of the debate, but only at the beginning. The free play of the forces must be regulated. Exercising freedom needs rules, and that is where the democratic state has to be the guarantor for freedom and democracy. Because where digitalization on the one hand creates freedoms and levels inequalities, on the other hand, it limits freedoms and creates new inequalities, but in very different ways. For example, through market force, through cyber attacks, shitstorms, escaping from regulation, the digital gap, and through algorithms and artificial intelligence. With the new freedoms come new threats to freedom. The democratic state has the role to protect, though, and has to enforce the law to guarantee the largest possible freedom of the individual. The state role to regulate itself is at least questioned by digitalization as well. Often there's a lack of legal solutions for technical challenges, or there's a lack of technical solutions for legal challenges. This particularly will apply to the challenge of the future as such, which is artificial intelligence. Most law is still created at the national or at least European level, but technology is international. So the main problem is a dilemma, a methodological conflict. The effect of new technologies are difficult to predict as technology is not fully developed and not really spread. So a regulation that is too early would therefore just block important developments. But if technology is established and deeply rooted in society, there's hardly a way to shape it, even if it has devastating consequences. The complexity of the problem gives rise to a need to fundamental answers to all these questions. Germans traditionally are friends of comprehensive codification. The German word Gesamtkonzept, maybe overall concept, is hard to translate into English. So that leads to challenges, calls for one law for the digital world, one internet law, perhaps. I'm convinced that we need special rules. We do not need special rules for the digital world. The difference between the online and offline world is simply outdated. There is no virtual world that is standing against a real one. Special rules, yes, they may be needed, but not separate rules. The law applies without limitation, which is why I'm calling, while I find the calls for a digital fundamental right unnecessary. Fundamental rights exist. They are in the German constitutions, in the European Charter of Fundamental Rights, in the European Convention for Human Rights. We just have to apply it and interpret it in the context of digitalization. What we do need, though, is a digital politics that is consistent or without contradictions in its evaluation, and a strategic alignment with digital politics, getting all the actors involved to find a coordinated digital policy. We need binding rules, coherent positioning within the international context, and the use of technologies for shaping to the advantage of everyone. With this coherent digital politics, to shape this out, I would like to focus on two areas, net politics and data politics. The term net politics for years was a synonym for digital politics. But I would like to focus it a bit more and concentrate on access. But in my view, the word data politics is gaining in importance too. There are many new developments, which I will get to in the second part. Now, on net politics, that of course includes the question of access to the internet. Only if everyone has equal access, the internet can fulfill its promise of freedom. Net politics also includes the creation of publicity, of openness and transparency, which is pursued by open data, open content, open access, and other movements. So net politics also includes anonymity. Anonymity is one of the conditions for political and mental freedom, but it's not the only one. For many, anonymity was one of the big promises of freedom that the internet had, but now the identifiability of the individual and the options to follow them, which largely is in the hand of private companies, lead to the situation that the promise of anonymity has been moderated or relativized. Of course, there is no absolute promise for anonymity, neither offline nor online. The intent to stay anonymous cannot lead to other people not being able to see me if I walk on the street. Nothing else can apply in the online world. The use of freedom for the individual that damages the freedom of the other it must be able to pursue that. I remember that I would have to justify the right of the state to pursue crimes on the internet because it was said that that was another world where other rules should apply. Now, thankfully, that is largely over, in my opinion. The conscience that our values apply in the internet as well is meanwhile apparent. Ladies and gentlemen, there are currently two laws in the parliamentary process that contain certain contradictions in values. One of those is the telemedia law, which contains disturbers liability provisions, which is to further free Wi-Fi, but the deeds of people that use those internets is then harder to follow. The other net is the Internet Enforcement Law, and I've heard that you've talked about this at length. This is supposed to comply in social networks to remove criminal content quickly. They are also being obliged to give information to victims of personality attacks about the perpetrators. Now, the fear is that social networks will opt for deleting content without due verification to avoid fines, and that could be to the detriment of legal content. Now, both these draft laws are part of a balance, and all the objectives are in themselves understandable and correct. But while the one law, the telemedia law, will extend the options for anonymity, the other law will reduce it. Well, the one law will reduce provider liability, the other will strengthen it. And we need to ask ourselves how citizens can safely identify themselves. The further digitalization progresses, the more we see new risks. This includes theft and misuse of identities. Identification in the digital world has to be as reliable, though, as it is in the so-called real world. There are no easy solutions to that. We need trustworthy and user-friendly solutions. That's why I continue to support the electronic ID function, the ID card, and the electronic residency permit. It is now possible to have the electronic identity used by NFC-able mobile phones without detriments to security. And we've been discussing the identity function. It's not an insular solution. It will soon be applicable throughout the EU, thanks to the European regulation on identification services and trust services. This is preconditions for furthering the electronic internal market. Through single rules, it will increase trust of citizens in electronic identification. The notification of that function is progressing. Other member states will follow. Ladies and gentlemen, at the interface of net politics and data politics, I would like to place the protection of privacy. Privacy is a condition for the use of freedom. If we talk about privacy, we first need to state that there is no such thing as the one privacy. Our impression of privacy has only formed in the last 150 years. And what we understand as private has been subject to social changes, and there's a very important core. It depends on place, time, and context. For that reason, the protection of privacy is not the same as data protection. Not every personal data in the sense of data protection law is also a private piece of information. The privacy legislation sadly does not distinguish between this. Let me illustrate this with an example. If you tweet, de Maizière is holding a so boring speech, then at first this is a content of communication. For an audience like you, of course, this will be out of the question. But it's also an information that Twitter will store on a server in binary code, and with my name, it contains a piece of personal data. Now, the interesting question is this a private piece of information? Your tweet will be public. We are in a public event, and I am a person of public interest. It could hardly be more public. At the same time, your tweet would be under the full regulation regime of data protection law, because you would be publishing my name, a personal data, and not in a partly private sphere. So that would be a contradiction. We wish for a free flow of information to use our freedom of information and communication. On the other hand, data protection law says that every processing of personal data is at first prohibited unless explicitly allowed. That may also be the reason why many ideas are discussed to regulate that cut across data protection and that you could summarize as data politics. The European Commission has put forward a draft for the e-privacy regulation that is supposed to regulate electronic communication. The Commission propagates, additionally, the principle of free flow of data. That initiative is supposed to benefit the European cloud economy at first and is mainly targeted against individual data localization laws. In an EU Consumer Protection Directive, data is for the first time going to be accepted as a kind of payment, because consumers do pay with the data often, but that leads to further contradictions in values. If everyone can sell their data, there is the risk of a sellout of privacy if the value being offered in exchange seems to be particularly attractive. In science, also legal science, ideas are sprouting for a right to produce and evaluate data which is similar to property rights. I'm skeptical here. By creating a civil property of data, we reach all kinds of contradictions. Who is supposed to own movement data that, for example, a rented car produces? The maker, the owner of the car, the driver, the maker of the navigation system, the workshop. Finally, at the EU level, the once-only principle is gaining friends. That is the idea that every citizen will only once have to reveal core data to the administration, and then no longer have to fill in forms about every interaction with administration. New terms are making the rounds. Data opulence, data variety, data sovereignty. These are all not terms in law. I do not consider them very helpful. They may sound nice, but they do not reveal what is actually meant. The topics of profiling and algorithm control cannot be separated from data either. In my view, algorithms are never neutral. Algorithmic decisions are not just made by the developers, but also by the commissioners of those algorithms. So those that create the algorithms are responsible for the results. The decisions that algorithms make have to be understandable, have to be verifiable in order to be subject to democratic control. Societies have the obligation to create this kind of transparency, which could be due from a combination of technology and oversight. At the end, it's a conscious political decision how much of our freedom we should hand over to algorithms. And here too, I would say, we're just at the beginning of the debate. All these suggestions I've mentioned, data politics, are not coherent yet. They're not free of contradictions in values. Some want to protect data as such, others communication. Some want to protect privacy and human dignity. Others want to give consumers further rights. Some hope for a social added value that can come from the use of data and want to make data a common commodity. Some want to just split up the field of the new revenue. Some want to rationalize and gain through efficiency. So data politics from one design and without contradictions is needed for this. But we shouldn't just focus on data, but also on the legal values that are to be protected, the freedoms and the rights to participate of the individual. To focus on the net and the data simply blurs the responsibilities. The network and data do not have rights and obligation, and sometimes perhaps this blurring is intentional to avoid any obligations or rights. But data politics always will have to balance the individual's freedom with the individual's protection. On the one side, there are business freedoms, freedom of the press, of the arts, of science. On the other side, the right to privacy and the general personality right, and the obligation to find violations of legal rights, pursue them, and penalize them. I asked two questions at the beginning. The first, what's the role of the state in the age of digitalization? And the answer is, to accompany the digital transformation, we need new approaches, new solutions for an old task, which is to ensure freedom and equality. And for that, we need to set the right framework with solutions that do not lead to contradictions in values. I've touched on some of the topics. It's by no means conclusive. For example, cybersecurity is the first that should be stated, the name which I did not touch on, but it's a necessary basis for any kind of digitalization. The task of the state is to give citizens and businesses in Germany protection against threats from the cyberspace and to prevent and pursue crimes in the cyberspace. So businesses will have to include IT and cybersecurity by design in their products. But it's also necessary to ensure free and self-determined agency of the individual in the digital world, and to further spread secure identification. There is all new kinds of paintings that paint the digital future in black. If you believe all this, there's no less than the loss of human dignity or freedom that the datafication of the human will lead to. The worry that carelessness and negligence will lead to a loss of freedoms and rights. A data-centric worldview is decried, and it's said that people were just following a data religion. I do not share this cultural pessimism, but also I do not share a naive optimism. I am calling for a demythologization of the debate. People have free will, they're not puppets. And we've seen how they can make themselves free from technological frameworks and conditions to. Maybe a new age of enlightenment has started, but digitalization per se is not a threat to humans. And that's how I would like to answer the first question I stated at first. What about the freedom? Digitalization empowers the human to make use of their freedoms in an efficient way, but with these freedoms, they receive new possibilities to shape, and that leads to responsibilities, which is the case for every technological progress that leads to increased freedoms. It needs the maturity of the human. Let's use and uphold it. Thank you.
Dankeschön, Herr de Maizière. Darf ich Sie gleich zu mir bitten? Auf diesen Sessel zu meiner Seite.
Thank you, Mr. de Maizière. Please come to this seat on my side. And then I'd also like to ask Constanze, Kurz and Markus Beckedahl to join us on stage. And we will now start the second part of the session. And before moving on to the questions, where every side will have 2 minutes, and every question will have 2 answers, Markus and Constanze will have the chance to offer a brief answer to the speech. Markus, you can start. You'll have 2 minutes. Well, hello, it's good to see that this is so full. Thanks for dropping by. We also consider Republica as a space for digital and internet political discussions, so it's great if a Minister of the Interior is joining us. So obviously this is not the first speech on basics and fundamentals that I've heard from you. All of them always tend to sound like I would sign off on half of that, but then I look at the details, right? That's where the devil is hiding. And so I have a number of points where I would like to go into detail, but I don't have the time for that. So you emphasized freedom. You said that there are always many advantages and that the internet may lead to more surveillance. And yes, unfortunately, it does lead to more surveillance, not only by private actors. Even if you're not on Facebook, well, of course, it leads to more surveillance on Facebook. That's why we share opinions. But even when you deliberately choose not to use these private players, you constantly leave traces of data everywhere that are also thanks to some of the laws you have decided upon and that you pushed in the past, then they're being collected thanks to that. And I think freedom is only possible when we can communicate without being afraid that this is something that will be used against us at some point in the future, this chilling effect. So these chilling effects happen when you know that everything you know could be used against you, and it's going to limit freedom of opinion ultimately, and I think that's a big problem. You have 18 seconds left, but Constanze can use those. Oh great, then I'll just start and use those. Well, of course I would like to thank you as well, and that the Minister of the Interior is joining the discussion and is facing this discussion. So I noticed 2 things about this speech. the interesting thing about very fundamental speeches is often what you don't mention. And I think we're looking back on a legislative period where we can look at the laws that have already been successfully pushed and been implemented. We can summarize those, but we also look at 4 years that brought clear differences in terms of how you're considering and the value judgments you make about the digital world. And one thing in this regard is IT security. There are new demands. There are new demands from the population on IT security that have not been addressed here in a very clear way, and this is something that has also been put into question by the current government, especially, for example, by the decision of your government to create a new institution that deals with questions like, for example, do we need backdoors, and that may be putting an interesting spin onto these discussions. You yourself are a victim of NSA surveillance as well, something that was not really talked about since we were almost only talking about Merkel and how she was watched and surveilled. But you also were on these lists, right? So, but almost 4 years after Snowden, the German government has not only decided to not do anything in light of these revelations. So I'm not only talking about surveillance, but also the offensive hacking methods that we have seen and about which we know much more today. But I also mean that under your lead, there has also been an enormous expansion of secret services and of secret service surveillance in Germany. And you mentioned the electronic ID that we have in Germany, or that not everyone has, because 2/3 of our population have decided not to activate it. You also mentioned another draft law that has been moved again, where suddenly you accidentally included the automated possibility for secret services to have access to biometric data included in these, right? This is one of the reasons the draft law was pushed back again. I think this is a normalization of unconditional surveillance, or surveillance that doesn't need a reason. And I think that's something that's clearly linked to your time as a Minister of the Interior. Not only did you push data retention from the beginning and basically implemented it from the very beginning, but in many other areas, you also really normalized the keeping and the saving of retention of data without any particular reason. So at the same time, the European Court of European Court of Justice has also made judgments that are much more critical of these types of data retention. Thank you. The time is up. Okay, now the timer is working as well. So we'll continue like this. We have questions about internet politics, and so they're often about big, complex concepts. But of course, we're trying to put something very basic things down before we pass the word on to you. So I'll just start with the point where Constanze left off, so secret services and surveillance. So, Mr. de Maizière, 4 years after the Snowden revelations, if you had to summarize the actual power that technical secret services do have, what would your conclusion be? So, first of all, I would like to thank you for the political echo. Of course, I would have preferred to speak for 45 minutes, maybe an hour. I understand you don't have the time for that. And then I would have made statements about these questions as well, and I'm not afraid of being asked these questions. We have had these debates previously, and I think they were usually in a good, nice intellectual level, and I think that's going to continue. So, I would prefer if you answered the question that I actually asked you. No, but I'm not trying to evade the question. Of course, secret services, intelligence services have a clear task, and this task changes when technical conditions change. On German ground, we don't want any espionage of any kind, no matter which country it is being done by. And because of that, so after Snowden and during my time as a Minister of the Interior, I introduced the 360-degree view, which means that we look into all directions. Before we didn't look in all directions. Now we know that we need to look in every direction. So maybe we need to look east a bit more than west, but we also need to look west. And I think that is something very concrete. That we also we have told some Americans that some of their people cannot stay in Germany, that we don't want things to happen in Germany that they're doing. But at the same time, I don't not that you accuse me of not being serious. Of course, we're also responsible for the security of our population, especially when it comes to the fight against international terrorism. And we need a very good and close cooperation with the intelligence services of our allies and especially the Americans. Thanks. Who of you two would like to answer? You. Okay. 1 second. Well, of course, I think there are two different ways of reacting to that. So the world has, over the past 1.5 years, the world has turned a bit when it comes to IT security and intelligence services, because we've talked about manipulation of elections in the US, in the UK, in France. And this is something that intelligence services have been accused of. That also includes the hacking attack on the German parliament. So a lot of these attacks that are difficult to attribute, but where we're talking about how they change our political process of decision making, and in the end also our elections. And of course, nobody would be surprised that you also see yourself on the side of our partners in the US. But I also think that this is a very ambivalent stance. For example, when you say that you would like to cooperate with the Turkish secret service. And I think the role that Germany has as a strategic partner of many secret and intelligence services is quite difficult. And considering also the way the German government behaved vis-à-vis the German parliament, that tried to look into some of these and try to shed some light on some of the spying. I just want to answer something. So of course there are going to be dilemmas, but imagine we receive a message about an impending terror attack, and we receive it from the Secret Service in Saudi Arabia. So maybe a bit more difficult than Turkey. So should we say, oh, because we don't like your political system, we're simply going to ignore this information? So what are you going to recommend to me? Well, if you're using this reasoning, you can also take information that was obtained using torture in Syria, and you can justify using that information. Well, now you're evading my question. I'm not saying that I'm believing them, but I'm saying I can't say that I don't want to know that because I don't like the political system. So in my view, you have now turned it again, right? You've turned it towards terror. You're one of the people who are being watched and surveilled. The EU Parliament is being watched. We're not talking about terroristic threat. We're talking about structural mass surveillance that, according to the NSA's transparency report, has grown again. Thank you. So now, the next topic. We're just going to continue here. So the keyword was already mentioned, the state Trojan CETUS. So what is going to happen if the state is involved directly or indirectly in the development of spying software, and when the state might have an interest in developing secure gaps in security or in buying these gaps, these exploits? Well, I can answer, right? Okay. So the answer is clear. Oh, well, I'm hesitating. I wanted to criticize you for the way you're using the term state Trojan, but that's going to cost me 5 seconds, so I won't do that. So I want to say the following. We will stick to this. This is a decision that the German government has made many years ago. We're not going to use a policy of backdoors. We are against automated conditions or the usage of backdoors for security politics or for security policies. That's something that's easy to say, but we adhere to that. It gets more complicated. Maybe later, once products from other states enter the German market that may have these backdoors, what do we do then? Do we ban these products? Do we warn the population? So I think that's actually the more interesting question. We don't want that. That's the first thing. Secondly, at the same time, we cannot accept that if there is an end-to-end encryption, that because of that end-to-end encryption, automatically the rule of law is technically not possible within that service and on that platform. So that means in individual cases, we need to try to access that information. So the state needs to be capable technologically of doing what it is legally allowed to do. So if, for example, the state is legally allowed to read a message, then a text, then it should also be able to do that for an end-to-end messenger conversation. So I think this is something that is absolutely necessary under legal conditions. And so we need to look into how to do that on a technical level. And that's how CITES gave us that possibility. And that's separate from development and research. So Markus, Constanze? No, now it's my turn. You can also share the time. Well, they have 4 minutes. No, they only have 2 minutes, but we need to share the time. So a core sentence of the digital agenda that you mentioned is that you want to turn Germany into encryption country #1. The only thing that we've found out about that since then is that you're creating an anti-encryption agency called CITES. We think that's a bit sad, that encryption is not something that is propagated a bit more, especially where, for example, you could have enlightenment campaigns, or where you have campaigns like telling people about AIDS, right? Why you don't use those campaigns to educate people about encryption, which they could also use to protect themselves against surveillance by foreign secret services, intelligence services. Something else that you mentioned briefly, and something was also mentioned as part of the question, in the name of security, our own security agencies are creating insecurities because they're going onto the black market to buy knowledge about gaps in security, to give ammunition to our state Trojan, even if you don't think that's a good term. So the problem is where, if we're doing this with tax money to attack others, then others are obviously also going to go to these black markets and are going to buy the same knowledge to attack us. So then my question is, how do you want to solve this dilemma that is being created in the name of security? And so in the name of security, you're creating this massive insecurity because this system is creating IT insecurity. If we ended this system, we automatically would create more IT security for everyone. Well, too late. Well, if you let the others answer first, then I can answer. But that's not the point. Next year. Okay, so I just like to have I'd like to note for the protocol that I would have liked to answer and have an answer for these 2 points. We'll just continue with the topic data protection. That was one of the buzzwords in your speech. The German government propagates data richness. What does that have to do with data reform, and what do you mean when you say that, and which data is supposed to make who rich? So I mentioned that I don't really think that's a good idea, and neither do I think a lot about data sovereignty. I don't think that's a good idea either as a term. So of course you can't say the government is propagating that. This term is a term that is used for fights and conflicts in this internet political debate. And I think saving data, that's a term that you also need to be careful and need to avoid. So let's assume when you look at the relation between the citizen and the state, then there is a datum, a point of information for every point, for different needs, right? So you can say that's a way of saving data because different agencies don't know what the other agencies know. But also at the same time, every citizen always needs to send their data to every single institution. So the risk is actually much bigger. So there's the once only principle, which is one of the reasons why we're considering a national portal where it's going to be centralized, where it's going to be much easier to see from where people access this. So then what does this refer to, this idea of saving? Data minimization. And the second thing, we have many good usages of data and of information where we use them together in a good and an intelligent way, and nobody has anything against that. So I think neither the idea of data minimization nor of data richness is something that we should declare as void. So I think we are using a risk-based approach So you look, for example, of whether something is personally identifiable data, whether it's linked directly to an individual, and what you can do with the accumulation of this information. And that's why I said this data point in itself is not the problem, but information and protection of privacy is more important than a fetishized discussion about terms like data minimization. Markus, Constanze? So I think one of the things that you just said is about utility, right? But as always, I would also like to talk about this in a much more fundamental way. Something that we saw over the past legislative period is definitely a fundamental change in terms of the attitude towards this whole data protection topic, something that is being defended by you and also by Chancellor Angela Merkel, also Mr. Gabriel and Mr. Dobrindt. We also see that when we look at the papers of the usual management of the usual consulting firms. But today, data minimization is also a safe way of IT security, right? Because once you're compiling data, that's a danger because our computer systems are very insecure. So as long as we don't solve this problem of IT security, which is not going to be solved anytime soon, data minimization is also a protection in a very different way. And I think we really need to separate utility in terms of different data, right? In terms of personal information, in terms of other useful information that we would like to use. This is something that this has become more important in the way it is linked to the way you should have sovereignty and agency over your own data. And that is also opposed to the stance that we've heard from this government. And you've all put a lot of work into decreasing some of these rights, right? And you've only changed that after you've gotten a lot of criticism. So you've implemented a lot of these things. And I think it's going to be likely that we see similar things with the e-privacy rules. Something similar is going to happen in terms of a debate in the next legislative period. And it is important to me that we don't let data protection go into this weird corner in an ideological way, but that we talk about it in a way that of what it actually is, which is a protection of human rights and basic rights. Thank you.
We'll have one more question on the panel, but before we then open it up to a Q&A and your questions. Now, we'll stick with those topics, the open data complex, that we will extend it to that. So what does the government do in concrete to further open data? I hope that within this legislative period, we will be able to pass the open data law that we put forward, and that will have a number of consequences. There will be advisory institutions. The administration will have to be driven to get active. And I believe that the decisive breakthrough will be achieved in the last few meters of this legislative period with the open data law. You will say it's too late, but we will get it going, and this will be unprecedented. If every minister says that, well, in my ministry, I will have an open data terminal, you can get my weather data, well, that's very nice. There's nothing against that. But you have to have a more systematic approach, and that's what we will do. And I think that will be an important result of this legislative period. 1:11 left. Can I? If you like, you can talk about something else. I'll keep my time for some replies later. Okay. Your turn. Well, it's nice that the government will want to pass an open data law in this legislative period. Well, the government has passed it. It's Parliament. Well, if the Grand Coalition managed to pass it, but it's a bit late, and it's a bit half-hearted to the way it was made. You'd have to think much more radically, much more information that's in the administrations and authorities by themselves in an automated way have to be put online. We have the situation that we have a freedom of information law, but in practice, citizens are still kind of kept in a beggar's kind of attitude. We need to dare much more towards a transparency law that would open everything that administrations do and turn it around completely. And basically publish as much as possible and only think about the exceptions, because what we are now talking about are the exceptions when things are published. Because if we are supposed to use our freedom of information laws, we will first get denials and then have to go to the courts to see if there will be an exception for once, and that's not how it can continue. Okay, I believe we can put the heart back on the screen, because I will now get over to you and ask you to ask as short questions as possible. You will see in the middle of the room there's one microphone, and on the other side, please raise your hand. Another nice person with a microphone. You can walk up to these people and line up behind them in an orderly fashion, please, and introduce yourself. One thing, if you start to make comments, we reserve the right to just shut you off, okay? First one with your name, please.
Well, hello, my name is Patrick Schiffer. I'm a member of the Pirate Party in Germany. I'm the chairman here. And I would like to mention a few things. Some of these things might make you feel insecure. So the Pirate Party Germany is for the first time giving you the Golden Shit Award, which our main candidate for the following elections is giving to you. Is that a question? The question is, if we are not Burka, what are we?
Well, maybe afterwards, okay? Next question, next intervention, please. I can reply for 2 minutes, right? It's not a surprise that the privates are vanishing from federal state parliaments overall across the board.
Well, hello, my name is Daniel Lücking. I'm a freelance journalist. Dear Minister, you're collecting a lot of information for the internal security. You would collect more if you could. How do you justify the fact that you have a lot of information where, for example, the fingerprint of every single refugee that came to Germany is collected, but that you do not have a place where the fingerprints of every person who has access to ammunition or could potentially use weapons, or of all those people who own weapons because they work for the state, that includes the police, the army. Why is there no information? Why is there no database on these people? Why do you not consider that part in the question of internal security in Germany?
Thank you for that question. Concerning the question of registering and the core data system for refugees, we, or in particular I, were massively criticized for the fact that 10,000 refugees came every day at a time, and with great support from the general public and without criticism from data protection commissioners, introduced this. We do not want any social fraud, social securities fraud. We want to know who comes and who deserves protection, or that first point. Second point, we hope that within this legislative period we'll be able to strengthen gun laws. We are in the final stages of debating that. And there's supposed to be an automatic merging of information from the Interior Secret Service of the federal level and the federal states level about extremist information with the files at the gun control administration, so that these administrations can withdraw guns from some of these people. We want to disarm the right extreme Reichsbürger movement who deny the existence of the German state. So we have unity on that. Now, as far as police and soldiers and all that are concerned, these are people that act on behalf of the state, that for themselves have a concrete weapon, and it's a real problem if they ever lose it. It's very clear who has which weapon. There are severe disciplinary measures. So therefore, to be honest, the administration really knows the individual police person or soldier. So the protection against misuse of weapons with soldiers, police people, customs officials, and whoever has weapons is completely insured. And the other groups that have been touched on? Refugees, no. The question was people that own weapons, guns. Why is there one category and for some people and another for others? Well, the weapons register has comprehensive information about the owners of these weapons. This is more about the reliability and less about knowing who they are. Would you like to comment on this in any way, or shall we move on? Okay, we move on.
Well, hello. My name is De Puppe. I'm a data protection commissioner and information security manager. I was very happy to hear that the government and you don't want to use backdoors. I have just one further question. Is an exploit that is only known to intelligence services and can be used by them actively, isn't that a backdoor for these intelligence services?
Well, if I'll include the response to Mr. Beckedahl in this. If there is a security exploit, a security flaw, and under the conditions of the rule of law, security authorities use it, I don't have a problem with that. What I have a problem with, and I've said that on behalf of the whole government, is that we will not create such backdoors. We will not compel makers to give us our basic algorithms or create backdoors and everything that you know in this context. Now, Mr. Beckedahl also said something else. He said, well, the state can go to the black market or certain companies and buy up information and therefore worsen security holes. And that is one of the reasons why I think it's correct to found it CITES, the institution that researches security holes, because I find it correct that the state does this research itself or buys information under clear conditions where it's very clear that it will be used under the rule of law, which is much better than individual authorities trying to acquire things that maybe will then be misused by others. Would you like to comment on this?
Well, we can also call that something different, right? The state is subsidizing this black market and gray market. Even today, the companies that are selling these things, both the gaps in security and the exploits, those are being paid by tax money, right? By state money. And now you want to put even more tax money and state money into that market, which then hits the citizens the other way around. So this year, for example, the parliament, this year we got a unique insight into the toolbox, the hacking toolbox of some intelligence services. Some of you may remember that was interesting, but something that was even more interesting was the political side of this. In the US, there are very clear rules on when intelligence services can use exploits, and once they have to disclose them towards the people who are controlling them, and once they have to disclose them to the companies who are usually from the US. And they have not adhered to any of these rules. And an important thing is also that for us, with CITES, the cooperation between intelligence services and the police is super soft and vague, as always. And my trust in this, also considering the way the parliamentary inquiry into the NSA spying went, into the lawful behavior of intelligence services when it comes to using offensive tactics, my trust in them is zero, right? So also when you, for example, look at the way the person who is in charge of the German Constitutional Protection Service, right, who you are in charge of, this guy said that we need to hack back. But against who do you want to hack back, right? You still have the problem of attribution. Same with the German parliament hack. Who do you hack back? But ultimately what happens is that this money is being poured into this market of security exploits. I think that's wrong, and I think it's dangerous.
Mrs. Kurz, you will then have to answer the question that I'm putting, and whether the state should have no options at all, in which it could do in the analog world, so to say, to use those in the digital world, because that would mean that criminals, terrorists, would have options that to use communication that is simply not observable, which I find wrong. So speaking of the darknet, of course, we will have to use covered investigators in the darknet to trace illegal gun trade. I see that you're not there. I see you nodding. So this will transcend limits that we have to talk about. Am I allowed to buy a gun or sell a gun this way? To pretend to do so, to get at these people, and we've discussed all this in the context of child pornography and others. So I don't want to say. I would not like if you say with your criticisms in a fundamental way that encryption means that the state is per se not supposed to be able to access this kind of communication. I would find it highly dubious.
Just a very quick answer, so we have time for a few more questions. So now you push that towards the complete opposite extreme, right? So if you don't do this way of subsidizing the gray and black market, then you can't do anything. And I think that's a false dichotomy, and you know that, right? There are going to be areas of technology where intelligence services and the police simply will be technologically incapable of reading these things. You already have that when it comes to analog communication. I really think the state has given itself a lot of possibilities in terms of surveillance that it's going to build upon technologies. But the question is whether structurally, right, you want to subsidize this market. You are planning to have 400 people there, and there still is the German army that also wants to enter this section. I don't think you can simply push it over onto the other side. And I think it's a fact that there are going to be things that you simply can't access. And you also mentioned that these companies that offer this end-to-end encryption, especially these big companies, that you support these companies. You also said that you think they are important. And I don't think this dilemma can be solved.
Well, that is a dilemma. It's something that we have to balance and deal with responsibly. We are allowed to overdraw by 5 minutes, but we have only 2 further questions that you can ask. Please ask them sharply, and you can start to prepare your other questions under the hashtag Digitalpolitik17. Digitalpolitik is like the digital politics word in English, but a K at the end.
My name is Henning Tillmann. Hello. Good to see you here. I have a very current politics question. Today, your cabinet decided to expand data retention to break-ins. So in 2015, the law only mentioned that it's going to be used for very grave crimes. So nobody talked about home break-ins. So is this the first step? And which other expansions of this could you imagine? People who insult other people, people who go over the speed limit. What else could you imagine to expand this law to?
Thank you for that question, because unfortunately there is a misunderstanding that you probably don't have, but in the debate that was an important misunderstanding. The set of data when data retention is not going to be enlarged. It's not about the question of saving login data or storing login data. No, sorry, Ms. Kurz, it's not about storing additional login data. In paragraph 100, used by providers, they can store under their own guidance, but this is a misunderstanding I should clear up. I'm not saying that without reason, because in the debate with the coalition partner, there was a misunderstanding at some point in time, and it was said to be our demand. It was not, just to make that clear between us, right? The only thing we are doing, the catalogue of crimes, of offences, in a certain section, the crimes of burglary in private apartments as a crime for the use of the existing set of data in data retention can be used. I consider that correct. And otherwise, the international organized crime will not be able to be resolved. We have one of the lowest detection rates internationally, below 20%, and that is often because the structures of such burglaries cannot be enlightened, because we need data retention for that. Of course, this was included in the catalogue in 100G, Section 2.
Well, in that case, we're happy that you didn't expand how long data retention is going to be effective, but only the access to this information. So for the first time, before this German Constitutional Court made a decision on this new version of data retention, and before it can make a decision on that. But you presented it as something very simple. But for example, the way you're using cell towers doesn't mean anything else. But the fact that if there is a home break-in somewhere, then the security agency can simply call the provider and say, I want the information of all the numbers and the data on all numbers that were logged into that cell tower at this particular point of time. And so if you look at how many break-ins we have, then every single citizen in Germany is going to be included in this at least once per week. And so their information is going to be saved somewhere, and they're going to be compared to whether they were involved in anything like this before. So the cell tower inquiry says you're saving for 4 weeks, you're saving where we were and where our phones were, and you just expanded access to that. So this includes who was where with whom, and you can use that data to figure out where you're going tomorrow.
So where's your criticism in this?
So my criticism is that this is completely unproportionate.
Well, no, I have to. We've been debating this a long time, and of course you are going to say that even with data retention, we have found a compromise that is about the miles kind of data retention all over Europe.
Well, then please thank the Constitutional Court, which has given you these rules and which has laid down these rules for you.
We'll take one more question from the center. Okay, but I have to say, that's a very, very interesting sentence. Thank the Constitutional Court for that, to have made those rules. So you can conclude from that that the new rules, do you expect the Constitutional Court to no longer repeal them?
No, but you made these rules in such a narrow way because you're hoping that these rules, because they're so narrow, are potentially going to be accepted by the Constitutional Court.
Correct, yes. I don't like to lose at the Constitutional Court that much. Sure.
Well, Mr. de Maizière, thank you for participating in this debate. So you were talking about this 360-degree perspective earlier. But when it comes to the parliamentary inquiry into the NSA, we all know that, for example, the National Commissioner for Data Protection actually tried to control intelligence services and tried to control the way the data protection laws were implemented there. So then why did you not strengthen this colleague of yours and enable her to actually implement this in the proper way? Because what we could read online on German websites is that they were denied access to certain systems, and you did not strengthen her and you did not support her, and that's how you showed that you're perfectly willing to support intelligence services in doing these things without any external control.
Well, the Data Protection Commissioner is not a subsidiary institution under my control. Through a law in this legislative period, on the basis of EU law, she has been made a completely independent institution. De facto, she had been that, but now institutionally, she is completely independent. She is joined to the German Parliament, and through the data protection regulation of the EU, she will receive further rights, which haven't been debated a lot. So these are rights to raise complaints, which hasn't been the case at the federal level. So the basic condition of your thesis, I would say that a member of a subsidiary institution would have been commanded by myself not to do something that is completely misguided, and the Data Protection Commissioner would simply refuse if I made any conditions.
Thank you so much. My name is Julia Probst. You already know me. We met about a year ago. And I'm talking about the situation of people who are deaf. At the time, the German government said that there would be a central hotline in the form of an app. And I have the question in terms of data protection. How is this data protection going to work? I would rather not have an app. As someone who's deaf, I would rather just have the way of sending a text. Many people who are deaf do not have a possibility of sending out an emergency call without a phone, right? Whether that is for a medical emergency or the police. So I have a question for you. How do you imagine security of citizens when it comes to data protection? So I do not feel safe. The way you want to do this with an app, this is not for me. I can't do anything with that.
Well, I can't answer the question spontaneously, I'm afraid. I cannot. It's a very specific question. Yes, we did indeed talk about this. the fact that deaf people or hearing impaired people might have a problem with acoustic signals in cases of emergency, though that led to the suggestion of an app. And I think it is being worked on, but what the details are, I cannot say. And I suggest that one of my colleagues will come to you and, with your consent, will get your contact data, and I will then gladly inform you about the latest state of affairs, and to also include this perhaps as a request, and hopefully next year for the next dialogue you report how things will be. If I'm getting invited, yeah, it would be nice if you came to us again. Yeah, it's nice for you to have put yourself to this dialogue. Thank you for that. Okay, I think that was it. So, tough translation with the speech at first. I hope you were able to get something from it. RP17EN is our hashtag. And we're listening to Sebastian
and Catherine.
Hallo, einen schönen Nachmittag hier auf der Republika. Letzter Tag leider. Ich könnte das wochenlang machen, monatelang. Wie ist es mit euch? Okay. Dann nicht. Scheint zu anstrengend zu sein. Alle Leute, die rechts oder links neben sich noch einen Platz frei haben, bitte Hand hoch. Alle, die irgendwo rumstehen, sich bitte da einen Platz suchen. Kommen wir ohne Umschweife zum nächsten Talk.
Without further ado, we're going to enter the next talk. Filter, bubbles, fake news, those are all strong key terms that are being thrown around there. And Christian Stöcker and Konrad Lischka are now going to give a short talk and then discuss with you guys what you can do about it. A little bit of empirical analysis, what we actually do know about filter bubbles, fake news, and hi, hello. Microphone's working, brilliant. Let's go back one slide. We're just going to quickly introduce ourselves. Down there, that's me, Christian Stöcker. I am working as a professor at the University of Hamburg of Applied Sciences and used to work at Spiegel. I also work at Bertelsmann's Foundation and do research on algorithmic decision-making. We added our Twitter handles, so if you want to be rude to us on Twitter, feel free. The title of the presentation is a little bit bulky. We thought about renaming the talk on why the internet makes the people more stupid than they actually are, but we decided to go with this bulky one. So Konrad, you start. All right, so we want to look for empirical analysis and present. First question that we want to answer is does it make sense for us to be here today? Does it make sense? Does the structuring of search engines actually have an influence on how people shape their opinion? Do people actually use these channels to make up their own political opinion? It really depends on how you ask them. There's two representatives questionnaires from the past year on the question of do people actually use search engines to inform themselves about current politics? One of the answers is they do. It's quite fairly widespread. The methodology, however, on how to do this was, did you use the internet yesterday? Yes. Then the next question was, from the next 20 engines and platforms, did you use yesterday? And then you could choose. And you also had the category further, additionally. Last question was, so you were on the internet, for example, you were on Google. Were there things that you researched like on the current political subjects? So the people who said yes were part of the 57% who are online or 3, 4, 5 times informed themselves about the current political world scenarios through the search engines online. That's not really that much. 57%, that's about 24 million people that do this on a daily basis. So it's fairly widespread as a useful tool, but it's not everyone. That's the first empirical result that we've figured out. And what we didn't know from this number is how important is this really for their political opinion? How many people say that this is their main source of information on political news? There's another research that was done by the Reuters Institute, also from the past year. People were supposed to rank. So what supposed to rank main source of information? So they watch TV to get informed. I do it online. That was an option. 51% of the online users in Germany say that their main source of information is television. And that really limits the feeling that whatever happens online is super, super bad and everybody's being influenced by this system. That limits that. It's obviously not taking away the full threat of that, because if you look at the numbers more closely, you realize there's these people who do say, and it's a growing number of people who do say that social networks are their main source of information, and they're very, very different when it comes to the age groups that entered into this questionnaire. So the people who use the internet as a main source of information, so 16% of the 18 to 24-year-olds say that this is their main source of information. So it's not really that small. We're somewhere in the middle between it's for everyone really important and it doesn't really matter for anyone. So that really just tells us that it's worth looking at this and to really look at what are the special things about these sources of information. So what's different in social networks, in search engines, with portals such as YouTube's, in comparison to what we have today. And one of the special things that we consider as a very important one and that we want to take a closer look at was that they structure relevancy. So whatever happens in the newsfeed more on top is what we see first. So they structure public space. And they use certain signals from all of us, our clicks, our likes, less our actual reactions to what we are presented with. And those are the most important indicators for personalization. And those are all based on our own actions and reactions. So a little quick explanation of what automatic impulsation means. Daniel Kahneman, a psychologist and Nobel Prize carrier, created two systems of thinking that we constantly use and that we use for certain different things. So one of them is quick thinking. It's called System 1. It's automatic. It's really fast. We almost don't really realize that it's happening subconsciously. That's what we use when we are in a conversation with someone and we realize, ooh, that kind of he's kind of an enemy of mine. His actions, his way of presenting itself. I analyze it as System 1 and categorize them accordingly. System 2 is what we do if we do our taxes and do complicated mathematical solutions. They're really hard. It's a conscious thing that we do. We think logically. We think them through. But those are also things that I don't really like the person walking down on the other side of the street. And then I think, oh, but I have certain fundamental beliefs, so where does that feeling come from? So I'm reflecting it, maybe because he's got a different skin color, but maybe I'm the kind of human that I don't really want to give into those feelings. So then my own and beliefs are controlling my actions. So this typology we want to use when looking at these signals and what kind of signals are being used to be applied to filter and rank within the search engines and social platforms. So we did this exemplary based on Facebook. They're quite transparent about their abstract structuring of their newsfeed. You can build clusters based on what they tell you in their blogs and what people researched. So what kind of types of signals and clicks they kind of look at. So the relationships between the person that's sending an information and receiving it, the interactions of my past interactions I had, and the interactions of other people that I interact with. Those are the basic cues that lead to the structuring of the newsfeed within Facebook. So how can you make this visible? There's lots of details that you can see in the stuff that Facebook publicly says. I mean, they obviously don't really show you how they balance this, and not within the tiny changes of the 100 tiny cues that lead to it. But for example, your way of scrolling through a feed is what will, and if you stop for a few milliseconds without doing anything, that's a cue for them that this kind of content has a different consequence and reaction within you. And then there's other people that you interact with often. So these kind of things are being the ones that they look at and analytically use. So how long do you look at a video and all these things that you can measure?
That's all these kind of things we would set in System 1. There's quick reactions we're not thinking about in more detail. There's nothing we think about is this relevant? Do we want to just issue the signal that we like it or not, or find it offensive? No, it's just a psychological reaction. And there's obviously a reason that the systems are built in this way, So these systems are intentionally built like that and approaching us in that way. There's also signals within System 2 that are analyzed by Facebook and Google. That's maybe paid evaluators, people who say, if I see this, I don't find it relevant because they have to write analysis about this, and then there's a subordinated, and without having empiri for that, but those collected by System 2 but paid evaluators are less important. Now we've seen System 1 is playing a great role when it comes to the reaction towards content. And what we want to show in the following couple of minutes, based on empirical analysis, there's a lot of effects where you can see that show that our System 1 isn't always our friend when it comes to relevance and truth. It's not about that's not what System 1 is made for. That's more System 2. One study, well, everybody's going to say this. Of course, it's like that. That empirically is shown independently of Facebook has shown this concept: the relationship between recipient and sender, the friendship relation, and that's not a signal. If we impulsively think about this, the idea that people have a relationship with each other and it's shown in a network and then it's analyzed, but that's not how the system doesn't work. That Malik and Pfeffer showed, based on a data set from New Orleans. Everybody who has a profile in New Orleans were asked by these researchers, and between 2007 and 2009, then they were analyzed. What relationships do they have? How deep are they? And when were they created? And that's an interesting relationship, an interesting time, because 2008 Facebook introduced new kinds of relationships and introduced blackout.
And what this research showed, that the relationships between these profiles on a daily basis doubled. So friendship is not a variable that's completely independent as a cue and pointer to relevancy. So this kind of thing is not really, like, it's not independent from the platform itself. It's a circle. It's a circle that constantly goes back and forth between the two of them. So the quality between these pointers and signals kind of devalues these. Facebook constantly circles. I don't know if everybody can read this in the back. At Facebook, we run over 1,000 experiments a day, is what Bakshima said. So Facebook constantly turns and changes how it uses the pointers for relevancy of their content. So this is not a stable system. The only empirical analysis that we have on this, that this is actually resulting in things, is the one by Malik and Pfeffer, which at a certain moment of time crawled a certain data set. The other distortion that we have in our perception with System 1 is that based on very, very few sets of data, we make decisions. Everybody knows this phenomenon. You read a comment on an article and you question yourself, did the person that commented actually read the article that they're commenting on? This feeling, a lot of people have had this feeling in the past. They try to understand this feeling empirically, and that's quite complicated. It's a quite complicated study that tried to do this. It's really hard to do independent research on platforms. So the people use two sets of datas, two sources. So from the URL shorted bit.ly, they used a data set on the links that were shortened to media outlets such as New York Times, BBC, Huffington Post, etc. And based on this data set, they know what links to these websites have been clicked in at what time. And then they used another source from Twitter, and they used the tweets that tweeted these links. And based on this data set, you can say that there's a certain amount of people that spread these news on Twitter. And if you compare these two data sets and the time cues from when these links were posted, you realize that there's no correlation between these two sources of when contents are being shared and when they're being clicked. So contents can be shared many, many, many times, but they're rarely clicked, for example. In the sum of the 10,000s of data sets, you're able to say that. You can't say that individually on one singular example, but in the sum, you can't really prove that there's a correlation. This feeling of one person shares something and that comments on something which they maybe not read, based on their preview, is about as well proven as you can do looking in from the outside. There's other people who did research, but they don't let you look at the data that they use, so that's why we can't really rely on that. So understanding how something is relevant, we make this decision a lot of times based upon a comment or a preview that has nothing to do with the actual content of the thing that's shared. Another effect that's very well proven and researched by now is that content that are emotionalized have a greater outreach than others. I will give you an example, a concrete example that are fairly good. Two studies done in Germany, one from 2012 and one from 2011, based on political campaigning on a local scale, and they looked at the Facebook pages of different parties, and they took about 6,000 posts by parties, and they looked at all the comments that were publicized. There was about 40,000 comments, and they used a software that analyzed these comments, targeting certain key terms such as hooray is positive on a scale of +3 to 1, hooray was probably +2 or +3, and on the other side, disappoint are negative emotions, and they are also being put on a scale and ranked on a scale to -3. What the researchers found out is that Facebook posts, the more negative connotated keywords,
the descriptions reach back to the 70s and earlier, and with what Konrad drew out before, the heuristics of availability, which basically is what we've heard before very often, you will consider more true. Kahneman, who wrote this great book with the System 1 and 2, is Thinking Fast and Slow, who developed this concept with adversity in the 1970s in a very legendary science paper. When a plane crashes and you report about this and ask people how likely it is that a plane will crash, then people will believe that it's more likely than before. And that's if people hear news, they will consider things that likely, and that's why from the right things are believed more that are repeated. Like if you write about every headline, you write refugee, then people believe that refugees, for example, are more criminal. Some things are interconnected. The confirmation bias and cognitive dissonance. Well, confirmation bias you can describe as we really don't like to get rid of our opinions. When we have an opinion, we take all sorts of endeavors to stick to these opinions. We'd rather fill a void in our memory with things that fit to our beliefs. And cognitive dissonance has been described in 1972. Cognitive dissonance is if you have two concurring contradicting information or
So they did an experiment. So what they did was they put people in an experiment scenario where do something super boring, and they either get $1 or $20, and afterwards they meet. And it's the next person who's supposed to do the experiment, and they ask, "So how was it? Was it interesting?" And the people who got $20, they say, oh God, no, it was so boring. And the people who got $1, they say, oh, it was all right. It was quite interesting, actually. Because it's really hard to justify having spent an hour on something so dull and boring and actually only getting $1 out of it. So you can summarize this very quickly. If what doesn't fit is being made to fit. So there's a big difference between the thing that I know and the thing that I think I know. The possibility is quite great that I do something with that information. The short equation to this is consonant information is being heightened. Every smoker knows a smoker that got to the age of 90, and dissonant information are being devalued. You can give multiple examples on this. Everyone in this room has read something on social medias. For example, in Germany, there's only 5% of Muslims. There's always someone that will say that is not true, and they will find a way to prove that that's not the truth. So dissonant information is being devalued. To go back and say this, summarize this with the words of Daniel Kahneman, system 1, so all these ways of cognitive ways of thinking, confirmation bias, consonance, dissonance bias, blah. So all system 1 processes. There is psychologists who probably would stone us if we constantly use this, because Kahneman is using the system 1 as a framework to summarize the research of the past 20 years. A good idea, but in Kahneman's own words,
acceptance of suggestions and exaggeration of the likelihood of extreme and improbable events.
And these last two sentences are obviously quite well that fit with the horrible word with F that we've tried to avoid using, which refers to the fake news. But, for example, to believe that Hillary Clinton, together with others, has led child pornography and trafficking ring based in the basement of a pizza parlor is obviously the thing that we should summarize under that. Fake news is maybe not really useful as a term, but there's one definition that's maybe useful. It doesn't really. It's one way and shape or form that this is developing, and honestly, even after Trump now used it, it's the one thing that we cannot really use anymore. It doesn't really have any meaning at this stage. So now we're going to show you something that probably a lot of you don't know. There's a researcher in Stanford called Fock, and there was something that he developed, and he developed the term captology, which is short for computer-aided persuasive technology. How do I get people with the help of technology to do stuff that they wouldn't normally do? That is exactly what this platform, what about 50% of you out here are doing with you. This is what they constantly do, and they do that with intent. So the way that these networks are being built, the system. Okay, so one of his students published this book called Hooked, and it's researching the habits, which in English doesn't just get what your habits are, but also means addiction. And the most important quote that I found:
"Doing must be easier than thinking."
So, looking at the system 1 and system 2 now, and the dichotomy of these two, it's fairly clear what these platforms are being optimized for. It's not being optimized to, in an analytical, reflective way, interact with these platforms, but to, without any kind of hassle, very relaxed, interact with these constantly. That's what B.J. Fox has predicted in the past. He's still in Stanford. and lots of his students by now have left him to go and earn money. Mike Krieger, for example, is the founder of Instagram. He was a student of BJ Fox, and he published a book called Persuasive Technology, which is basically the founding stone of the science in the public sphere. And he, in his introduction, says it's dangerous to use these sort of technologies and leave them only to the market, and that's exactly what happened. We're still on the question, what kind of pointers are the systems using to evaluate relevancy? How does an algorithm, like Facebook's or Google's algorithm, what's being sorted to the top? And engagement obviously is very high up, like share, clicking. Engagement, bots can pretty much do it exactly the way that we humans can do. It's a very disputed subject that bots are being overestimated. And we don't think that bots are an issue, that people are going to stop believing something that they didn't believe before because they push certain hashtags. They're really brilliant at that. Take a popular tweet and add a certain hashtag. A study by Simon Helich and Janetzko from the TU Munich from 2016, who looked at a lot of bots in relation to the Ukraine conflict. So a pro-Russian botnet So they use certain criteria, what a bot actually looks like, what these bots actually can do is, well, bots probably can't really lie to human beings and let them know that they are human beings for a long time, but they will eventually be taken out.
So, there's two Italians analyzed the last election and analyzed tweets related to the debates about the American presidential election, and they found 400,000 bots with heuristic methods, and you can have a look. You can still probably find a couple of people who are actually people, but the assumption is probably right. And these about 400,000 bots set 3.8 million tweets, and that's about a fifth of the whole Twitter conversation on the TV debates. And that's relevant. That's an actual relevant size. So we talk about Twitter because it's you can evaluate Twitter much better, but there's also Facebook bots as well, but that's not as easy to evaluate. USA Today asked the FBI to have a look at the Facebook friends of USA Today because there's so many added, and almost all of them come from Bangladesh. So there's a lot of Facebook bots. It's even more difficult to create them, and it's even more difficult to investigate them. But yeah, it's very difficult to have a look at it in a scientific way on Facebook. But so most of these results are from Twitter, but you can transfer them to Facebook as well. What bots do is that I'm not going to read all the list, but one thing is that I find interesting is they have a look at articles that fit certain criteria, such as because some database with a sentiment analyst said this article is pro-Trump, and then they tweet it or answer to other tweets and send this link to the world. With other words, we are on Twitter, but within Facebook it's the same. They create a massive amount of relevant signals because they are pointing out that there's an interest for these links, but in reality there's not an interest, but it's an army of small stupid programs. And we're now getting closer to the topic of the filter bubble. We are negotiating this in the yeah, we have in the angle of radicalization, we have to have a look at what happened in the US or in the UK during Brexit, and what happens to in Germany is you can't just transfer this in any way of equivalence. This is dangerous. One paper from the Netherlands, there were polarizing tendencies within the they captured polarizing tendencies within the Dutch population, and one paper compared this Dutch study and a relevant study from the US, and there where you have a two-party system, there's a massive political polarization, and in the Netherlands where you have a 10-party system, you can't find these effects that much in that form. The way the political system and the elections are organized has massive influence on how this polarization develops. And there's also other factors, for example, Fox News in the US. Neither in the Netherlands nor in Germany there's a Fox News. There is no media that polarize in this massive way and maximally promote panelists as radical politicians like Sarah Palin in this way. And a very interesting study from Jäger and Westwood in 2015, because it was an experimental study. They say that in their introduction that there's evidence for polarization in the US. There's in this study they could experimentally prove that there's this polarization for a very long time, and they gave this money to a scholarship to person X or Y. There's certain people from the other political side or from a different skin color that. So the polarization, and they found out that the polarization between Democrats and Republicans is stronger than racist motive, for example. So party politics is different than a racist motive. In Germany, there's not that much hate towards the different parties, so CDU and SPD wouldn't, party people wouldn't hate each other that much. And that's difficult to so in Germany, creating a polarization strategy would say the old parties and the dirty old parties, and then there's one party that's different, and then there's also the lying press theme of lying press to create a sentiment that wasn't there that much in Germany, and we have the hope that it won't work that much. The question is whether there's a filter bubble actually exists. That's the picture from the guy who invented the filter bubble, and that's the information universe based on personalized filters that show the web and show how people interact there. This he claims that the algorithm only shows you that you get to see what you actually what your worldview dictates, and therefore you radicalize more and more. There was one study with 10 million people that analyzed it, that 5% of content and 8% of conservative content and 8% of liberal content fit to their own worldview. Then if you just randomly choose this. So in short, the algorithm says, yes, the algorithm makes sure that left people see more left content and right people see much more right content, but it's just 5 or 8%. The interesting is who who'd made the study. So Mr. Bakshi, I said before, do you remember this name? The Bakshi works in Facebook's research department. The only big-scale study about the question is whether there's a filter bubble within Facebook is from people who work in Facebook. So it was published in Science still, and because Science was also not exactly happy about this, so they added another paper where someone claimed that it's difficult that those who work at Facebook publish a study that's a difficult topic, and they also claim that the study isn't right about the data, and the study says that's all not that bad, and people don't see that much about their political affiliations, and it more fits,
There's a reference in the literature section that references filter bubble by Paris's. And it's not mentioned in this book at all, except for in a footnote. And this honestly just kind of appears to me as if the people who are employed by Facebook are trying to devalue what other scientists are saying about these things. There's another study that looks at the echo chamber question independently from Facebook, a group of researchers that basically found results that would prove both sides. So on one hand, yes, people are more segregated in their ideologies based on the information they get in social media and search engines. But on the other hand, they also find things that they normally would never ever see. So it's a bit counterintuitive, both of them, but both of these things can be true. The internet and social media are the most radical ones. So the internet can't really be at fault. This is a causality that's not necessarily true and clear-cut that way, because polarization was there before the internet existed, but could obviously have a totally different effect on the internet. So, and I mean, there's also multiple reasons that could cause polarization. The other interesting study is from a group of researchers from Italy that have done many fold. From the Institute of Advanced Studies in Lucca, they looked at how people act in public Facebook groups that deal with scientific subjects, and then the ones that posted in groups that interact with conspiracy theories. And they looked at about 70, 80 Italian Facebook groups over the time of 5 years. And what they can see is that, on the one hand, people who buy into conspiracy theory, once you enter, you never get out. So it's got a bit of a cult structure. And the other study, and this leads to biased narratives, unsubstantiated rumors, mistrust and rumors. We're back at system 1 emotions. And they also say algorithmic solutions are not necessarily fairly good at breaking this symmetry. I'll show you how the symmetry looks like. So it's the same symmetry from a different group of researchers from the US. You can see there's the people that post in science Facebook groups and likes, and this is that he comments, that he will comment, and you'll see the difference between science and conspiracy theorists, and these are echo chambers. And they exist, but they might just relate to certain specific groups of people. And what this study also shows, so what happens when the people who are interested in conspiracy theory, when they're confronted with debunking articles, where something is being resolved, what they maybe believe. I mean, there's very few who only see this, but the ones that do get to see them are quite consistent. And that means that they will be more active in their conspiracy theorist groups than before. So counter-speech, as well as education, can maybe cause the exact opposite of what you're aiming at. So now we're getting to the bad word, fake news. We really like disinformation from commercial or political motivation. This study has probably been shown many times by BuzzFeed. the top 5 fake news stories of the American election. The top one is Pope Francis shocks world because he endorses Donald Trump, and the other one is that Hillary Clinton sold weapons to ISIS. The top one had 900,000 Facebook engages. So what questions do we have? Who shared this? Why did they share it? Did they really read it? How many shares and likes were generated by bots, and which ones are real? And exactly with these topics, we've shown you how bots work. This is exactly what they go for. How many people only saw this because the algorithm of Facebook used this as a real thing and ranked its relevancy higher? And how many people remember this? And how many people were actually politically influenced on this? And did anybody earn money on these? And we believe that there's one singular person that can answer all these things. And we're going to do...
In the center, there's the algorithmic sorting of content. Then there's editorially curated media. The media go in and put something inside in the social media and also have a look at what's recepted, captology, and we don't have to reiterate on that, but and also cognitive distortions, for example, confirmation bias, or I knew Hillary is a child rapist, a child molester, and these are built in a way that you interact with them without thinking about it, and not every reach is true, and not every reach comes from people. Political polarization that interacts with distortion. The more radical I am, the more severe these thinking mistakes are, and that interacts with the algorithmic sorting of content, because the more the more I see this, and the more the algorithm gives me and if I also if I have a motivation to spread disinformation, if I'm in a certain political area, and also then I might finance bots because I'm interested in that. In a totally polarized country, all this disinformation, especially politically motivated, it's more interesting because in the US it's more relevant than in Germany. So in Germany there would be a T-shirt shop that is added. That is the political the business model, and we have a system that is a two-party system, and therefore we don't have that much political polarization, and we have a different system of party financing, and therefore no one can actually pay for bots. And and it also depends on the political system is also that also works together, couples with the algorithmic sorting of content. Now you can see where all the arrows are showing. Most of them show to the algorithmic sorting of content. There's a lot of the coupling between all of them, but there's something that someone who could actually take care of that, and that's the people. We don't even have to name them. That's the people who sort the data, the content, and they have data that all the researchers don't have, and there's no mechanism to allow external research, and therefore it's difficult, and therefore we have a very shaky empirical base for all that, and the trend works towards the less API access than more. The developers in the room know that much more. Now that we have confronted you with this terrible taboo, we would like to hear from people what to do. So please, audience, ask your questions.
Hi, my name is Thorsten Kleins. I would like to add a short side note. Years ago, I researched because a newspaper supposedly bought followers, and I realized that the followers also follow a lot of other sides. So that's not necessarily people that were supposed to get the attention to these newspaper outlets, but those were spammers. So the relation between spammers and political, it's not a surprise that Alex Jones sells a male tonicum. There's lots of bots probably that act towards political outlets. They also are just there to sell stuff to increase your potency. Exactly, so that's why there was that kind of dash. There's the political and commercial disinformation that usually it goes hand in hand. Another question, further questions and comments. Please go see my colleagues or come see me. Yes, I can see a hand. Please just come up to the front. All right, so the ones that could do something are obviously the providers. Is there like a non-bot policy or something that's comparable that we can start pushing? I mean, of course, bots sometimes fulfill a purpose, and they obviously have sometimes even a use, but you could obviously ask for a registration of bots and punish misuse. And I mean, Facebook and Twitter should have an interest in knowing who you're communicating with. We're going to collect these ideas under the address that you see on the slide up there. If you're interested in that, please send us information and add. And we're going to accumulate that and try to then analyze it afterwards and categorize what ideas we came up with. Oh, we don't have internet. Ooh. Republica. We'll do it, but we're just not going to do it now. Please go back so that people can see the URL. We're going to put the list of literature online as well. You can find a bibliography on the website so that you can look into the research that we've presented you with. Yeah, hi. I have one question. Does comment really work without thinking about it? Liking and sharing, yes, I get that. But commenting and posting things and resharing things, you've got to think a little bit about that, right? Is that really system one? No, there's no simple answer to this question. You can please stay with a microphone. Please. Please complete my bread, and then he adds water. Oh, that's not bad. Okay, Daniel Kahneman says this is system one. Saying something really quickly as a reaction can work without actually activating system two. System two isn't necessarily needed just because I use language. The either or like one or two comments with that just kind of are like, you idiot. Those are system one comments. But I mean, obviously elaborated comments are a bit more towards system two. I mean, it's a very good question. Thank you. Over here. I have a question about the platforms, the intersection of platforms and how you get to the data itself. How what do you think about the News Integrity Initiative, and do you think there's going to be anything good, or is that just whitewashing? Or you can't say anything because we are going to have to wait and see? That's obviously a political question. I believe that with Facebook in the past year, there's a massive change of thought that happened on these questions, regarding these questions. There's obviously two big Zuckerberg posts where like one of them was like, oh, that's not really anything that we have to deal with. And then like 2 weeks later, we really do need to look at whether or not we help triggering disinformation. And I mean, this news initiative is probably going to have some sort of effect. But the question is really, is Facebook really going to open up so that we can start doing proper research, like the research that they themselves at the moment can only do it? And we'll see. Is anybody from Facebook here, maybe? we're going to try it within a year to find out if Facebook is going to be willing to open up like that. I mean, with a lot of solutions, we don't really know, is it going to be a solution? Because we don't really know what the problem is. A lot of times, such as counter-speech, does that really help? We don't really know if the solutions actually work. And I mean, you find research that shows you that counter-speech obviously is not very effective. And I mean, for a lot of solutions, we really need to figure out, does that really work? We don't have the empirical base to say it actually works, so that it's really hard to figure out what we should be doing. Counter-speech is a good example. So there's, for example, a study done on people that looks into people who are active in forums within the Nazi scene. And it shows that people who are in their private sphere of social exchange, where they have people that go like, oh, Nazis are bad. They go into the forum and then they radicalize more, because for every counter-argument, they find more counter-arguments, which is a way that counter-speech, for people who are super radicalized in any way already, it actually radicalizes them more because the dissonance is too painful to bear.
So, one more question? Oh, yeah. Okay. We have bad empirical evidence, and we have a feeling that bots are influencing this. We can say that from a technical perspective, we won't be able to detect bots in a reliable way. What's against the attempt to try to put all the algorithms into a public sort of sphere and with the public regulation board. We have compared to public broadcasting, for example. We'd have a way to do this, to deal with that. What would be against this? I would think about why could this be the idea. Why was public radio broadcasting introduced in Germany to have more variety? You create a system that has variety in itself. So if you have a look at public broadcasting in Germany, there was diversity. We have within the algorithmic system, we have not very much diversity. Everything optimized towards maximal engagement to system 1 and so on. There's one way to structure this. There's a different way to structure this, and they're commercially not viable as much. But there you have a deficit in variety, and you would have to diagnose this as a scarcity, and then then you could create. Then you could talk about how to create more variety. The problem is that for classical media politicians, it's very far from them, and it's very difficult to think about this because the scarcity of variety is a very individual one, and not so much within public broadcasting that was spread over the whole population. And you have to have a look at that and then decide. My question is this: the topic of the polarization is new. And the individualization, it has to do with individualization, and like your circle of friends is also a filter bubble, and the question is whether it's strengthened by the digitalization, or is it just more visible nowadays? I would say both. But we have worked out some specialties. So we have very few systems with an impact on the broad broad masses that are optimized towards system 1. These systems works qualitatively and quantitatively different than the circle of friends, for example. So my opinions don't also appear when within Facebook using, but also with talking to people. But there's a different quality. But we have some time to think about what is the new thing about this, and what could we do. We should do this now before it gets really bad. I'm not quite sure, because I'd like to hear your opinion. It's on one hand, Facebook annoys me, and I think we have to work towards to get people from this platform, away from this platform, and then, for example, we could put on the agenda that many online websites that don't allow commenting anymore for difficult content, and should we create more mechanisms to allow commenting there to get people back from social media, back to the traditional media. And the other question is, what I don't like is that Facebook, that you put Facebook that much on the pedestal, because yeah, you could research things, but it's the variables, the dependent variables, whether it changes election behavior or so. I wouldn't find that out that much via research. And the other question is, if Facebook has, so not only Facebook doesn't offer an API, but also media. So the question is, why shouldn't also other organizations offer an API?
So if the essence of this lecture was that Facebook is evil and something went wrong, there's lots of errors on this slide. What we try to say is that there's a very, very complicated network of correlations, and a lot of them are connected to Facebook. They're very complex interactions. And not just Facebook. We also could have talked about Google, but Facebook is obviously a very, very good poster boy for this. This is why there isn't Facebook in the middle. If tomorrow somebody else comes up and does algorithmic sorting of content and scales it the same way that Facebook does, we're going to have the same scenario. It's a very abstract subject. Facebook is a poster boy of this. That's one big point and aspect. And the other is, what it says on the slide is we know way, way, way too little, and we honestly wish to start informing ourselves better, and not based on the data generated from the Bing toolbar. That's a good final word. I would love to continue talking with you guys for 2 more hours, but unfortunately we're out of time. Konrad Lischka and Christian Stöcker, thank you very much for this talk. Thank you very much for listening. And thank you guys for tuning in. If you want to give us feedback on the translations, you can do though using the Twitter hashtag RP17EN. And for you translated today were Julian and Malum.
Hello, you're very welcome in stage 2 on day 3 of the Republica. I make it brief now. So for the next talk, there is an awful big panel of 7 people, and all of these 7 people will be introduced by Melanie Stein. She is a free journalist for the German öffentliche rechtliche Rundfunk, ARD and ZDF, first and second channel of German television. And the next talk is going to be called Future Technology Worldwide, between utopia and dystopia. Melanie Stein, please come up.
Hi, welcome. Hi, I'm Melanie, and today we're going to travel in time to the year 2030. But before we jump in our time machine, I would love to know how you think, what you think your life will be like in the year 2030. So please raise your hand if you would love to have a personal robot who helps you with your daily chores in the year 2030. All right, that's a majority. I'd love to have it today already. And how many of you would buy this robot from a company that's part of Africa's burgeoning high-tech manufacturing sector in the year 2030, instead of Samsung or Apple, for instance? Okay, so there is interest. The digital transformation is happening globally. And today we focus on the question, will developing countries actually benefit from this transformation, or will they be at disadvantage? You are going to listen to 6 speakers, and they will all share their projects and their expertise with you. The first speaker, she told me that she's actually pretty optimistic about the digital transformation, but today she will focus on the negative aspects. So please enjoy a poem on a dystopia by the spoken word artist Puno Silesho from South Africa.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me on your platform. The poem that I'm going to be reciting is called To Be Human Again. Newsfeed, timeline, Instagram, thread, Snapchat, Twitter, Reddit, TED. Newsfeed, timeline, TV trends, Pinterest, headset, Reddit, TED. Refresh the feed. Fill up the trough. The little piggies are coming in their billions to shove their snouts in each other's junk. In a TEDx talk about the digital dystopia, a lady used the term consensual hallucination, an agreement to disconnect in the flesh and re-engage on a hypothetical stage. Have you ever thought about those who don't have access to these machines you possess? The factionless, the untouchables, no longer audible. The cries of the poor have been muffled, and your hearts are deaf. Without these elite tools, their help me has faded. But sure, change your profile picture to the colors of some African flag. I'm sure the hungry lad will be glad you did it. I'll even heart it. I don't mean to dampen your efforts, but you seem to think that you can stop thinking now that everything else around you is smart. Well, then use your heart. Empathy is free. And oh, how the West likes to puff its chest and tell Africa of all the new technology it can give. Just another cargo ship full of empty promises and enough carrots to dangle until we're strangled with debt and chains once again. Slowly, stacking these machines as high as a wall on our shores. On one side, the have-nots, on the other, the haves. And I'll have you know, our cultures are more than just throwing lots. Woven within our wizard tongues are histories, formulas and creations, inventions and secrets of defiant nations, all to be overshadowed by tiny, flickering screens and lifeless machines. But let's bring it back to you and me. With the digital craze, we've been given the power to live in the what-ifs and the maybes, allowing them to shape our inner realities. But these glamorized, glitzy, fast-paced virtual pages cannot be translated into reality, so we crumble in sobriety. Friends, I'm talking depression, loneliness, dissatisfaction, and anxiety. Other generations will be known for the heroes they gave us. We'll be known for creating grand online versions of ourselves, claiming yet failing to be saviors. You can't fill a hall of fame with false, selfish selfies. Who are we really? Addicted? Addicted to affirmation, confirmation that you matter, that you're not just a number. But what happens when your increase in popularity gnaws at your sanity? We are constantly flooded with content, yet discontent, disconnected, dejected, always itching for a fix, fearing the fear of rejection. Who are we really? I think the new Facebook symbol should be the head of Beelzebub. You know, the pig from Lord of the Flies? Because in this imaginary land, this republic of man, everybody just wants the conch. The chance to have their own voice known above the other. So we abandon morality and common decency and rip each other apart daily. Refresh the feed. Fill up the trough. The little piggies are coming in their billions. Watch them as they dunk in each other's junk. Man, do I fear what we've become. A generation eager to please, yet when unable to commit, just click interested. We're so isolated, yet we crave a touch. We've let the world in on all our secrets. Nothing is sacred, yet we get angry at the thought of surveillance. Do you even still know how to play? To frolic in a forest without glancing at it on a teeny tiny HD screen. Put it down. Look up, marvel at the surreal swirl of green spread thickly around us on this grand canvas. Expand your lungs, open up your throat and find pleasure in a real flower scent. Allow your senses to collide with the scary world. Taste the magic, feel the wonder, sniff the glory, and listen to a voice filled with stories. Be here, be human again. Stop searching for me in the World Wide Web, as it should be called the Wild Wild West. I'm right here. And I would like to be spun so close to you, close enough to hear the hum of your thoughts. Won't you join me in this place in seeking such a space? Lastly, allow me to remind you of something that some of you have forgotten or won't ever even know. Silence, peace, tranquility. All you really know is busy, isn't it? Technology is loud, verbose, and overly present. And stillness? Stillness has fallen through the cracks. Friends, let's be humans again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Puno. Thank you, Puno. Well, this was really moving. But let's now jump on our time machine, and travel to the year 2030. Let's just forget about all the negative sides and imagine everything goes just perfectly. So please enjoy a talk on a utopian scenario by Joanna Breidenbach. She's the godmother of the Better Place Lab and the co-founder of Germany's largest donation platform, Better Place Lab, betterplace.org. Joanna.
Okay, so now it's second time. Yeah, that's better. It's great to be here. Earlier this year, I was in India on a research trip looking at the digital gender divide. And there, in the basement of a New Delhi NGO called Feminist Approaches to Technology, I met a really lovely young 19-year-old girl, Simran, from an urban slum. Simram loves technology, and she also wants to start a family. Now fast forward to the year 2030. And I believe Simram is going to have a good job in the Indian tech sector, and she's going to have a family and a young daughter called Shashi. Now one day Shashi in kindergarten will fall ill. An implant in her fingertip will notice a rise in temperature. A small blood sample will be taken and analyzed. Simram, the mother, is going to receive a text message at work, informing her that her daughter has been falling ill with malaria and that there are a few treatments on offer. Now, Simram is going to file a request with the WHO in order to get funding for one of these treatments. An algorithm is going to accept her funding request, and Simram can place an order, and she will receive immediately a direct cash transfer on her mobile account. She will then place an order with a local laboratory, and they will print a personalized medication for Shashi, which will be delivered by drone within 2 hours of the initial diagnosis. Could I have some water, please? Sorry, I need to take some water. At dinner that very night, Simram and Shashi are going to talk about the year 2017, when there were every single day 1,200 people dying of malaria, children dying of malaria. And this means 50 children every hour, this very hour we spent here at Republica. And they will thank the Hindu god of medicine, that thanks God, things have changed and their situation is so much better. This is only one case from India. In this Trend Radar 2030, which you can find in the hall, we have published many cases and many scenarios which we believe will be reality in 2030. By this time, many problems will be saved. We will have a robust, global, worldwide, interconnected digital infrastructure. We will also have a high-tech literacy for men and women. And there will be many decentralized production structures. They will be able to create personalized medicine, but also communities will be able to create and 3D print their own shelters and houses. There will be, if we make the right decisions now, widespread open source software, which people all over the world will benefit because they can fluidly share resources, services, and products. And I believe that direct cash transfers will eliminate many of the existing donor structures we have today. So that people will actually be able to take care of themselves locally. I stand here as a utopist, but I very strongly believe that this is a very real utopia. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanna. Well, this sounds like a pretty awesome future, right? But what does it take to get there? So let's go back to the year 2017 and listen to Thomas Silberhorn. He's the Parliamentary State Secretary to the BMZ, and he's going to take us through the digital agenda for development cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure for me to talk to you and discuss with you the challenges and the opportunities of digitalization in our globalized world. Thank you for these examples we just heard, and this gives us a lot of hope that many will be able to benefit from the wealth created by digital means, but at the same time we have to be open for the challenges and the risks that entire groups of people, of regions, of countries are forgotten and left behind in the shadows of this bright digital future. So between these perspectives of utopia and dystopia, the fact is that unexpected changes await us, and we cannot afford to to sit on the sidelines of history and watch as the future unfolds. We will need to actively shape the evolution of digital transformation. That is the only way to unleash its full potential for mankind, for as many people as possible. So it's a mix of opportunities and challenges we are confronted with, and that's why we need guidance. And for example, through the digital agenda of our Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, we want to develop such a strategy and to create the guidance we need. I just have the pleasure now to officially present to you our thoughts and our ideas on how to proceed. There's a lot that can be learned from the past. The digital community of today is quite young. Therefore, some of you might not recall the 2 global summits on the internet which took place in 23 and 25. These so-called World Summits on the Information Society were the first forums to discuss the future of the digital world. In Geneva, 12,000 delegates, and in Tunis, 17,000 delegates from around 175 countries were asked, and I quote, to take concrete steps to establish the foundations for an information society for all. At that time, the digital possibilities were very different from what we have today, not yet encompassing every part of our daily lives. But even then, these 2 global summits were full of controversy. Some hailed the internet as the solution to almost all the problems of our world, and others pointed to the new challenges the digital age would bring with it, such as data security, intellectual property rights, internet governance, and human rights issues. What were the outcomes of these summits? Different plans and goals were drafted: the Geneva Plan of Action and the Tunis Agenda for the Information Society. Today, 10 years later, or in 2015, 10 years later, these summits' outcomes were reviewed. It's interesting to note that most of what had been anticipated 10 years earlier had not taken place. The technologies, applications, and policies that we have now had not even been thought of back then. From this, we can draw some lessons. When we develop strategies and policy guidelines which look at the future, we need to avoid a technocratic or overly deterministic approach, and we need to stay flexible. The failure of these summits to anticipate the future is probably one reason why we are here today. The Republica and other digital conferences and commercial fairs have taken over the task of discussing the potentials and challenges of the digital world. And most importantly, today we've understood what we must do about digitalization. We want to use and shape digitalization for sustainable development worldwide. And in that regard, we have a lot of work to do. Right now, many are excluded from the great digital trends we are discussing here at the Republica. The digital divide is a reality, and it may even become wider. This is one of the key findings of the 2016 World Bank Development Report. Half of the world's population is offline today, but not by choice. Most of the people who do not have any access to the internet and to internet-related tools live in developing countries. In Africa today, 75% of all people never use the internet. Not because they don't want to, but because of a lack of infrastructure, hardware, software, skills, and relevant content, or because internet use is unaffordable for them. Furthermore, most of the content on the internet is only in one language, in English. So how can, for example, a young father in Somalia looking for helpful information about his child's illness benefit from the tremendous knowledge that is theoretically available online? Equal opportunities and access for all communities are important, so that people can decide at the local level how best to make use of digitalization. Access is not only about having a smartphone or an internet cafe around the corner, it's also about digital skills and relevant content, because high-speed internet by itself will not save the world. The digital transformation has the potential to create hundreds of millions of new jobs in our partner countries, in Africa, in Latin America, and in Asia. Already today, households in developing economies are more likely to have access to a mobile phone than to electricity or clean water. Additionally, more than 300 million people are already using mobile payment systems. Today, the internet is boosting Africa's GDP by 18 billion US dollars, 18 billion. And that figure will rise to 300 billion US dollars in additional GDP in the next few years. In some developing countries, the digital technologies already in use are more advanced than those being used in Europe. By the way, this is a very new perspective in development policy, that in our partner countries, the economic evolution is stronger, faster, and more innovative, more creative than we are used to perceive it in Germany, in Europe, in industrialized countries. Young developers working in impact hubs in Kigali, Lagos, or Nairobi are working on creative, innovative digital solutions to solve local challenges. We want to foster these local innovative ideas, and we want to harness the digital transformation for sustainable development. We are aware of the painful duality of the digital transformation. The technology that empowers you can also subjugate you. The digital transformation is certainly not a cure for everything. The challenges for humanity will not be resolved through digital technologies alone. But we believe we have a moral obligation to make the potential of digitalization a reality and shape these developments. That's why I'm here today, and that's why we've identified digital development as one of our core focus areas in German development cooperation. The topic is not new to us. We have been shaping technology policies and integrated tech tools in our development work since the late 1990s. But today, the sheer speed of digital change makes this task far more essential and more urgent than it used to be. Already today, the internet is not the free place it used to be 10 years ago. Things are changing quickly, and many places freedom is at risk. Yet, freedom of speech and access to information are key issues for human development. So we strongly believe that only if people have the chance to access information, to use the internet, and to express their views freely, will they be able to assert other rights like education or fair working conditions. And thus we want to empower people. The German government was one of the advocates for including free access to information in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development that has been adopted by nearly all the countries in the world in September 2015. What we need to do right now is actively formulate what we want a digital world to look like. We need orientation, and of course, we need action. Because the future is neither black nor white, and for this purpose, we have drafted a strategy paper entitled Harnessing the Digital Revolution for Sustainable Development. Rather than repeating the mistakes made at conferences 10 years ago, we want to focus on democratic values and on empowering those who will shape digital developments in Africa, Latin America, and Asia. We want our strategy paper to serve as a compass for an uncertain policy future, which can be used to chart a course between utopia and dystopia. And we want to implement this digital agenda with all of you in the very flexible way I mentioned before, so that we are not finding ourselves 10 years later and assessing the mistakes we could make today. So we have to flexibly adapt our policy strategies in a way that we can compete with the speed and the potential of digitalization. In 2015, I stood on this very stage telling you that my ministry has about 160 ongoing projects with digital technologies at their core. Today, we have more than twice that number and are implementing around 350 projects across the world in 75 countries with a total investment of around 1.3 billion euros. This is a huge step forward in German development cooperation, and let me take the opportunity to thank my staff who are present here for this brilliant job they did these last 2 years. 1.3 billion euros. This amount might sound surprising for a ministry that is not traditionally a digital ministry. But our partner countries in Africa, Asia and Latin America are investing heavily in digital infrastructures. They demand digital projects and digital support because they know as well as we do that the future is digital. We also want to look ahead, anticipate developments and use them for sustainable development for all. We therefore scan the future periodically. We do this through projects like the Trend Radar by Better Place, which we are proud to have supported. It's a stunning and clever look at our world in 2030. We have just heard Joanna Breitenbach of Better Place describing her utopia version of the future, but I can assure you that the Trend Radar takes a very balanced and unique look at trends set to unfold, such as big data, the global maker movement, the future implications of the Internet of Things, or so-called fintech solutions in the financial sector. We will continue to stay up to date with changes as they evolve, adapting the strategies in our field of international development accordingly. And given the pace of digital transformation, one thing is sure: we will need to adapt constantly in order to stay up to date. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce 3 people who will give us concrete examples of how we can shape our digital future instead of being shaped by it. We will hear more about how we can better visualize and understand poverty rates and how they evolve in real time around the globe. This presentation is given by Dr. Wolfgang Fengler from World Data Lab. Then we'll also see how Africa is reinventing its computer hardware and production and industry with digital manufacturing. This presentation is from Dr. Kamau Gachigi from Gearbox. I hope I pronounced it correctly. And finally, we'll hear more from Ahmad Moyabed about how digital tools are helping him get access to higher education. Mr. Moyabed is from Kiron, a study tool for students. It's through initiatives and stories like yours that our strategy, our digital agenda will be filled with life. So thank you very much for joining this conference. In the near future, it's likely that the division of or concentration of power will be more pronounced. This will make it more difficult for us, for civil society, to change rules or integrate norms in cyberspace. And therefore, I want to call upon you to become active, get involved, join NGOs that are working on shaping our digital future, advocate for digital rights and real digital opportunities. We are not the passive objects of current developments. We are active subjects. You all are active subjects in this development. So it's up to us how we shape the future The time is now. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you very much for your support, for your creativity, and for your innovative power. I wish you all the best for your projects and your work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Silberhorn. And if you're more interested in the digital agenda, you can get a copy later here. And we also have the trend radar, so just grab a coffee if you like. And talking about trends, and now we are listening to 3 very personal stories on how the future is already here. Wolfgang Fengler is World Bank lead economist, and he's going to tell you more about on how to track poverty in the world.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Minister. Thank you very much all for giving me the opportunity to launch the World Poverty Clock here today in Berlin at Republika, and thank you to the Ministry of Development Cooperation for supporting this endeavor. I want to first tell you a bit what fascinated me about this activity, and want to take you a few years back to the year of German reunification, 1990. I just finished high school, and I made a decision to travel through Africa from Cape Town to Cairo. This picture was taken in eastern Kenya on the way to Somalia. And when I look back at this, what was still my most important trip in my life, I look back at this, I'm still impressed how my mother handled it. I'm the only child, and at that time, remember, there was no internet. There were no cell phones even. They just started to emerge, and there was no email. So communication was letters and postcards, for those of you who remember what that is. So I have now 3 children. 2 of them are teenagers themselves, and they may soon take a trip like this as well. And I would have mixed feelings, although they lived actually in southern countries. But there's one big difference. They are connected. I could check in with them and chat almost every day. And so that would probably give me more comfort than my mother had. But so you heard many talks now about how, and not just here in this forum, of how the world is changing and reshaping all of us. So is the digital world all around us in every aspect? Actually, it's not. It's not. And paradoxically, it's not in the field of data. In the field of data, statistics, and economics, we still operate like we did in the 20th century. We still, we commission a survey, it takes months, we collect the data, another few months, and a few years, then the report comes by telling you things that happened 3 years ago. That's a bit outdated. That's why world leaders, including Angela Merkel, our chancellor, called for a data revolution for the SDGs. The SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, shorthand for making the world a better place by 2030. These are the 17 SDGs. Goal number 1, as you know, is ending extreme poverty, which is defined at $1.90 per day. So extreme poverty, which you typically find in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. So that's now the task at hand. How can you make the data revolution work for the SDGs, especially for poverty? What would it take? It actually takes, in a simple visual, it takes a data refinery. Sorry, it takes a data refinery. A data refinery, basically think of oil. Oil last century had to be refined to make useful. So the same needs to happen with data. You basically have to extract it, you have to distill it, and then you have to make it personal usable. And then you can answer 3 big questions. These 3 big questions. Is the world getting better? Think about it. Is the world getting better? Is the world on track to end poverty? How fast is the world getting better? Or for the pessimists among you, how fast is it getting worse? Can you actually measure that? And where is it getting better and where not? These were the big questions. So that's now the task at hand. We had a big team of techpreneurs. We had teams in Kenya. We had teams, actually, the father of the SDGs, who works at the Brookings Institution, was part of our team. And so I'm proud to share with you, after this, the World Poverty Clock. That's the number at hand. 652 million people are currently in poverty. And this clock is, however, ticking. And you can actually see it here. We have a response to answer 1. Let me just make this a little bigger here. Apologies for that. So Is the world getting better? Yes. Poverty is being reduced. It's actually being reduced by 1.1 people per second, and it's already today 83,000 people escape poverty. But it's 23,000 who fell back into poverty. So still a mixed story, but on balance it's better. How fast? As I just mentioned, 1.1 people per second is the current rate. So that's fast, but as you see, it's not fast enough to meet the global goal of 1.5 people per second. So we need actually to speed up. Will we speed up? What does the data show us? Are we speeding up? And actually, let's go forward to 2020. And unfortunately, no. 2020, there'll be fewer people in poverty, 573 million by then, but this poverty escape rate will have dropped to 0.8. So that's the challenge at hand. How can we accelerate poverty reduction in the world? Now, where is poverty being reduced? And that's why we are very proud, because this data set has almost all countries and 99.7% of the world's population in there. You have the countries which very little extreme poverty by the definition I told you, also many countries in Europe. You have green countries that are really making good progress and would meet that target. You have yellow countries that make slow progress, and red countries where things are getting, where poverty is actually increasing. They're moving in the wrong direction. So let me show you 3 countries. Kenya, a country I know reasonably well, where I also lived recently. Currently 11 million people in poverty. Escape rate 29 people per minute. So if I had more time, you see the clock ticking, because every 2 minutes, 1 person would escape poverty in Kenya. That's progress, but it's not fast enough. You would need 90 people per minute, as you see, to make poverty history in Kenya. So let's go to another country, the most populous country in actually Africa, Nigeria. And Nigeria is a challenging country, because in Nigeria you have 74 million poor people today, and every minute 8 people fall back into poverty. Actually, the IMF just came out with growth forecasts, so that Nigeria is growing a little bit, 1%, but population growth is growing more rapidly. That's why you just saw somebody fell back into poverty in Nigeria. So that's one of the big future challenges. And now I'll tell you why. Remember this number, 73 million. It will actually get a little bit worse because of the current situation. So by next year, next Republica, it will be around 77 million. So let's go to another country. We heard of it before today, India. Today, actually, the country with the most poor people. India today has above 100 million poor people. This is India, 100 million poor people today, 101 million poor people. In 2 weeks, however, India will have been below the 100 million. And India is reducing poverty very rapidly, almost 1 person per minute, 1 person per second, 54 people per minute. That's why the clock is ticking so fast. So what is happening in the next year's Republica? Next year's Republica, India will have reduced poverty by more than 25 million. And for the first time in our generation, India will not be the country with the most poor people in the world. You remember the Nigerian number? That was 77. Now it's 76 then. And so then India, if India keeps on track with its current development momentum, then already by 2021, India will be below 3%, which officially has been set now as the target for being close to ending poverty or achieving the aim. So then India will have more or less succeeded. Wouldn't that be a great headline for the news? A headline, again, you didn't know so far because we hadn't had the data model. So I really hope you enjoy this. I hope you find your own countries. You find out which countries will soon end poverty, with other countries which need extra effort and which need to find out why countries are not making as much progress, and try to make the data better, because these are estimates. But once you make it better and more granular, you can find even out more. So with that, enjoy the tool. Thank you for giving me the chance to launch it.
Thank you very much. This will certainly help politics and other initiatives. I'm going to introduce you now to Ahmed Mobaid. He's a refugee from Syria who came here to Germany just 2 years ago. And he will tell you his very personal story on how educational integration can be a success with the help of the e-learning program Kaizen. Enjoy.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity that you gave me, that I'm here and telling you a personal story, and I hope it will be meaningful and inspiring for many of you. So I'm going to talk about a journey I've made in the last 1.5 years, which is also a great experience. But before that, I will tell you a little bit about myself. I was born and raised in Syria. A few months after I finished my high school, demonstrations, protests took place in my hometown. I had to leave. I went to Turkey, where I stayed 3 months, learned some Turkish, and then went to Cyprus. In Cyprus, I was enrolled at the university. At the end of that year, I had to leave for financial reasons and go back to Turkey, where I was working for 3 years. Unfortunately, no education, black market, and really hard circumstances. In June 2015, I just realized that doing the Balkan route trip to Germany is the only option I'm left with. So I started preparing for 2 types of journeys. The first one was the physical, from Turkey to Germany, and the second one was educational. Now, having an access to the higher educational system in Germany or in Europe in general is like a whole journey that immigrants have to go through. And at that time, I started asking friends, searching, visiting websites, looking for scholarships. And after 1 month of what you can call a little research, I found out there are 2 main barriers that immigrants face while they're trying to get an access to a university. And the first one is language. And there are many reasons why language is a barrier for people who doesn't know the language and they should learn it. But generally, it takes a lot of time and effort to acquire a high level of German language, for instance. Even though the integration program that is supported by the state only covers up to a certain level, which is not enough to enter a university. So if you need to acquire a higher level, you have to go for an advanced courses that either you should find someone who supports you or you pay by yourself, which is also a problem. And the second barrier is documentations, is documents. As we know, bureaucracy is a complex thing in Europe, it's not a simple thing. And many refugees, they have the lack of the documents to enter a university. Those documents could be a high school certificate, or even if the high school certificate exists, it might not fulfill the requirements asked, needed by a university. So having those 2 things in mind, I kept on searching. I did not give up until I found Chiron Open Higher Education. And the idea of Chiron is an NGO that is pretty much working in the same way of the Erasmus exchange program. And what they do is they try to help refugees to integrate into the higher educational system by offering them free online courses. And what they do is they offer free online courses for refugees in English. This is first, and second, they do not require any type of bureaucratic complexity. It's only a paper that you have to show to prove that you are an asylum seeker. So in 2015, I joined Chiron, and I started taking their online courses. And after that, the point is, after you take a certain amount of courses with Chiron, they transfer you to a partner university. And how they do that is, since they are not a recognized university, what they do is they sign learning agreements with the universities who are interested in enrolling Chiron students after they finish certain amounts of courses. And in 2015, when I arrived in Germany, I started with Chiron. I was able to finish some amount of courses by, I would say, May 2016, and I got scholarship at one of the partner universities of Chiron, which is Bard College Berlin. And now I'm finishing my first year after the transfer, and the classes I took with Chiron, the online ones, are recognized, and they are recognized as ECTS credits. To say one more thing about the idea of Chiron and online education in general, according to my experience, I see it as pretty much as a shortcut that most of the immigrants need. The immigrants, they come and they've been away from universities and schools for a long time, and they need a quick and simple solutions. They do not need a very complex and long-term solutions. And I found that in Chiron, they made this shortcut. They made this they were able to bridge the gap that the offline education is not able to bridge at the moment. And again, in general, I would say that, and again, according to my experience, I see Chiron as, or the idea of the use of online education is a great component of offline education that can faster and make the process of integration much faster and much easier. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. In the beginning, I asked you whether you would like to buy your personal future robot from an African brand, and you were pretty interested. But at the moment, the local industrial production in many African countries is very low. But there are visionary technologists who are looking to change the situation already. And we are very happy that Dr. Kamau Kashigi is here today. He's the founder of Gearbox, and he's going to tell you more about the opportunities of digital fabrication like 3D printing.
Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be here. My story began when I left Kenya to study at university in the 80s, and I was very fortunate to get the opportunity to do my higher education, my undergraduate degree in the UK, and then later on my master's and PhD in the US. When I finished then, I went to Japan and worked for a year and a half, 2.5 years, doing research for a firm there called TDK. And then went back home because I felt very strongly that I needed to apply what I'd learned and been fortunate enough to be exposed to back in my country for the obvious reasons. When I got there, unfortunately, it was really difficult for me to apply what I'd learned because in the university, there wasn't the equipment necessary to do the sort of research that I had become accustomed to. And so very quickly, I had to change hats and become sort of an administrator, trying to raise funds and trying to see whether I can get the facilities set up in the university so I could do what I needed to. And all the while, carrying on teaching anyway. And basically, I was able, at some point in 2009, to convince the government to buy a fab lab for the University of Nairobi. That's a digital fabrication lab. I'm sure many of you are familiar with this concept. There's one in Berlin. And the idea basically is that you're allowing people to be able to use these tools to design things using the computers and then to be able to fabricate them right there and then. This was a wonderful experiment at the University of Nairobi. We had great success, and we found that the students who had been used to doing everything in silos, if you were a mechanical engineer, all that you did, including your practicals, was only with mechanical engineers. But here we had a space where they could all mix, and people who were not engineers at all could also be in the very same space. And so it kind of opens up the space for innovation and for all kinds of interesting things to happen. And we did find this was the case. At one point, in fact, the Dean of Engineering came to me and said, it happens that most of the students who are enrolled at the Fab Lab, who are in the Fab Lab very frequently, are failing their exams. And I was really puzzled. And I looked into it and I found he was right. And the reason was that they were getting tools and they were going out into the city and getting jobs using the tools that they had acquired in the Fab Lab. So it was actually a really nice problem to have. I had to counsel them a little bit, but basically it was wonderful to see that kind of success. I moved on and worked with people who were at the iHub. I've met a lot of people here who are familiar with the iHub in Nairobi. And the iHub had an idea for a hardware space. I had the same idea. We came together and we set up Gearbox. And so I left the university mostly because the bureaucracy there was too slow for what I felt I wanted to see happening. And I want to share with you some of what we've been doing in Gearbox. This is a video of a device, a machine that we've made. It's kind of a culmination of many years of work. And this is actually an advert because the person who made this machine is now selling these machines. In fact, he sold one of the machines to a company which is now fabricating sheet metal for fabrication of vehicles for GM. It's actually Isuzu trucks in Kenya. They've got a partnership with GM, and this machine is actually cutting metal for that. So we're really proud to have a Kenyan-made sophisticated machine that is actually meeting international standards and has made the cut where GM is concerned. And so unfortunately, I'm going to be losing the head of engineering for Gearbox because he's now setting up his own company and running it. But he's been trained, that's him over there in the picture, but he's been training others to take his place. So those of you who are interested in ordering that robot, please do see me afterwards and I'll take checks. This gentleman here is called Jero. Jero worked for a bank as a mortgage officer, and his problem in his mind was he's giving out loans, and the people he gives the loans to, if they rent out the property that they have a loan for, will not be able to use that money to pay back the loan. It'll be about 4 times the amount. And so he thought, why don't I try and devise a way to make cheaper housing? And so his solution was interlocking blocks, and interlocking blocks basically make the cost of the building a lot lower. You can actually save up to 50%, and instead of building low-income housing for people, his design is to make the machine and put it in the hands of poor people so that they can make blocks for other people and then be able to afford their own housing. Because if you just provide low-income housing for people, the likelihood is that they won't be able to stay there very long. And He made the machine as a maker. He doesn't have an engineering background. And this is a wonderful thing about what we do at Gearbox and Fab Labs. You don't have to be an engineer to be practical and to be very productive. And so you can see he used pieces of junk make a machine. He went to the newspapers and he got really good advertising, and then very quickly found that there were problems because the machine kept breaking down. So he came to Gearbox, we helped him to sort that out, and now he's actually won a prize for Habitat for Humanity, and there's a project in the city that's being done using this particular technology. This is 3D printing. Everybody loves 3D printing. And this is work that we've done together in an organization we call MakerNet. MakerNet comprises Civic, it comprises Construct, Field Ready, Kumasi Hive, and ourselves at Gearbox. Some of you, I think, are probably here in the audience if you just raise your hand. Well, okay, I can't see you, but I'm sure you're there. And so the solution here, it's very interesting that you have clinics in poor parts of the city where just because something very little on a machine breaks down, the machine can't work. And so the idea is to go in and design this and then make it on the 3D printer and supply it. And we can see some happy recipients here of some equipment from the experiment that we did very successfully. This is being done in other parts of the world as well. So it's a wonderful international cooperation. You have designers from all over the world pitching in, very often free of charge, their solutions. This is a project where we're bringing in university professors and helping them to commercialize what they do. And in this case, this is some people at University of Nairobi. They have an enzyme-based process for processing leather. So you put in the hide, and after a short time, up to 6 hours, which is also part of the revolutionary aspect of this innovation, you have the separation of the hide from the hair. And then they have other enzymes that convert the hair into proteins that can be actually consumed by animals and humans. So it's a really interesting project that has been patented, and we're helping them right now at Gearbox to commercialize. We're partnering with the American Society of Mechanical Engineers on this and some funding from KPMG East Africa as well. There's an ecosystem necessary for real industrialization to happen. And what we're doing here, this is a company that's owned by the state. It has very wonderful machines. It's been very poorly managed up until now, but we're seeing whether we can make this much more accessible to members at Gearbox, from the universities, so that they don't have to buy their own equipment to be in production. They can come and rent and use this on a short-term basis and then let others. So these sorts of sharing type arrangements are really important for the kinds of goals that we have. I'll end there just to say that these are the people, the organizations, Lemelson Foundation, Autodesk Foundation, KPMG East Africa, Silicon Valley Community Foundation, USAID, who have been funding what we do at Gearbox. And I want to just make a very special word of thanks to BMZ for making it possible for me to be here. It's exciting, and I can see a lot of things happening to change so that you really will probably find that you'll be buying your robot from an African company. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now our journey into the future comes to an end. We have learned that the digital transformation can offer fantastic opportunities. And we hope that there will be more visionaries, just like the ones we had here today, to step up and take challenge. If you have questions, if you feel that you want to talk about the things, you will have the opportunity to meet all the speakers at the World Poverty Clock stand in just 15 minutes. Thank you very much for your time, and enjoy the rest of Republica. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Far, but can you please give him a louder, a louder applause, please? Another round. In about a quarter of an hour, we make the next talk. Oh. Hello. Erstmal herzlich willkommen. Im Moment mache ich es mal gerade Deutsch. Auf dem drittletzten Talk der Republika in Saal 2. Eine Änderung gibt es noch in Saal 4. In Saal 4 wird um 17:30 bis 18:30 Glück, Geld, Zeichne mein Leben mit Marina Weißbrand leider ausfallen, da die Dame heute wahrscheinlich nicht da ist. So now, back to English. Let's get to the next talk. So first, when I saw the abstract about the next talk, I immediately thought about a singularity, an artificial intelligence that will have us in its grasps and forms humanity like it wants. And actually, that could be kind of a problem in the future. So what about thinking now how to design the human role in an age of artificial intelligence? So this are thoughts Moritz and Jem did a long time ago, and they are now talking about transformational confidence.
Du willst doch rechts? Achso, okay, sorry. We talked this through several times and still I didn't get it.
All right, thank you. Thank you for being here. I'll just dive right into to show you your future. This is your future workplace. The question is now, are you in it or are you not in it? And for us, it is right now the dark side of communication happening around artificial intelligence and how it will take away all the jobs. And we just did some research just a week back or two, and we found tons of information of all the jobs we're getting rid of. There have been a few talks here at Republika where we heard a lot what the future of work will look like, so we tried to separate this a little bit, but we'll come in detail to this. But in the Obama administration, it has already been said that the change of workforce due to technology has already begun. And if you look through the news, it says that all kinds of industries already we have a lot of impact regarding technology. So here, the apple-picking robots start to take away the farmer's job. So it's not a picking robot by Apple, of course, but it's just an apple-picking robot. And this is just one example. It goes much deeper. So this is was a German news, but it was about a Japanese company who fired 1/3 of their employees' workforce, exchanged them to artificial intelligence, what they called artificial intelligence machines, to sell insurances online. And going further in a different domain, AI will replace doctor diagnosis because it will be much clearer, cheaper to diagnose sicknesses, etc. So the question is, how long will there be doctors, or will they just sign off what a machine told them what the sickness might be? We go further even to lawyers, accountants, everything where you need tons of data. It will always be the question, isn't it cheaper to have, or even with a higher quality, to have a machine doing the job for you? And this where I would like to go out and give a shout out to you and ask you, what other jobs do you have in mind? Just tell me what other jobs will be gone. Teachers? Interesting. Wow. Bus drivers. Drivers in general, probably. More? Banking? Anything around banking? All right. Yep, I would agree. And what will happen to all of them? We had just recently in the newspaper, so they will all get fired. And this is right now the sense of communication out there. And we think that it's, if you look back a little bit in history, the fear, is it a real fear, or is it just a made-up fear because all the journalists, have to write something really, really, fancy so people read it? But if you look back just shortly, into the automation and robots. They, a few years ago, changed the system in Detroit, for example, and out of 2 million employees in Detroit working in the car manufacturing industry, 1,300,000 lost their jobs. And actually, this is a picture of a Detroit factory for cars, and will, for example, Allianz buildings look like this in 10 years from now, or Deutsche Telekom? I don't know. So that's the question. If you look even further back in history, and I'm sure you've seen all these kinds of slides a few times already, so this is nothing new, but what we always experienced, it took forever to understand new technologies and go into these new technologies, understand new jobs, and or maybe even develop new jobs. And to go into detail here a little bit, if it's 1850 with a steam engine, you started to lose manual labor, right? So less people were working on manual labor, and the service sector started to rise. Whoop. That was too fast. Service sector started to rise. And right now, today, we're having another impact with artificial intelligence, and during the increase of population, we're right there at the top. So services right now are in declining, and we're there. What kind of new jobs will be available very soon? So for us, actually, it is the question, what we have is, will AI destroy really jobs, or will it create new jobs? The question we have is, if you look a little bit through literature, 50% of the experts say it will destroy jobs, the other 50% say it will develop jobs. And our theory is that also in the past, because we believe that it will destroy jobs, we will create new ones. So this is something where we don't know if this is like a self-predictive thing what we do right now, so it will be that we'll lose jobs, so everyone fearing it, or are we in doom here, or do we have to be more confident and say, hey, we're humans, we have certain capabilities others don't have, and it's time to get rid of this depression and go into the future. And for this we have a little inspirational movie. So my name is Jem. I'm working for Deutsche Telekom. I'm an innovation manager there.
Yes, and my name is Moritz, and I just worked for the last years for the Hasso-Plattner Institute, HBI, where we educated executives in being more confident, especially creative confident. And now we want to push things a little bit further and talk about something we would call a transformational confidence, which is trying to redefine maybe and also redesign our human role in this very transformative world out there, where it's changing so much. We just had discussions also during Republica, where also I again felt, oh gosh, I'm so behind everything here, and how should I, or I don't know, do something with my life? And yeah, and I think this is also a little bit described by this little boy, right, who doesn't fear the AI police officer, but is more confident in doing his own choices, his own decisions. And yeah, that's something we want to talk about today. Yeah, this human role in the age of artificial intelligence. So, what can you expect from this talk? Actually, we are quite happy that it's not that crowded, because we want to have it more interactive, because we also believe that, yeah, I think in future it will be much more about collaboration, right, and this collaborative intelligence. So, yeah, just already get familiar with your partners left and right beside you. You're going to need them during this talk. And yeah, so it will be interactive. What else can you expect? It will not be this talk where we will present you thousands of solutions just because we don't have them and because we don't know them. It's more a little bit an inspirational talk, which will try to also give you maybe some ideas about how an attitude could look like to face this AI future, and especially how you could maybe also move in this very transformational time. And yeah, and later we will also think about, okay, what can organizations also do to get their people on board with this trend, because yeah, they are also expecting answers in this context. Okay, so. Yeah, let's get started. Yeah, doing this discussion also of AI, I think that what is really important to see is that many people in question also what is the role of us humans? What can we actually give valuable into work? What is the thing that we can put into world? Okay, so here it is. In the age of AI, discuss what remains as human work. And if you look into studies, I think, there are scientists who are saying quite obvious, okay, there is something which we can bring onto the table, which technology and also AI in future will not bring onto the table. Like, for example, in emotional intelligence, right? When it comes to creating empathy towards users, towards other human beings, maybe also in this day-to-day life. What is else there?
Curiosity. Curiosity is something which drives us all. So if you're here at Republica, you're probably more curious than a lot of other people. So for us, curiosity is a main driver. To experience new things, to learn new things, to interact with other people, to meet new people. So curiosity is something where I don't know yet how machines will get this kind of curiosity. So this will so far and still for a while probably differentiate us from machines.
Yeah, what else is there, I think? Taking initiative, of course, right? We are the people who see things in the world changing and thereby reacting, right? And having ideas of what we can maybe change. And I think this part of us will always be something, maybe technology cannot imitate that easily, especially when we're thinking about bigger contexts like ecosystems. I think then I think it's us who are taking the initiatives and not the machines, maybe.
Adaptability. Adaptability, Charles Darwin already said, it's not the strongest who will survive, it is the one who will most likely adapt to new situations. I think every one of you, knows when they start maybe a new job, how fairly fast it is to get into the new surrounding, how it is to meet new people, and it is for others much more difficult to get into these new kind of fields, even if you, within your job, change maybe your role, and suddenly you get different tasks. So it is still very strong, the adaptability and your competence, or the capability per se, to adapt is very strong in humans.
Yeah, and then of course, those multidisciplinary thinking, right? I tackled it. I think we are quite good in when it comes to solve complex challenges, complex problems, but also maybe in collaborating with people who have maybe completely different perspective on those problems. And and I think the last thing is also
creativity. So we're not sure if this one is something where we will be very alone in this. There's a lot of machines out there who try to draw images or compose music, and so that's a question, what is creativity? The way we define it is that the way we find solutions around different problems could be a very creative part of humans, where you all know that, if you're in trouble or you have a bad situation, somehow you find a solution, and this is usually done by being very creative.
Yeah, so these are kind of our potentials, right? That we can bring onto the table and collaborate together with, but also maybe some point with machines. And I think that's good to know, right? That there is something in us which is still valuable in a world where maybe also technology is quite powerful. And and now to think further, I think organizations and also we people started to use this a little bit more maybe than in the past. And I think this can be put under the headline of trying that we started to try to unleash maybe those kind of human potentials in our day-to-day work. So if you look, for example, on this, of course also the trends of design thinking, for example, but also of that innovation becomes more and more important to companies, then we can say yes, we started to make more use of those potentials by, for example, being a little bit more iterative in our processes and thereby maybe also a little bit more explorative. But also to be more user-centered when it comes to problem solving, because there we're going to find inspiration to actually come up with some new ideas and some new approaches. And also when it comes to the way we actually work together, right, in terms of radical collaborations. So these kind of new ways of working together, this new work mode is introduced by more and more organizations, by more and more people, like, for example, with the help of methods like design thinking and also Lean Startup and Agile and Scrum. But we think this isn't really far enough in the way of actually we think about it, because I think in order to be really iterative, in order to really have this kind of user-centric approach and also to collaborate, it has to go much deeper than just to talk about methods like Lean Startup, business model canvas and so on, and that's I think also why we would say that, for example, and that I think is an analogy in this context, this whole discussion about future of work, for example, isn't also going far enough, right? We are talking about flexible working time. We are talking about that we have to, I don't know, introduce bring your own device policies to companies and so on. And I think we are not getting the next level when it comes also to HR and also when it comes to those new ways of working actually together. And I think we have to think this from the scratch. And and I think also that's also why we got this idea to present it here today, is that this narrative, also Cem introduced us at the beginning, right? That AI will destroy everything and the AI will change us by making us, I don't know, useless maybe because we're losing our jobs and so on. I think this discussion has a completely, maybe wrong narrative, or maybe not. I think this shouldn't be the only narrative. And that's why we would try to reframe this whole talk by saying, okay, we actually have to start creating a human future of work, and instead of just a future of work, which just really tries to highlight that we humans have to play a part in that, and especially those potentials and qualities and also skills we just introduced a second ago should really be fostered and driven in this.
An add-on I'd like to make is design thinking. Everyone is talking about design thinking right now. It is a tool, right? And it's something large companies right now, which I personally think is very sad, although I like design thinking methods. Of course, they throw it at their employees, and then they're saying that, oh, now you're very innovative, and now you can do something really great. And but there's a famous saying, right? A fool with a tool is still a fool. So the question here is, what can we do with all these methods and tools by interacting with the humans, real interaction?
Yeah, and I think we try to split this conversation a little bit up by saying on the one side, okay, there's a perspective for every individuum, so for all of us to actually start embracing maybe those human potentials or these human qualities. And on the other side, there's a perspective, of course, what can organizations maybe do to foster this more human future of work. And we're going to start with the perspective on the individuum. So on every one of us and what we can actually change maybe in the way we do things. And let's start maybe with something you maybe wouldn't expect there, because of course we're talking. We live in a very, very complex world. Maybe some of you heard this term of VUCA, right? Where the future isn't that predictable, and we have to day in and day out solve some very, very complex challenges. And I usually draw a very, I think, interesting analogy to that, because I say, what's the news about that? I mean, when we were maybe this tall, grew up also in a very complex world, right, where everything was new for us. And so for example, did I, right? And when we were this young and maybe just this tall, I think we were experts in getting familiar with a very, very, very complex world, right? And in this context, it's interesting to just ask you guys, and maybe that's the first time you can introduce yourself to your partner, left and right. So what do you think is something we can learn from kids when it comes to solving complex problems, right? Because just imagine yourself in this world. I think you didn't know anything, right? Everything was bigger than you. You didn't know any person. What would you say actually can you learn maybe from kids when it comes to living in a complex world? And maybe we just have a quick chat with your partners, or maybe you just shout it in. What would you say can you learn from a kid when it comes to living in a complex world? Asking why. Perfect. What else? Curiosity, I heard here, right? Yeah, what else? What else would you say could you learn from a 3-year-old kid when it comes to the future? Change the rules. Nice. What else? Yeah, do things that matter. Focusing on the things that matter. What else? Play, right, being playful and trying maybe things out. What else? Yeah, you're a little bit in a safe environment, and maybe that's also why you can try things out. Any other ideas?
No prejudice, very good.
Yes, and? Yes, you're open, right? You open up for people. Yes.
Very good.
So
perceive time differently.
There is quite a lot, right? And I think the most important thing, and that's also what I learned in my time at also studying maybe design thinking, but also teaching adults design thinking and executives, is that I think the most important thing we can learn from kids is this, right? Look myself here, I'm trying to catch sheep and find out whether they are maybe some playing friends for me. I fall down and I stood up again, right? And I think that's actually all. That's all what I've learned when it comes to this future of working, and also when it comes to this complex time we live in. It's all about, in the end, just being explorative, trying things out, like me trying to find new friends at the Sheeps, falling down because they're much faster than maybe me and don't want to play with me, and in the end, standing up again. And I think this is actually the core of all those methods out there, and also the core of our working mode in the future. And I show you why. Because I think that in the center of all this stands vulnerability, and this vulnerability actually opens us up for something new, and also opens us up for doing things differently and being explorative, trying things out, failing again. And I'm pretty sure that all of you have made this kind of one experience where maybe also this vulnerability led you to a very, very interesting learning you may never forget. And I'd like you now to share this with a partner. So the task is now to talk to your partner next to you, and this is very personal, I know, but let's try to be vulnerable in this and really try it out. Tell each other a little story about a day in your life when you really felt hurt by something, and this can be private life, business life, whatever, and what did you learn from that? And I think there is something. Just try it out. Ask your partner left and right of you. So tell me a little story of a day in your life when you really felt hurt about it. I think there is something.
The first people are running. Sorry about that.
That's okay. I mean, it's part of the game, right? It's part of this vulnerability thing, right?
Yes, I like to add this. This is what we expect in the future, that you have to open up. It's not sharing secrets, right? Yeah. Of course not. But it's sharing, making your partner or the other people understand what you're all about, right? And understanding your kindness, your weaknesses, your strength, of course. So, 1 minute?
Yes, 1 minute.
1 minute.
Yeah,
really
very quick sharing.
Yes, talk to you guys.
Willst du deine Karten noch haben, oder ist das super? Läuft gut. Also steht alles drin. Ich kontrolliere das mal.
Oh, das ist eine gute Idee, danke. Ja.
Nee, das sollen die für sich behalten. Sollen sie für sich behalten.
Wie viel Zeit haben Sie noch?
1 Minute hat man gesagt, aber ist okay.
Ah, okay.
Du musst jetzt sagen, ob sie damit irgendwas anfangen sollen, weil sollen sie jetzt erstmal nur für sich behalten, oder? Und dann gehen wir weiter. Das finde ich total geil. Super, oder? Ist so schön rubbelig und so weiter. Ist cool.
Wollen wir weitermachen?
Vielleicht noch 2 Minuten. Vielleicht ein bisschen warten.
Wenn die ersten hilfesuchenden Blicke in unsere Richtung kommen. Ja, müssen wir Empathie spüren jetzt. Denk mal an die Linie hier, dass du ruhig ein bisschen davor stehst, sonst sieht man sich nicht so gut.
Okay. Okay, I see some very inspired discussions. Maybe you can take them after the talk also into the evening. So
and maybe you're making already friends, new friends, and so in the break right afterwards we can continue these discussions. We will get more chances to discuss. Yeah. So maybe you keep something for.
Yeah, but what is there? There were learnings, right? You wouldn't forget. So who of you heard a very interesting story with a learning of the other person he or she would never forget? Just give a sign. Who of you heard a story of a kind of learning that this other person will never forget? Was it that personal? Okay, there some, okay. At least, some stories. Okay, so let's get back to the topic. I mean, vulnerability is really the core of this new working mode, and I'm going to show you why. Because in the end of the day, this vulnerability is just showing us the willingness to fail and to consciously question what we've learned, and also to de-learn and maybe also learn again. And I think that's in the core what we understand under this vulnerability. And just to think it further, this vulnerability, for example, opens us up the courage for imperfection. And we need courage for imperfection when we want to work in iterative processes, for example. Because whenever we are in iterative processes, we have to work or deal with unready solutions and test them and try them out. So I think that's for example, one thing we've learned, that only when people are bringing this kind of vulnerability after time by their personality, they are really opening up and they are really having actually the courage to run in iterative processes. And another thing I think which is interesting is that through vulnerability we develop a kind of compassion, also passion, and build on this kind of compassion is empathy towards users. So only when we open up and are vulnerable, we will be masters in human-centeredness and in human-centered design, for example, because only then we can really truly understand what our users or our customers really want or need. And I think the really interesting thing is we are all talking about collaboration. Also, when you want to collaborate, you need to be vulnerable in a way by just saying, hey, that's me and I'm good in that and maybe not that good in that, and that's where complementary parts actually meet. And no matter whether that's in person but also in companies. But first of all, you have to bring onto the table this kind of vulnerability, because only based on this you can then really go into a complementary connection. And based on this kind of collaboration, we can then think about getting people out of silos into maybe networks. And I just want to stay just for a second on this picture, because I think that was my kind of resume of 2 years design thinking, and also a resume of me coming from a big corporate into this design thinking school and learning there, that in the end it's not a question of method and tools, it's a question of personality. And it's a question whether you are maybe brave enough to open up and just be vulnerable in a way of failing. And I think that's the way we're gonna create and really shape future, and that's not easy, right? Because who enjoys to get hurt, or who enjoys actually to be vulnerable in what you do? So I would say the kind of resume or conclusion out of this was that if we want to be creative, and if we want to work in those kind of iterative processes and so on, in the end it really comes to us to dare to be human at work. And this is something which isn't that obvious, because we at work are told to be professional and are told to usually not to be this kind of human. And I think this is a very, for me, positive perspective when it comes to the future of work, or the future of human work, that I think those who will really shape and create this kind of world we move in, they, I think, in the end have one thing in common. They dare to be human in what they do, because otherwise, I think they will not really come to those, maybe innovative ideas which will change the world.
And it's really, really fantastic that you guys have to change, or maybe adapt, or do different things differently. But if you go back to your organization with a strong hierarchy in silos, this will, not work, of course. So this is the second part of our talk, that we say on the individual side you have to adapt, to change, do things differently, open up, be curious, as we said. But on the organizational perspective, you have to see what happens there right now, right? You have meetings, for example, and you come in a surrounding which has been going on for years maybe. And meetings are a very good example. I don't know how many of you are questioning meetings at all. You go into a team meeting and usually you get a management download from your superior, and then a lot of meetings are that the alpha male, for example, in the room talks maybe with another one, and then you're 1 hour in a meeting and 8 people are sitting around and don't have any tasks. So this is something which is very normal. And people are saying that, is this value of my time? Could I do something else? Can I not just get a wrap up for 5 minutes at the end? Even read the minutes, or they don't even read the minutes anymore. So this is what we have today. So repetition, also something what we have in jobs every day right now. So why should you do as a human being anything which can be automated or done with a script or by a robot? Why do you have to do it all over again? You should be the one thinking up new concepts. You should be the one thinking up what could be done next. And next thing are silos. Large companies work in these different silos. This is one thing, but also it is learned that when you go into and you want to make a career in a large company, you have to work in this silo and get up to the next level. Maybe have someone who to protege you and to get up, and then you'll be always his shadow or a second person. This is one work, but it's seldomly the one because you're really, really good. Well, it happens here and there in large corporations that people who are really good, they're so good you cannot ignore them, but sometimes it is just really that people are very, very happy that they have employees who are really, really strong, but they will never, let them go because, who's doing the work then in their team? So this is what we have right now, and the question is now to you, and this is, should we do this as a shout out or talk again?
Yeah, I think talk.
So what experience, like the ones we're saying right now, have you experienced at work, which is really shitty, which you'd like to have changed? But the very important thing is you have to be aware of this and change something by maybe just talking. Another 30 seconds?
Yeah.
30 seconds? Exchange with your partner what is really, really bad.
Funktioniert voll durch so, oder? Ist egal, ob da Leute rausgehen oder nicht und so. Spielt uns interessiert uns nicht, oder?
Machen wir was willst du ändern?
Nee, gar nichts. Ist gut. Ist gut. Weil diese Verletzung machen wir ja auch. Wir machen es ja
Ja,
vor,
genau.
Ne? Genau.
Das dachte ich mir auch eben, ja. Ja.
Okay, this should be rather quick. Saying telling your neighbor everything that is not working at jobs should be like bam, 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 bam. That's obviously the case here. So I'd like to share with you what we think how work should be done and what could be differently at work. So you would love to be there and contribute even more. So our theory is that experience, it's not about learning in school, it's not about reading a book, it's about exchanging with others. And as soon as you learn something from the other and oh, this is really bad or this is really good, I have not heard this before, you begin to transfer this. You transfer this to your own life, you transfer this maybe to another team or to another meeting, or even if you're in an entity of people who are in different companies, you transfer this to a different company. So this is what we call the transfer element of this, and then you go into a viral mode. And as soon as people understand, wow, these guys are working totally differently, they understand, so why can't we just work the same way? And to go a little bit more into details, I would share with you experience qualities we defined, where we said that what makes human, we heard that earlier, is because we are humans, it is much more impact when we talk to each other. The exchange of knowledge, the exchange of experience is much better. I don't know how your experience is, but if someone explains a theory to me with his own words, with his own passion, with his own enthusiasm, then I'll get it. I usually get it. But if I have to read it in a book and it's from Meffert and Brun or something theoretically, then I'm like, Claudia, can you please explain what he said? So this is something where I think this is something where the personal interaction creates tangible outcomes. And I would have I like to share a very good example. Werner Vogels, the CTO of Amazon, shared with me, where he said that they introduced a concept at Amazon when someone invited their peers to a new innovation, and they introduced them to the managing board, and someone said, no, we're not going to do this because it might be cannibalizing an existing service. The person who said no had to do the job. So the naysayers have been actually punished to do the idea or the innovation work someone else suggested. And so they stopped saying no in meetings, and what came with this was the high innovation rate of what we all know what Amazon is about today. So this is something what I thought is a real good insight. So when you learn and change the perspective of looking at things, you have very strong experience knowledges. So here is the question to you again. Do you have similar experience where you heard from someone who had some deep insight and you said, wow, I wish I had done this the same way, or hey, now I will do it the same way? So I would say another 30 seconds or a minute for you, and this is the last time. You will interact real quick to share your experience and say, hey, I did this, and maybe you can take this away next time when you go to work. 30 seconds.
Transfer Quality und dann können wir open, achso, dann übergebe ich an dich wieder und dann schließt du das Ding. Ja? Oder was hast du noch?
Genau, wie viel?
Dann würden sie uns ein Zeichen geben, aber wir können es ja auch jederzeit jetzt beenden. Das ist alles gut. Wir können für Q&As aufmachen.
Genau, wir können ja hier vorne einfach nochmal eine kurze Diskussion. Jeder, der noch Lust hat zu diskutieren, kann einfach nach vorne kommen, oder?
Okay. What we'd like to achieve with this kind of task, which is actually totally out of my comfort zone, to be very honest, to stand here and not talk for a minute and have you discuss and wait and not knowing if this works at all, because we've never done this, is showing my side of vulnerability, because we have not, or I've never done a talk like this. So the transfer quality is something I'd like to address in this context here right now. So if you learn something right now from your neighbor, or if you learn something due to your experience you have by yourself with others, you will talk about it. You will transfer this knowledge to other people. This is, you can't do anything about it. You will do it with bad things, but you will also do it, of course, with good things. And the idea must be, if we're all willing to transfer knowledge, we also get rid of this so-called Herrschaftswissen. So the thing, one of what people have is that information hiding. This is something which is a thing of the past. If you want to work and continue in the future, this will not work. You have to share information. You have to share knowledge. And then people will tell others, and you will be a much stronger person, even a stronger leader. And so even take this away not only in your business life, but also in your private life. And when you do so, others hear about you. Others hear about the way you work. And then they say, I want to work the same way, or I want to adapt in the same way. And this is something where we think this is the true future of how people should work, and with the target and goals within jobs, within the private life. Because if you think of how people organize their private life, how you go to movies, how you go to concerts, even to church. You know, if you don't like it, you will change it, right? So why should you not do something, change things at work, for example, where you are probably most of your time, even more than with your family or so. So for us, these are crucial elements of a future work, and the idea is now to think of what the future will look like.
Yes, and I think as you may have seen during the talk, I think what is there? I think there are some advice for every person individual, right? On what maybe from personality-wise, but also from methods and so on might just make out of you a person who can really maybe create this human future of work and maybe also develop own jobs and new jobs. And on the other side, we have, of course, organizations and what they can change in the way they redesign maybe those interactions within companies and maybe think this also really from scratch. I think, of course, organizations, they do the things they did them in the past, but I think when you see how the environment is changing and also how the qualities are changing which are needed by the employees, I think it's time to really rethink of how people interact in companies and how they also work together. So I think what maybe could be a good ending for today is that maybe we all together, and I think we are all pioneers in this field when it comes to work. I think if we would just go through the rows, I think no one would be this traditional, I don't know, person working in this and that industry, that we maybe all just together conclude and say, well, it's maybe our job to find out what the human future of work actually is, and that there isn't this answer, but also that on the other side, it's maybe also difficult or dangerous to just draw this negative or dark side of this future of work. And we would like to actually conclude by saying, hey, let's maybe together create this kind of human future of work. Yeah, maybe we can click here. Yeah, let's be pioneers in that, and let's maybe create it together. And would like to actually invite you or whoever wants to, just to come together here, maybe in front and talk about what would you say are maybe first steps into this human future of work. What would you see actually the potential for us humans based on those qualities, but maybe also based on the way organizations maybe should work in future together. And this would be. Yeah, I think the invitation for now to use this last slot. I think you've heard too many inputs of today, I guess, to get more into conversations and into discussions and discuss about the human future of work and how this is going to look like.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
So, if you like to ask them questions, please come to me. Come on, somebody. A comment. Hi, come on. Come to me.
Hi. Okay, you're all great. So the final question was that how do we find out what the future jobs or what the human future of work will look like? Is it not going to just evolve by itself if we just let it happen? just like I know how many years ago, 70 years ago, invention of tractors did not destroy farmers, right? Certain changed the jobs that farmers did, but we still have people and tractors doing the job. So why don't we just let it happen?
This is such a fantastic question.
Do you want?
I'll start, and Moritz goes into this. Well, if you look at numbers, this is actually a number I know. You have today one farmer doing the job of 1,000 farmers 70 years ago, right? So these 999 farmers are not unemployed, they're doing something else now. This is what you say. But if you just let it happen, this is, of course, you know, this will be this history like, oh, suddenly we have smartphones, the same thing. What we're trying to encourage is that instead of letting it happen, I'd rather have it in my own hands, the destiny in my own hands to develop maybe new jobs based on the skills I have, based on the environment I'm in, and see, what can we do differently and what maybe can be a new job which is not existing today. I just talked to someone here outside who told me, an HR expert, who said that in 5 years now, 80% of the jobs existing in 5 years don't exist today, right? So then you can say, yeah, well, let's make it happen. It will happen anyway. This is a solution, but I'd rather have to drive it myself. So this would be my answer.
Yeah, maybe to build on this, I think what is really new in this development we face right now, I think also with AI, is the speed in that it will occur, or at least that's what many scientists say. So if you see for example, the Industrial Revolution, and maybe also at some point the tractor came into this game based maybe on the steam engine, it, I think, took maybe 50 years until this kind of innovation got in touch with most people, I think, in the Western world at least. And if you look now at AI, I think here is the fundament, I think, digital, and so this will spread much faster. So we will not talk about 50 years till it reached into society, till it reached into companies and so on. This will be maybe 1, 2, or 3 years. So this will hit us in a much higher speed, I think, and so I think to be a little bit kind of preventious in this, I think it's really time to really shape this and not just maybe let it go, and I think also that many companies are asking themselves this question: what are we going to do with all the people, and how can we make best use of them? And that's, I think, also because, or maybe one reason why all those methods of design thinking and so on, besides of course the fact that they need to foster innovation, it gets that popular and famous maybe these days.
Hi, thanks for a great talk.
Thank you.
You were speaking about the vulnerabilities that people are facing. Can you give me a practical example of how it can help my colleagues with these insecurities that come along with it? A practical exercise or an example of an intervention you can do at work?
Yeah, I think that's actually a good question. I think I can maybe describe it best from my perspective, because I kind of grew up in a corporate. I studied at a big media company, Bertelsmann, and then just bumped into the School of Design Thinking, and this was really a kind of upside down turnaround for me, because everything I've learned in this corporate that should be right, and that actually also the way I should behave, right, most professional, not emotional, and so on, was completely wrong, because in the D school it's really more about being emotional, trying things out, making kind of mistakes and failures, and this I couldn't in this corporate. So what I actually would do with your team would be maybe just to try things out and have some maybe first projects which are maybe not that correlated to your day in and day out work, and really make them a little bit like kids playing and realizing that actually making mistakes and I don't know, falling down isn't something bad, that actually they learn with every failure, and I think that's also what I think is behind, for example, methods like design thinking and all this discussion about failure culture. It's not that we all have to fail because failing is so much fun. No, it's because when we fail, learn most, right? About our customers, about our users, about maybe prototypes and product ideas we have, and I think I would try actually to give them this kind of experience. Hey, when I fail, this isn't something bad. It's really about learning. And does this maybe help you in a way, or I think you tackled more this fear of this change ahead, maybe, or
you mentioned insecurity, right? Insecurity, for example, is you might fear to tell someone you're not capable of using some technical tools, for example. Is that some kind of insecurity?
No, for example, I work for a European authority. We're 140 people. We removed one level of hierarchy. And so we're more agile now, but we need to help the colleagues who are willing, who are open to it, to deal with this new kind of situation, with the new responsibilities and the vulnerability that comes along with it. And I would like to hear a practical example. How do I lead them through it?
Okay, this is so personal and this is so cool. Let's talk right away after the talk. Great.
I missed the beginning of your talk, so excuse me if my question was answered in the beginning. But one thing I'm interested in is, like the question, artificial intelligence, will we as humans be obsolete, and will artificial intelligence even need us anymore to do anything? And do we need to restrict artificial intelligence to make a reason for us to be on Earth even there, yeah, so that there's some reason for us to be here?
I think there won't be any need for it in case we really find our way on this kind of, thinking further, right? Because, I mean, if we use all this kind of potential we have inside us and maybe also the way of maybe being creative and so on, there will be always, I think, a next step. So that's my just very personal opinion, where we're going to use maybe then the technology or the AI again to I don't know, in the end maybe come to ideas which we cannot really think about today. But this will be just possible if we combine maybe then our forces with also this technology. So I would be quite positive in this, but I usually tend to be more positive about the world. I think the other perspective, is definitely also one that needs to be discussed.
If you think in Matrix or in Terminator's terms, of course, we missed the point to implement Asimov's laws, for example, right? So this is gone. So the artificial intelligence probably is out there. So the question for us must be, what can we do and what AI cannot do, right? So it's not the question of that we have to fear them, so you say them, okay, certain tasks will be with them, and other tasks will be with us. There will be times of collaboration between our AI and humans, no doubts about this, but there will be also things which only we can do. So actually, it's this is what we said about experience, transfer, and this knowledge, and seeing what is the thing you can do really well and a machine cannot. So this is something you have to find out in your organization, with your friends, with your company, whatever. Thanks you.
One question by myself is, isn't it too late to implement that? Or on the other hand, as you said now, that artificial intelligence and humans have to work together. What I always think about is that why do we think that artificial intelligence is some kind of sentient? It isn't. It's just code and rules, nothing more. But we do like it's a sentient being which is interacting with us, but it isn't. It's just like Word, typing strings and numbers and working with bits, nothing more. So
you answered your question yourself.
Yeah, but on the other hand, why do we call it artificial intelligence?
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with intelligence.
It's such a great marketing term, right? It's really cool right now. I've heard actually a talk today where they said that our artificial intelligence per se is bullocks. Right now it is machine learning, deep learning, etc. It's based on algorithms, etc. Right? What we're talking about is the singularity, the moment when machines are really thinking by themselves. And the question when this will happen is probably, we don't know. But the thing is not that, well, this is what we try to point out with the talk. It can be all kinds of technologies. AI is like a placeholder. It can be all kinds of technologies where we have to differentiate ourselves and find our spot. And our spot can be still in the future a very strong one. And it doesn't have to say that, poor me, human, the machines are taking over. No, it's transformational confidence. I stand there and I'm a human, just like James Tiberius Kirk. By the way, whoever recognized him, that was, he said like, hey, I don't care if this is a machine doing a certain job, it's still me. So this is an attitude thing.
Can I hold it myself? Thank you so much. I have a very short question. What if machines are able to empathize and be curious? Because in the time of singularity, when collective intelligence of human race is in machine, so machine also becomes a species in a way. So how do you see that?
I love the movie Her. Yeah, so we will have new friends maybe, I don't know, right? So we'll see. That's like the first impulse I would have. We will have a new species. Will they fight for themselves? Will they, will want machine rights with human rights? I think this is very, very in the future. Right now, it is about not losing jobs, not, Yeah, I would agree with you. I have actually a bet with a Movil senior executive that I've said that, it will take less than 5 years to have a topic like this. But we'll see.
Hi. My question is basically this. This is like a pep talk, don't give up, for humans. And what I'm hearing is you're saying that humans have to find out what their USP is compared to machines that will probably be able to emulate whatever USP we have within due time. So basically you're trying to tell us you still have a chance against machines.
Yeah.
And you're trying to frame this in a very positive way. Look, it's all the kind of funny, creative stuff that you can do in the future. But in reality, most of that funny, creative stuff will probably only need very few people, if at all, because, the machines that are trying to emulate that. So what I'm taking away from this talk is, a lot of helplessness, which is probably the opposite of what you try to achieve. Sorry.
No, not at all. It's I can. It's like a naysayer, right? So I can say, no, you're wrong. I don't believe this, right? So this is what we said, is that when the experience, the exchange between humans can bring up totally new things, thinking outside of silos, knowledge transfer, right? So everyone tries right now to do everything by themselves, right? So this kind of, it's like an attitude thing, right? So if you bring experience and the exchange between people, knowledge into your company, into your friends, whatever it is, and make it in a way that which benefits to you, to your company, then this will be totally different. It can be even that you say that, oh, this is a great AI you have in your company, I can use this in my company as well. It can be even this, oh, wow, I can even save more money and get rid of more people by using this. But the exchange is the basic thing here. So this is something where we truly believe it will separate us for a long time from machines. So helplessness, I would not agree. It's like, taking your own measures and stand there and say, I talk to my peers and I exchange with them what they learned. I haven't learned yet, because machines, they will load up into the cloud what they've learned, and then all the machines know that. We humans are not capable to do so. So as soon as we try to exchange, learn from others, then we have the transfer quality that will say, hey, I learned from someone else, I'll use this and be faster and more successful. But in what topic and what area? I don't know. Maybe you're right, but I would not see it in the pessimistic way as you're mentioning it. We have to find our spot. Yeah. Absolutely.
And I think maybe just short. I would say, yeah, maybe it's helplessness. Maybe it's that we are not sure about what kind of role we're going to play in the future. And I think this talk, isn't really meant as a pep talk to say, hey, humans, there's still a spot for you where you also can do something. No, it's more meant as an invitation for all of us to really think this through and see this kind of design challenge behind, right? And start not just happening it or just seeing it happen, but more thinking about, well, from a scratch, what can be work? What can we do actually in the future? And when it comes to this whole creative stuff and so on, I think also this confidence, I think everyone should be confident about, well, I can be creative, I can create something in my life, and this doesn't always necessarily need to be a big business, company, impact, whatever, because this can also be in your private, environment, something, an initiative or whatever. And I think the toughest part of this is going to be, and I think if you look back in history also, for example, this example in Detroit, Michigan, was to give people, again, this kind of confidence to really think clearly and speak it out loud what they really want to do with their life and what they really want to create and what they want to stand for. And I think this is all part maybe of this confidence, which will be necessary in order not to lose everyone on the field, just to give them the tools, democratize all those tools we maybe now use to do those fancy creative stuff, and to democratize, give them to everyone so that everyone can start creating something and find also sense and meaning then in life.
Yeah, maybe my question goes in a similar direction. I just came out of another talk about artificial intelligence, and the essence was rather terrifying what artificial intelligence is actually able to do and what machines will be able to do in the near future and how trackable everyone will become. And I apologize if I missed the essence maybe because I just stepped in halfway, but
are you saying, or do you see a clear good side, maybe also of artificial intelligence, and what could like the counter picture be?
The counter picture of the good side?
Of the bad side, of course. I mean,
Okay.
it can be very terrifying to have all your digital footprints everywhere and to be traceable down to, I don't know, your privacy, which you maybe don't want to reveal. But what is the actual win, maybe, that we should also see and which we should get out here with?
Yeah. So, and that's also again a very positive glance at the world. But you ask for it. I think that if we humans really try to focus on that what we're really good in, and like for example this what we pointed out, the creativity stuff and so on, and doing this by being really human, truly human, right? In terms of showing this kind of vulnerability, which opens us up completely new spheres of creativity, opens up completely new spheres of also creating new ideas and maybe also shaping this world. I think that there can be a kind of very collaborative way where humans work together, maybe with technology and also AI, to solve the really big global challenges we face right now. And I think there are some challenges left if you look at the global goals, for example, the development goals, when it comes to hunger in the world, when it comes to, I don't know, education and so on. So I still see the potential, but therefore I think that we humans really have to start really play also our strengths in this. And this is not, copying from left-hand computer to the right-hand computer and so on, but it's really more this creative stuff. And I think we will see, maybe also in the next years, ways where this becomes quite obvious, not only in, I don't know, fabrication, for example, that humans and technology work jointly together and be thereby much more powerful. I think in this industry sector, it's this kind of leverage of muscle power you see there, right? I think we're going to see this also when it comes to our mechanical mind, maybe, that this kind of mechanical mind AIs will be combined with maybe this more human, maybe mind we humans still have if we really concentrate on that, and this will maybe open us some completely new spheres of problem solving in the world. So this would be my very positive view on it, and also the chances I would see in it. But of course, there's also this other side, and I just think it's important, and I think that's also again what we meant by, hey, not just let's create, I don't know, the future of work. No, let's create the human future of work, because we humans have to focus on what we're really good in and what we maybe also unique in, and bring this on a table with maybe also technology. And by combining this, then maybe we'll have some completely new ways of solving challenges in the world.
Yeah, it's a very
yes.
You know what I mean, question, right? So in the beginning, as you missed it, well, we're thinking that people who design artificial intelligence services, like the insurance topics, better policemen, better all the examples I had in the beginning, right? This is not, or better doctors for better diagnosis. It's not done to get rid of jobs or be bad to humans. It is done to be more efficient, to be better for all of us, right? So this is usually the motivation of large companies, even of Amazon and Google. So they want to improve certain things, and of course they want to make money with it. The question is at the end, what do we make out of it? And then, because it is philosophical, now I have the word, it's also a question then, of course, of politics, right? What kind of rules do we have to enable? What kind of do's and don'ts are machines allowed to do, etc., right? So it's a long-term thing, and it's very good that we start the discussion very early. And it's, but you should never forget that it should not come to like a depression kind of area where we get rid of thousands of jobs and people don't have jobs and go into like a deep depression like in the 20s, 30s, where we don't have jobs, and then we have totally different problems. So the question the thing we try to raise is to be aware that this will happen and to engage somehow to find new tasks, new challenges, new jobs, create new jobs. And so this is why we very positively try to see the future this way.
Okay. So at the end we can say never forget to put in a stop switch, a brake switch.
Yeah,
and
why not?
Sadly we are at exactly that point here right now. I would love to talk with you both about hours and hours again, So, Max, Moritz,
yes,
and Jem.
All right, we're here. Talk to us. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for being here. Yes.
let's go, huh? Hallo. 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 Es ist Publikum da, man sieht es hier oben nicht. Erstmal muss ich das Abendprogramm euch vorlesen, das gesamte. Es sind 2 Zettel. Ihr habt also viel Auswahl heute Abend, was ihr machen könnt. Als erstes auf Bühne 3 verschiebt sich der Start des Abendprogramms um 1 Stunde nach hinten. Also dort ist die Zeit erst um 21 Uhr. Hä? Was? Ah, okay. Ihr wollt meinen Bass, ja? Okay, das Abendprogramm auf Bühne 3 verschiebt sich um 1 Stunde nach hinten. Neue Startzeit 21 Uhr. Das heißt, da habt ihr noch ein bisschen Zeit vorher zu trinken. Hier. Die Networking Area werden von 20 Uhr bis 22 Uhr Sarah Miller auflegen, Naive Melodies. Von 22 Uhr bis 23 Uhr Markus Beckedahl. Dann könnt ihr dort live sehen, wie er mal DJ spielt mit der Space Disco. Von 23 Uhr bis 1 Uhr Paul Frick mit seinem DJ-Set. Von 1 bis 2 dann Tasmo, der hier ja auch recht bekannt ist. Und von 2 bis 5, und ich glaube um 5 müssen wir euch rausschmeißen, die Blockrebellen. Auf Stage 3, von 21 bis 22 Uhr wird für euch Musik auflegen Judith Holofernes, von 22 bis 22.30 Uhr die Intro Republica DJs, von 22.30 Uhr bis 23.30 Uhr ein Special Guest, von 23.30 Uhr bis 0.30 Uhr das Spreeblick DJ-Set und ab 3 Uhr das DJ-Set Adventure Equation. Aber noch ist keine Party, noch müsst ihr 2 Talks durchhalten. Der nächste Talk kommt von, ich bin auf dem falschen. Der nächste Talk kommt von Christoph Kappes.
The next talk will be held by Christoph Kappes, and my wrote song on this one wrong. I thought it was going to be philosophical, but that's actually not the case. Christoph Kappes, who is that? This is the guy, the founder of Schmalbart, a German media site to debunk fake news. And today he wants to talk about what's the right way to discuss with tools like Schmalbart to counter the stuff spread by Breitbart. Learning discussion, how to get into contact with society in a post-medial age. Hello everyone, I hope you can hear me all right. To me it sounds all right here. This is quite a big room. So, opening society, I made a new title for my talk. Louder, all right. I'm gonna apply myself. So the title of this talk now is Opening Up Society, Opening Up the Public, and I'm gonna try to find, I call this thoughts on capsulating the public, and well, all of this isn't that easy, so give me a second. Oh, all right. Learned something new today. So, it's about a network against right-wing activism. It's about digital public sphere and civic society. So, not everyone will know about this. What is Schmalbart and what do they do? At the end of November, I was quite disturbed by the election of Donald Trump, and I decided late one afternoon to write a blog post and publish a call for action to try to get together and discuss online media, because I think that online there's a lot of discussion going on about problems, and I think there's that's the place where you need activism. And then, to talk about this here at Republica is sort of superfluous, but obviously it's the right place to be. So we made a camp with over 100 people in Berlin because I got a lot of responses from people on this project. I thought it would be 10 or so, but a few hundred actually wrote emails to me, and so I didn't even know how to handle that. And to explain what we do, I made a mission statement devised from our first camp in Berlin in January. Join us. Schmalbart is a young network for a fair and neutral debating culture against populism in a free and open society. So this is our best guess at what we want to achieve with this. So to talk about this in detail, it's about doing something against populism for a free, open, pluralistic society. So we need to, there's a lot of discussion about terms and definitions here. But it's about the way we want to discussion should be held. So this is called Schmalbart because there was talk about Breitbart coming to Germany, Schmal being the opposite of bright in German. And then there was an article online, cash-strapped lefties demand money for anti-Breitbart site, published on Breitbart, with a nice picture of me. I posted this picture on Christmas Eve because I won this hat. And Breitbart took this from my Facebook account and put it on their site. And I decided not to take any legal action because, why should I? But that's the way they work. And, well, I'm a journalist, and it is true that we need money. We did a funding campaign, but this wasn't the main goal. So there's been a lot of feedback on various kinds of media, lots of reports on us, and from my small expectations at the beginning, they grew and grew. And from my experience in the NGO sector, from my friends there, I was told that, this is quite typical because there's quite a few people joining, telling you, I can do this and that and this and that, and just, tell me if you need me. And so I thought, just doing a small project with over 200 people, that would be a waste of all these helpful people. And so we have all these products, these people, all these frameworks. And so we try to create this sort of framework for people to be able to create new projects. And then I thought 200 people divided by 15, that's quite a lot of possible projects. And maybe you can tell by now from the way I'm speaking that the next step wasn't quite so great. So there's a website called voxpopulisti.de where we talk about right-wing activism, schmalbart.de itself. We have a new ebook called The New Right-Wing Movement to be downloaded for free. And then when I asked myself, what can we actually achieve here, I saw that communication is activism. When people see, that there's something going on, then it changes the political sphere, and our output isn't, as big as we originally thought, but it still has an influence. And it's definitely the case that activism from one person motivates another person to also get active and do something. And so we shouldn't, talk about clicktivism. somebody from the Green Party in Germany, you know, they told me we were standing in the mud back in the days, you know, protesting against nuclear power plants, but just to disregard online activism, you know, I think it's important to really see online activism as a legit form of activism as well. And so we have this experiment with loose digital, you know, connections. So we had this idea, and we tried to build something on that. But of course, it's quite difficult to have this sort of project and dividing up the work. And we also found that, you know, you have to be really careful when you write text, because it really has to be correct, so you do not make any mistakes. And also, it was difficult for me to be, you know, at the front of this whole thing and be vulnerable at the front. And so we have these sort of two sides, and, you know, there has to be some kind of expectation, some kind of definition at the beginning, because, you know, there's it's quite a problem, can be quite a problem. So a few thoughts on the digital public sphere.
I said on Republica, let's make a story. It's about a bird, a hedgehog, and a bee, and 3 old white men. I play these as well. What I noticed is we spend a lot of time to talk about what we want to do, what do we want exactly. Many said, what are the rules? How can I talk as Schmalbart? And a lot of people try to have a unifying philosophy, discussed about it a lot. And it was surprising for me, because we just go outside and tell our opinion. And apparently it's not that way, because a lot of the time you try to find identity. And if new people join in the process, this discussion will begin again, or you just close up. This very liquid network is a mirroring structure. And here I show how many discussions are inside and outside of Schmalbart. You see it's 10 to 90% was hard, but actually we want to not have a conflict with the political opposition. And I see that it can be hard, and discussions have to be internal. And we don't want to push up the value of people. And there are impregnation mechanisms where we say, are we talking against left-wing populism as well, or all the populism where terminology, it's unclear. And with this clear statement, we're going outside and talk against right-wing populism. It gets a little bit unclear, and so it can't be attacked anymore. I found that interesting, even today. And this, we are defining ourselves via our opposition. And Breitbart didn't launch in Germany. It won't launch before the elections, and the question is our enemy there, or is it not? And this is why we have to talk about this. After that, I saw that after the whole event, I discussed a lot about how we can be attacked. People want to stay anonymous. And I noticed that right-wing tactics are successful because people are thinking about what happens if, can I be safe? Nobody can be 100% safe. This is why it's so virulent. And I said, when my friend asked me if she would have to buy pepper spray or something like that, even though nothing happened. I'll say this. I was pretty open on the outside. I didn't get any hate mail, no bodily attacks, no voice calls, nothing, but a few tweets that weren't even relevant to the law. My reaction to this is, don't get infected by this. A lot of people may have reason to have fear. I don't want to talk against that, but people like me, who are a privileged group, can or should act a little more without fear. This is just my opinion. We saw this in our group. Once the first people went outside with their own names, others went with them, and I thought it was important in this situation. My election is just show how it works, and this works the best in a group. After the hype, this is why I had this bird there. And then I forgot the name. It's the dirtier of the nest. We saw that, like we thought it will happen, it won't happen. Like now there are like 24 people who are working. The rest is rather passive. That's a bit disappointing with the actives and the passives, because one group wants and can't. The other ask why it has to work so much. And in the outside world, with all the critique on Trump, well, he won't let the world explode. AfD is just really not well organized, and Breitbart isn't there. But our goals are still there, and the others are seeing this as well.
So now I want to talk about effects online, but of course I know that there's a social, economic, basis for all of these online discussions. But I think that online we have some sort of special, effects that we can see. Talk about leadership. I said something about that already. Quote, I'm going to start this, but there's also, some degree of decision-making necessary within an organization. And just, self-organization within a group of people who don't have like any real common ground, but just organize online is not possible, in my opinion. And now I have to speed up a little bit because the time, is running out. So platforms, I think that's not the right way. I think organizations need to be closed off, but a platform has to be open. When you look at the Pirate Party, it needs a lot of rules, needs lots of structure. And when you start thinking about how to start something, you really notice that, because that's also some sort of platform where you need resources and rules. More examples, like Sascha Lobo apparently said on day one, I'm here, hashtag ich bin hier, hashtag I am here. Why does that work? It's one place where you go. It's everyone can participate. All you need to do is click. You get permanent feedback from the group, which tells you about the motivation. So this is quite a low-level point of entry. And so this is a nice way to bring a conflict out in the open. And the hashtag also has some effect within the group. And so the group really can, build itself up. And a few days ago, but we also saw that a discussion within this group can also be difficult, because the group staying together mostly works by consent, by agreeing with each other. And so discussions are quite difficult as well. And so I thought about the hashtag, and I thought, it also has an effect, an inward effect. It's like a marker, like, stones piled up that tell you, somebody was here before you, and you can also walk along this path. And so this isn't just some sort of search function. I originally thought it was a message to, the people running the platforms, but I actually think it's mostly about the other people, just like we see at Schmalbad, to tell other people that the way you're going is a way that other people can go as well. What's also important is what I found out when I read Richard Sennert a few weeks ago, what happens to conflicts online. He talks about the city. He says the city is a process of density. And so there's depersonalization, there's anonymity, there's a feeling of strangeness. And Sennett says that cities have to be resilient. And I'm trying to, I'm going to read this quote. Civilization means that you're treating other people as if they were strangers, and yet still try to form a connection with them and bridge this gap. And so when we talk about what happens online, this is also quite clear. A few years ago, I had 250 contacts online on Facebook, and then it was 338. And if you look at people 28 years of age and above, it's more than 600 actually. And so obviously no one can stay in contact with all of these contacts. And so Facebook does some sort of pre-selection for us. And obviously we ourselves also try to actually avoid new contacts. And I'm not I don't see Facebook as an enemy. And I like social media, but these, typical, stereotypical posts, this picture of a food, it doesn't say anything about us. This is a photo of someone else's food. It's pseudo-private. But if we post something else like foreigners get out or Merkel has to go, this is an abstraction, an affirmation. And I think that this is actually, avoiding contact. And this is important, I think, because it's some form of political discussion. And now when we talk about fakes and alternative facts, I think that people who talk like that actually want to avoid contacts. They want to stay within a group. They don't want individual contact. It's about forming an identity and making connections. And it's just basically throwing memes back and forth at each other. What's important to me is if we want to have connections through social media, but also we need a sort of distance, then Facebook definitely has an impact on the social dynamic, and this is a conflict. And so I see the problem at Facebook. We cannot solve this on our own. And a different topic is what a lot of people think like this discourse is about, according to the German philosopher Habermas. In an online discussion, this doesn't happen in the same way. We cannot just transfer this, and if we look at people arguing online, there's no clear structure who's arguing with whom, and also the topics aren't clear. And so according to Facebook, there's no clear model of this discourse. And so basically everything is in conflict and everything is critique, and every critique comes back as yet another form of critique. And so I see this as an effect, and there's no hierarchy, and there's definitely no resolution of the given conflict. And so this is, I think, the main phenomenon in heterogeneous groups, that there's critique and that there's debate. And of course, that happens in the groups that I belong to as well.
It's important to understand that society gets a lot more complex. It's not just offline in the city, which is complex as well, but online as well, meaning that mass media are getting ever more important because they are like a link to linking together public societies. And the problem that arises is when mass media are called Lügenpresse, lying press, and actors in politics as traitors, that these linking points get negated and everything outside of your living things get denied. I call this Siloisierung. They are closing down. They don't believe politics and media. And how should we argue with these guys? So Schmalbad is important for me. So we can break open these filter bubbles against volunteering for getting blind politically. And this is because social contexts like on Facebook are not structured politically, but via other collections like families, friends, from work relationships. So everybody knows a right-wing populist voter, a brother of mine, argues in that direction. That's really fun, meeting at mom. And I'll say that social networks, human networks, are constructed in a way that network sociology says this is so. There are bridge functions, there are holes in this nets, and people can be reached via these contexts because they are immunizing themselves politically, but not with all human contact. So there might be some kind of second discussion ground. So if you want to argue, what we can say, it's you can't just negate problems, you have to go with it. Some problems exist, you can't just color it pink. You have to show complexity that these questions have. Simple things are easy to do, and you can just deconstruct it by asking some questions. And showing diversity is important. And sure, having some utopias in mind or some radical thinking is great. They're missing that in political discussions. And the mainstream doesn't do it. And you can have some radical positions and discuss them sometimes. I miss this sometimes. Irritation helps. So don't do what they think you will do. Be humorous. I did it a lot in the beginning. Some people didn't like it, but it helped with communication, broke down the fronts. My favorite example is this image from a few weeks ago where someone is a bit, and the girl is smiling. And I think it's a good picture for the stance we have to take in our discussions. In this confident and fearless interaction and these motives of brain reactions. Like I looked at viruses, but there can be nets as well that context activate others, and if you interact with others in a way, this gets recreated on a higher meta level. And what we do is we have more contacts with others, link up with others. There are 6 other democratic initiatives here. The count says that there are surely more. And I think this is the last slide. while classic institutions like churches, parties are losing spontaneity, like they are clustering, do a big coalition, which is, and the necessity to isolate themselves because we are not establishment or because we don't have this label, we can be a bit more free, can ask other questions, can take positions we can dismiss tomorrow, and we have to see how this works in the discussions, and we can be surprising, to do art, and this might be the difference, while bigger, let's say more mature institutions may be more practical. We, the small ones, might be more flexible, have these networking structures, and maybe we are the German Michael, maybe we are the bee flying everywhere, disseminating flowers, maybe we are this pop-up store of democracy, I couldn't decide. Maybe we are the pop-up store of democracy. Thank you. That was on point, wasn't it?
Christoph Kappes.
Christoph Kappes.
Aber ich glaube.
Hi, kurze Bitte vorab. Wenn es Konflikte gibt zwischen Personen, die ich jetzt überhaupt nicht bewerten kann.
Hello, before we start, if there are some conflicts between people, please do us a favor, do each other a favor, don't panic, calm down, stay calm. Please watch out that nobody feels threatened. That maybe just being there, if there's beef with some people, please don't look for direct confrontation right here, not right in front of the persons who might feel threatened. Please do us the favor, stay calm, stay quiet, and make sure that everyone feels safe, okay? There are a lot of different opinions we can discuss, but please try to have this on a good kind of level. Otherwise we would have a lot of problems. So keep other people safe, please. We don't need this, please. Thanks. Thanks for these nice words. The next talk, you all know whom we are talking about. One question: who of you had a shitstorm before? A real one with being threatened and stuff. There are some people, and this is the topic in the end, the final topic. Some thoughts about how to communicate, and now there's Jana Dornheim with Go Die Kant, which I have never said before. Good evening. Cool that you're all here. Doesn't really fit. I'm still happy that you're here. I'm thankful that you're here, that you are ready to do this to yourself. I hope we are ending on a nice note, sound. I'm really thankful you are ready to look at it. It's gonna be heavy, which is why I want to say thanks to Johnny for these words. I want first doesn't want to. I just want to warn, speak out a warning. The title is not the heaviest that you're going to hear. If it's too much for you, if it hits you, if it triggers you, if you are afraid to get into your trauma again, please get up and go out. I won't say anything against anyone who does this. And all of the comments we are reading here went live at people. A lot is from Hater, a platform for hateful comments, and I got sent some, and I had some from my own archive. Thankfully, 3 people are able to read these. I find it important that this comes with voices that are more realistic than if I would read them. They're sitting behind the stage because they won't have their faces linked with these comments. You were going to hear them. I'll sort them a bit, but first you may get into the ickiest pages on the net. Go die, slut. Who fucked you with 5 dicks as a child? You will not get a man. Look out that I won't stand in front of your door. Hey, little Jew bitch, deleting again, haha. Evil bitch, I will put soap into your vaginas. Your cunt looks like a headshot. Feminism is Jew shit. My revenge, if a woman should get raped, I won't do anything, even if she begs. Look out for your kids. We will kill you, you fucking asshole. May we hate trans people? anger them, laugh at them. We don't. We should. Another gender slut dead. Would be nice if people like you would get hit. Oh wait, Polish people will do this in Berlin. Sieg Heil and thanks at our Ottoman neighbors. Poison the outsiders.
Of course, women are all bitches. There's no such thing as rape because whores can't be raped. I was a pacifist once, but by now I really look forward to the next war for payback. All of you women belong raped every day just so you shut your dirty mouth. OMG, this woman is ugly. No one wants to touch that. Could you feminist cunts just do something about getting the shit out of your head and that's in your cunts? This was overblown, but male homo relationships are abnormal. For 2,000 years, it's been abnormal. I have nothing against homosexuals, but wedding is something natural. God should have made blades in men's asses. Shut up. I wish you, for your girlfriend, to be raped by 20 men for 10 hours while you watch. You should be deported, you can't. Oh my God, you've got problems. Just look for a place to die in silence. Imagine you're tied up real good and then you get something drilled in your dirty asshole, 5 centimeters of width, and then there's a rat in there, and then we're gonna make a fire beneath the rat's cage, and the rat is gonna crawl up inside your ass, and it's gonna come back to daylight, gnawing through your belly. Many feminists just seem to lack humor. Fucking lesbian cunt. Just, go on like that and you're gonna go back to concentration camps. No solidarity to this.
Just shut up if you have nothing in your brain, only tax money. Hope Republika gets hit by a Polish truck. You ugly animal, do something for net community and take out your photos. I think you have to be fucked really hard against your gender ideology. Fucking trans kids. I want to put them in front of all the guys so we can put them into Auschwitz again. Hey, Aussie asshole, see what you can't. There's nothing with the automatic spam file, yeah? You're so stupid for the internet, even though you're an expert. Typically, feminists can't do anything but talking. Who dresses like a slut shouldn't. You whore daughter. Come down here or I'll do your therapy. Your hate is eating at you and you are not noticing it. Your family, your environment won't help you. I'm for genital cutting with women, and I want to fuck a closed down hole. Who would impregnate this Jew whore? I don't want to know what your lesbo cunts want. Go into your corner where you can die quietly. You're not the majority. I cannot stand with my Turkish neighbor hits his woman every day. It doesn't work any other way. We have to do this again and again. We can't come with arguments, only with violence.
The film industry, especially Hollywood, is run by Jews, not white men. This is widely known, and it's a mistake. And this really shows how dumb you are. But what else do you expect of women? Cunt women, you and your gender, fascio brothers and
This is basically German grammar bullshit.
So you're just ruining the German language. Everything that doesn't fit into your sick worldview, we're gonna just. Women are looking for people to take care of them. This is why they choose MINT studies. Hey, you cunt, do you want to suck my dick? I have something for you, you whore. You're just going to lick my dick until I come, and my sperm is going to go to you and your family, you whore. Dirtbags like you should just go back to their country where they came from. The freedom of art is more important than the rights of lesbians and gays. I'd like to take this video out of YouTube and shove it into the director's mouth so she chokes on it. Back into the kitchen, you cunts. Fucking cunt. Go on like this and the wind is gonna change and you're gonna go back to the concentration camp. This old whore is on her way to be whipped. This cunt should be sent to the men camp in Algiers so she can be fucked right. Who should grope someone like that? You poor, poor foreigners. If it's as shitty here and if we're so shitty, just go back to your country. Not being friendly to Germany is also racism. I'm gonna tear you apart, you stupid pig. Instead of being grateful to the country that takes you in, you hate us. Just go die, or there's gonna be a new NSU. You're tied naked to a tree. Something fat is gonna hit you. You expect the fat man to take his dick. Jesus, don't be like that. Somebody wants to discuss with you and you're acting like someone's following you. You stupid cunt, you're not that important.
Are feminists ugly all the time, or is that why they're feminists? Well, lucky for you, you're so ugly and look even with slutty dress and wouldn't get fucked for 10,000 euro. Not even an amputated mountain gorilla would touch you. Your genes are immune to rape. Have you rape fantasies? Would you want to? Nobody would touch you. Shoot the cunt. Who goes out like that will get raped. Blinded cunt, die. Oh, this stupid whore, sorry, but has she no brain? Go back into the gas, you fucking feminazi asshole. I hope you get attacked and get hurt, you left-wing radical bastard. You are dirt, mixed race dirt. Too stupid to build potatoes, too stupid and lazy. If you don't like Germany, just go away. Nobody needs you. You're just so helpful for your society. Go back to your country instead of talking here. What does this want in Germany? Can be happy she gets here and is not dying. There are no Afro-German. There are only N and not N. I see in Afghanistan the Talibs are cleaning again. Just shoot a women's right person. Do you think if a horde of Northern Africans comes and rips the dessous from your body, you ugly cunt will be touched by nobody. You lying little whore. men going into war. Who wants a hippopotamus for die whore? And now? God darn it.
The question is, I don't want to try to analyze this. Quite a few people tried this during the last few days. What I want to do is give each and every one of you, say to each and every one of you that you can do something about this. And you should if you have the energy to. And I plead you to do something. Caroline Emke talked about this in her keynote. She said, we should not make the mistake that us as individuals aren't able to do anything, but we can make a change. An individual voice is just one, but as is often the case, an individual voice is enough. And we can change the climate, we can change this. So the theme is everything, but don't be silent. So you can oppose these haters, and it takes energy and it takes time, but it's important. Not everyone can do something or everything at once, but everyone can do something. So you can support the people who suffer from this. First of all, it's easy. Be present for other people. If somebody makes comments like that, and I'm in the room with them, then I can see when people are silent. If these comments come in on Facebook, on YouTube, we don't see the silence and the suffering in silence. So the first thing to do is saying, thank you for doing that, your video is great. And the second thing is saying, what's happening here is not okay. And if you've got the nerve, if you have the energy, do post positive comments. Be great. Say that you're grateful for what is there and put out positive communication. And we all experience that when we're active on the internet. And the third thing is very direct, but please, if for the people suffering from this, just, talk to them, coffee, conversations, in person, in private messages, tell them, be there for them, offer them a cookie, a conversation, listen to them. Should I, report this to platforms? And nobody has to, commit to basically be some sort of fire department on the internet. But from time to time, just post a positive comment really helps the people, that are suffering from this. So love out loud, this is the theme here, and I really hope that we're going to see more of that in the next few months from now on the internet. The next step is more complicated, confronting the people that express this violence. Again, the first step, be present. Tell them that it's not all right what they're doing, that it's not the fact that nobody cares about this. It's not the fact that nobody thinks that this is acceptable. And really standing up and telling people that we as a society don't accept all of this hate and all of this trash. A single voice is also can influence somebody. The second step is a discussion, is negating hate speech. So if you have a lot of energy, you can tell people to remember what their mother taught them, remember what is the way that we should communicate in. And of course, this might be ineffective, but I think if enough people do it, then reporting, flagging posts, maybe even reporting posts and hate speech to the police definitely will help. And again, a quote from Caroline Imke on Monday, love out loud against the hatred. And what also is important to me, it's not just, quote, go die, cunt. It starts much sooner. So people who, want to encourage minorities, speak out for the rights of minorities, are also confronted with negative comments. And so you might think that that's, not as bad, but it definitely is. And that's why I say start at the beginning. We have to start with the little things. We have to also think, how strongly do I have to state my opinion if I don't agree with a politician, if I don't agree with a given law, if, maybe some radical groups posting doesn't sit right with me, but is there a more moderate way to put my disagreement? And so to not leave you all hanging in this sort of negative space before you go home, I want to show a little video. The, quote, concerned citizen put a video up online on Monday where she shows in quite a nice way how you can counter these negative comments. And so I think it takes energy, it takes time, but if a lot of people do that, it can really make a difference.
So there's no audio for us. So we can translate this here. Read women on the net. Always, time again. Much is insulting. Desperate woman never be successful. Much is brutal. Fuck her anonymously. Much stays without any resistance. We will end this. Totally unattractive. This fat legs. There were legs in the picture. I just saw what the woman has said, and this was pretty smart. Desperate woman, never successful. What kind of asshole are you? Don't want women to have success? Dear hater, there are women who are blonde and are pretty intelligent. Nobody wants your macho stupidness. Sorry. Stand against it. Don't be silent. You should get raped, slutty like you are dressed. Dude, is anyone proud about your life? Speak out and don't read. Just read. Really? Firstly, this woman is wearing what she wants. This is her own decision. Secondly, slut, really? Speak against, don't just leave it there. Fucking her anonymously. If maybe you should stay more anonymous so we don't have to hear your shit. You really feel smart if you do this and think about rape while doing it? Do you really wish rape on everybody? Do you really think so? Maybe you should just shut up. Take it into your mouth, fucking feminist. Every dirt, but not you. Maybe do some gymnastics. You can put your own dick into your mouth. Typically, woman doesn't know what to talk. Typically, just having no arguments. Maybe you are afraid of women.
Exactly. So again, a big thank you from me to Franzi for this video. She didn't make it especially for this talk, but it was so fitting that I just had to use it. And there could be no better illustration how to counter hate speech. So this is what I want to take away from this. I thought about this very much, should we have a Q&A? I think we're going to do one, but I want to have the right to just, call it quits or not answer certain kinds of questions. And I hope I don't have to. And I also think, that's appropriate if you use inappropriate language. You're not going to get an answer. Up front in the right. I don't bite. Just, come up to the front, ask your questions. I'm in a privileged situation to almost never have, experienced this kind of thing addressed to myself. Could you sort of quantify this? Give us some numbers. How is this a daily sort of thing that happens to you? How every other day or every hour? Like how much is this?
Really different from time to time. Sometimes there's nothing for weeks, and sometimes just one retreat I do, and the flood is coming, and it is changing. Years ago, it was just some people being critical on Twitter, where I'm most active. They put it into their circles. After this, the waves are coming, like feedback. Now it's relatively clear that these people are having networks and have it like a tsunami. Sometimes it's really small occurrences. Sometimes it's, Franzi put this online on Monday. I think she will get this by the 2nd. And it's important to have a feeling about how the mass is looking, but one good die slut is not better or worse than 5, and I don't get desensitized after 5. And there are strategies against this, but nobody is really let cold by this. Everybody is affected. And once I'm not affected by this anymore, every nice thing doesn't affect me anymore, and this can't be.
So you said positive comments are something good. But don't you think like the positive comments are drowned out by the sort of shitstorm, or do you read them at all?
Definitive. I can tell you from personal experience, every single comment that is in between of the stupid shit, don't let the haters hate you. And there's this action on Facebook, ich bin hier, I am here, and it's helping.
Thanks a lot for this impulse, this heavy impulse. My question is, how does anonymity relate to all of this?
Scarily, not really a lot anymore. A lot of these get posted with real names, with Facebook profiles and Twitter profiles that are not just fake profiles. Anonymity makes it more easy to get into this sort of comments. If you did something like this for 20 times, after some time, you may think you can do this under your real name because nothing's really happening.
I totally agree that we cannot let this hate speech just stand there. But is it really does it make sense to counter hate speech with hate speech?
Well, I was there with the video and I didn't want to get down to their level. I would never answer in the same way like fuck yourself, asshole, because it doesn't really help. I think talking against should not be, well, if they go low, we go high, but we shouldn't touch these people too softly. We don't have to.
Again, thanks very much for this talk. It really made an impression on me to live through this. It didn't happen to me before. And I have a question. about within a shitstorm, you know, you have to be loud and state that this isn't the, you know, we don't agree with this. But how would you feel about, you know, there's not a shitstorm yet, but there's people, you know, speaking out very critically against you. I always keep in mind that every comment, you know, that I make also adds to the number of trolls, basically. And so maybe my positive comment actually, you know, creates a shitstorm.
Yeah, there's no patented recipes. It may be true. Comment on Facebook makes the reach even bigger. And I can't really say, well, but just if there are critical comments, do one positive, because this comment might be really something for the author.
This is the point where I have to end this talk. Thank you, Laura, for doing this. Please give a huge applause to Laura.
We have been Siri and
Ning.
Thank you for listening. Watch out for each other. And if you have any feedback for any of our translations in the last 3 days, please Twitter at us with the hashtag RP17EN. That is RP17EN. Thank you very much. Till next year.
22 bis 23 Uhr Markus Beckedahl, wenn ihr ihn mal als DJ
das Mikro haben, oder?
23 bis 1 Uhr Paul Frick, DJ-Set.
Aber ich glaube...
1 bis 2 Uhr Tasmo mit dem Beats mit Unterstrich. Und von 2 bis 5 spielen die Blockrebellen für euch. Auf Stage 3 wird um 21 Uhr bis 22 Uhr Judith Holofernes stehen. Von 22 bis 22.30 Uhr die Intro Republica DJs. Von 22.30 bis 23.30 bis 23.30 Uhr ein Special Guest. Wir wissen noch nicht, wer es ist. Von 0.30 Uhr bis 2 Uhr das DJ-Set Adventure Equation. Und von 2 bis 3 Uhr Love, Amour, Let's Dance and Spread Love. Danke, dass ihr hier wart. Danke für diese Republika. Bis nächstes Jahr.